Chapter 1135. Li Yi had already written these simple contents into a book for the people in the imperial court. Zhang Jiuling got a copy. He memorized it after reading it and felt that it was very reasonable. It turned out that tariffs were so simple. Of course, he didn't see the other book. It was the book that Li Yi taught the students in Zhuangzi. It involved the impact of importing countries on exporting countries' industrial layout and the impact of importing countries' exports on exporting countries' industries. It involved subsidies, market occupation, domestic overproduction and the price of surplus products sold to domestic industries, consumption stability, and so on. Zhang Jiuling didn't get any other books. He was very satisfied with one. He had been collecting taxes and giving the collected taxes to the businessmen in the Tang dynasty. The businessmen used money to buy the taxes and the actual goods. Zhang Jiuling used the money to build roads. He used 1/3 of the taxes, 1/3 was sent back to the imperial court, and 1/3 was kept in his hands. After Wei Yefeng was cheated and caught deceiving people, he returned to his hometown like a star. His experience was too legendary. After being cheated, he went to Chang'an and was actually cheated to the place of Li Dongzhu's woman, Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu not only didn't punish him, but also helped him. It was said that the cheated seed was liked by Li Dongzhu. Wei Yefeng and a large group of people began to do publicity and buy things. They planned to go back to Chang'an before the new year and spend the spring festival in Chang'an. When he became famous, people wanted to know him and the people in his team. Someone found him and reported him. The clansman of a deputy county magistrate in Zhangyuan County used twice the price to get the job of building roads. Why should they pay twice the price? Others asked for 100 coins to build a road, but the deputy county magistrate's clansman asked for 200 coins. This road was actually given to the deputy county magistrate's clansman. If you asked for 80 coins, it would be fine. How could you choose more than that? Ask the winged knights to do me a favor and catch them. I will ask them personally, Zhang Jiuling said to Wei Yefeng. 200 winged knights who accompanied Wei Yefeng stayed. 100 winged knights with Zhang Jiuling didn't leave. The winged knights adapted and trained in such an environment. They also observed and understood. They were also responsible for educating the local people in Guangzhou, especially the children. They couldn't write poems or songs, but they could write ordinary letters. He could also do arithmetic. He could do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He could also do abacus calculations, draw maps, and calculate distances. Zhang Jiuling did not give them a salary. They even went out to sea to fish, and when they returned, they cooked for the students. The students' families had caught up with the ripening fruits and brought them to them. They then brought the students to make dried fruits and salted fish. Zhang Jiuling had never commanded the winged knights before, and now he needed help. The local tribes in Ziyuan County were very powerful, and he had no power to capture anyone. Therefore, he had no choice but to intimidate others. I'll go inform them. Wei Yufeng stopped eating and ran out to find the winged knights. After a while, he returned and said, "They've left. They said that they've captured all the officials of the county government. I hope there won't be any casualties." Zhang Jiuling was a bit worried, afraid that the winged knights would die because of this. That's impossible. They're very powerful. If they're really injured, the entire county's officials won't just be arrested. Did His Majesty's private army need a reason to arrest people? If you dare to resist, then you're rebelling. Wei Yufeng lowered his head and continued to eat and drink. The wine he drank was only about 10% alcohol, and drinking it could improve his blood circulation. Guangzhou was hot and humid at the moment. The winged knights outside set off. Each of them was riding 3 horses, and they carried their belongings. They were all dressed in black. They did not intend to charge into Ziyuan County to capture the officials. They wanted to launch a sneak attack. 2 hours later, when they were less than 5 miles away from Ziyuan County, the team stopped. 100 people looked after the horses, and 200 people carried ropes, hooks, bows and knives, and stretchers. They first entered the county government office, where there were people on duty. The few people on duty were gagged and tied up before they could react. The winged knights carried them away, while the other winged knights went to the back of the government office, where the county magistrate lived, and there were bailiffs to protect him. A quarter of an hour later, the county magistrate's family was carried away on stretchers, and the entire county government office was empty. A total of 62 people were all captured and brought to a place 5 miles away. After a round of questioning, the winged knights went back again and arrested each family. Clan elders, deputy county magistrates, county military officers, and officials with even a little bit of an official position were all arrested. They were tied up and thrown onto horses to escape. This was the winged knights, special forces. They had received professional training, and it was not worthwhile to use them to fight the enemy head-on. Zhang Jiuling and Wei Yufeng ate leisurely, mainly chatting. They were not afraid of the food getting cold. It was already midnight, but the two were still eating. The imperial court sent a battle report to me, saying that they have occupied the land of Juku and are fighting ahead. Over at Heshi-Jidushi, Hujii city has already been stabilized. Zhang Shaosong is actually good at war. Back then, Li Yi protected him, and the emperor believed Li Yi. He even said that he would make up for it if he was not greedy enough. The censorate's impeachment was suppressed. I guess the censorate who impeached him is afraid, and his life will be difficult. You said that he was greedy, right? Zhang Jiuling shared important information with Wei Yufeng. Otherwise, he would not have anyone to talk to. He did not dare to mention the information that was sent to him alone. Wei Yufeng thought hard and almost scratched his ears and cheeks. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence, greedy, wrong. The emperor did the right thing. Oh. How was it right? Zhang Jiuling asked with a smile. Even if Zhang something was greedy in the past, the emperor forgave him once, and he will not be greedy in the future. I went to cheat people, wrong. Li Dongzhu saw the value of the goods and knew that I was cheating to get back the cost, so he quickly sold the goods. The pepper part was exactly the same price, and the onion seed powder was extra. Li Dongzhu did not make things difficult for us. We know that we made a mistake and were forgiven once. If we make another mistake, it would not be too much to behead us. Wei Yufeng said simple words, but he was thinking of putting himself in the other's shoes. Zhang Jiuling smiled and nodded, you are not wrong to think this way. In fact, Zhang Shaosong is self-deprecating. He is too good at fighting. He massacred 3 cities and forced other people's emperors into the mountains. Massacring a city is a big mistake and goes against heaven. If he found someone to say that he was greedy, the imperial court would demote him. On the surface, he would be imprisoned, but in reality, no one would imprison him. He used this to appease the resentment of the western region and other tribes for massacring the cities. Ah! Wei Yufeng was a merchant who sold fake goods. How would he know that there were so many twists and turns in this? He was dumbfounded. Since that is the case, why not arrest him? At least give the people in other places an explanation that he massacred the cities. Because Li Yi did not allow it. If he massacred a city, then so be it. There is no need to explain. Only when the strength of both sides is about the same or when the weaker side will there be an explanation. Look at the new battle report. Li Yi pushed behind the scenes and spent a lot of money. He threw out millions of taels. Who would want an explanation from him? He will send troops over to explain. Zhang Jiuling understood that Zhang Shaosong was a grand scholar. He led 10,000 soldiers to fight, and in one breath, he sent the other people's emperor into the mountains. Did this merit need to be greedy? Was the amount of money he had embezzled more than the reward? Could the amount of money he had embezzled be exchanged for the overall development of the family? Wei Yufeng was sweating. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead and rubbed it on his body. Is that so? Li Dongzhu knows. Many people know, but no one dares to support Zhang Xiaosong. After all, he massacred 3 cities. Whoever obtains Li Yi will obtain the world. Zhang Jiuling also said what many people had said. Chapter 1136. Mr. Zhang, I've brought them back. While Zhang Jiuling and Wei Yefeng were eating slowly, there was a commotion outside. Light the torch. Zhang Jiuling put down his chopsticks and walked out. Wei Yefeng hurriedly followed. The Ministry of Shipping was a large government office with a 3-story wooden building. Zhang Jiuling didn't work or rest in the wooden building. The wooden building served as a lookout and defense, as well as a warehouse. There were 550 people in the Ministry of Shipping. Zhang Jiuling brought people from his hometown because he was worried about the locals in Guangzhou. Trade involved too much money. God knows who the locals were related to. 500 people were purely village soldiers and 50 were students. Some were older than Zhang Jiuling. They couldn't pass the imperial examinations and couldn't work in the prefecture either. Zhang Jiuling needed documents, recruited people, and carefully inquired about the family situation. He didn't want anyone with bad conduct. He was famous in his hometown. After resigning, he came back to fix the road. It was the Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu of Chang'an who paid for it. The emperor gave the order. The repaired road benefited countless people. When they heard that he was coming to Guangzhou to be the ambassador and needed manpower, the people in his hometown eagerly signed up. The people who came were loyal to him. As soon as he gave the order, the torches in the courtyard were lit. A group of people were placed on the ground. Their hands were tied behind their backs and their mouths were gagged. They looked very nervous. When they saw Zhang Jiuling in his official robes, someone made a sound with his nose. Zhang Jiuling walked towards a person. Wei Yefeng held a kerosene lamp to light the way. Zhang Jiuling looked at the person. The person looked up at Zhang Jiuling and made a sound. Zhang Jiuling personally untied the rope that was gagging the person. The person moved his tongue and pushed the cloth out of his mouth. Ba, ba. Zhang Gong, may I know what this official has done wrong for you to capture me and bring me here? The person spat twice, then raised his head and questioned. Yan Jia, as a county magistrate, how can you do something corrupt? The road from Jingyuan County to Nanhai County has been fixed. Won't the people of Jingyuan County benefit? Zhang Jiuling directly said the matter and didn't have time to beat around the bush. Who said I didn't fix it? Yan Jia straightened his neck. So, you know that you have to spend twice the amount and the extra money will go to the Yan family? Zhang Jiuling knew the situation of the county. Almost all the officials in the county Yamen had the surname Yan. The Yan family had a huge influence in the area. It has nothing to do with you. You are the city's ambassador, not the Guangzhou provincial governor. Yan Jia did not try to hide it. I'm the one paying for it. Zhang Jiuling was reasonable. How can you double the amount that I'm paying for it? Do you think I don't know how to build roads? Humph. Yan Jia turned his head, looking at him with a "what are you doing to me" attitude. The county deputy, Yan Bang, who was in charge of the operation, was standing at the side. No one paid attention to him. He whimpered. Zhang Jiuling went over to untie him again. Bah! Shipping envoy Zhang, we promised to fix the road. You don't have to worry about anything else. Yan Bang was equally unyielding. It seems that it's time to change the governor of Guangzhou. Zhang Jiuling understood everything. The other party had nothing to fear. The entire Ziyuan county belonged to them, and they were on good terms with the governor of Guangzhou. They were even in cahoots. Zhang Jiuling was in a difficult position. He did not have the authority to deal with the local officials directly, unless the other party was involved in smuggling and tax evasion. Wei Yufeng smiled and said, Aya, a group of people from Ziyuan County went to the shipping department to discuss with shipping envoy Zhang about tax evasion. Everyone was resting in the building and did not expect a huge fire to fall from the sky. When we found out, we came to help, but it was already too late. A group of good officials were buried in the sea of fire. As he said this, he placed the oil lamp on the ground and went to pick up the cloth and rope. What are you trying to do? You want to kill officials? This official. Someone come. Save me. Woo. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Yen Bang shouted as his mouth was gagged. Wei Yufeng went to pick up the cloth and rope and walked towards Yen Jie. Wait a minute, we can discuss this. It's just some money to build roads, why do you have to do this? Refund the money. Yen Jie stared at Zhang Jiuling and said. Zhang Jiuling looked at Wei Yufeng and held back his laughter. He picked up the oil lamp and walked into the house. 80% of the money for building roads is enough. Yen Jie hurriedly said. Zhang Jiuling continued walking. 50%, the entire county will be able to build roads quickly and efficiently. Yen Jie lowered the price again. Zhang Jiuling pretended not to hear. I don't want money, the Yen family is willing to donate money to build roads for our hometown. Yen Jie was about to cry. Okay, write the document. Zhang Jiuling stopped and turned around with a smile in his eyes. You saved the alcohol. Wei Yufeng threw the things on the ground. What does it have to do with alcohol? Zhang Jiuling finally laughed. Make them drunk and release the rope on their hands before lighting the fire. If they drank too much and didn't run out, there would be traces of the things tied up. If they were strangled to death and burned, there would be no ash at the bottom of their throats. Wei Yufeng gave an answer. You know how to write? Zhang Jiuling's smile widened. I heard it from Li Dongzhu at the Li family Zhuangzi. Wei Yufeng laughed. The other people who were tied up had a look of fear in their eyes. Had he thought of how to harm people? Or was it a technical operation? Brush and ink were brought over. Yen Jie was watched as he wrote according to Zhang Jiuling's instructions. After writing, he pressed his fingerprint. There was no need for a seal. The seal represented the county office and had nothing to do with the Yen family. The other people who were caught all pressed their fingerprint. There were a few who didn't because they didn't belong to the Yen family. They were considered subordinates of the Yen family. If they didn't want to work in the government office, they had to obey. Send them into the building. I'm sorry for the inconvenience tonight. Zhang Jiuling held a piece of paper. There was no smile on his face. The group of people were sent into the building and continued to be tied up. The things in their mouths were removed. They were afraid that someone would suffocate to death if they fell asleep. Zhang Jiuling and Wei Yufeng went back and continued to eat and drink. Duke Shang, will they be willing to repair the road? Wei Yufeng wasn't sure. If the group of people didn't admit it later, would they be caught again? It doesn't matter if the road is repaired or not. The Ministry of Shipping makes too much money and some people are jealous. Today, it's driving Yuan County and others are watching. Zhang Jiuling's thoughts were not on the Yen family in driving Yuan County. He was worried that more people wouldn't be able to resist. It turned out that the officials of Guangzhou would reap benefits from buying and selling things in Guangzhou. The Ministry of Shipping was established and taxes were collected. Seeing the money flowing into the Ministry of Shipping like water, what would those who could reap some benefits before think? Including the provincial governor of Guangzhou and the army. Being the provincial governor of a remote place, they would definitely feel sad when they saw the money in front of them. As for repairing the road, what did the road have to do with them? They couldn't see the road and could only see the valuable goods. Wei Yufeng thought for a while and nodded, the Yen family won't let anyone touch them. They won't repair the road when they go back. They will even stop the merchants who pass by them or pretend to be bandits and rob them. You are smart. It was good to scare people before. Zhang Jiuling nodded. What should we do? Wei Yufeng always felt that he and Zhang Jiling were on the same side. Zhang Jiling helped him catch people and recouped his losses. He even made up for it. If Zhang Jiling couldn't do it and changed to someone else, how would his group of people do business? The local officials would work with the new Ministry of Shipping to deal with him. Zhang Jiling drank a mouthful of wine. We have money. Yes, they want to rob us. Wei Yufeng drank a mouthful of wine and tasted bitter in his mouth. Our money belongs to the imperial court. I will write a letter and send it back with a pigeon. Zhang Jiling wasn't worried and made up his mind. Chapter 1137. Impeach them, right? Wei Yufeng had learned this phrase before. Impeachment was to teach someone a lesson. Without evidence, they cannot be impeached. Do you know what Li Yi likes? Music, etc. Zhang Jiling shook his head. I didn't stay long, so I don't know. Let me ask. Brother Pang, what does Dongzhu like? Wei Yufeng shouted to the winged knights outside. Zhang Jiling replied, letters. Replying to Zhang Jiling, sometimes he writes casually, sometimes he writes poems. The main thing is that Bai Zaifu always writes poems to Dongzhu to ask for peace. The person outside replied. Many thanks. Zhang Jiling thanked him and drank. He then fetched some paper and cigarettes. He spread out the paper and drank some wine. He paused for a few breaths before writing, Southern Yu, many mountains, the sea breeze lingering around the borders of the country. Money multiplies, competing for exchange, trade, goods all converge. Expensive, expensive, expensive. The sound of the tide at night, the stars, and the moon shining brightly. Sitting with turbid wine, one's heart is unhappy. Good food, official position, tempted by wealth, how can one accept bribes? Sin, sin, sin. After writing, he put down the brush and returned to eat. Wei Yufeng had just learned a few words. If he were to take each word out individually, he would be able to recognize it. But when put together, did he learn it himself? Li Yi wrote a bunch of poems in the past. Some of them are like this. If he likes them, he will write them for him. Zhang Jiling smiled at Wei Yufeng. Li Dongzhu can understand them. Wei Yufeng couldn't understand them. If he can't understand them, it means that he did copy them before. As he said, kill and bury him. Ask the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice and Censorate to interrogate him. Zhang Jiling suddenly felt carefree and didn't care anymore. As long as he brought his men and the 300 winged knights to guard the place for a period of time, the imperial court would take action. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to touch the winged knights, including nameless bandits. Wei Yufeng laughed awkwardly. He didn't even know how to copy. For the next few days, bring your men to stay with me. Be careful, there will be trouble. I don't have enough men. Zhang Jiling was worried about the safety of Wei Yefeng and the others. Someone wanted to do something bad and captured Wei Yefeng and the others. Even if he was released, he would have to suffer a lot. According to his calculations, he shouldn't care. When Wei Yefeng was captured, he would write a letter to Li Yi, and Li Yi would definitely be angry. However, the person Li Yi hated the most was probably not the provincial governor, but himself. He could write letters, but couldn't he save people? In order to avoid trouble, he called her over and asked her to stay together. Wei Yufeng understood this time and nodded vigorously. I know. I'll go now and get them to move. After saying that, he ran out. He didn't dare to delay. A commoner should have the awareness of a commoner. Zhang Jiling wasn't sleepy, so he didn't eat. He sipped his wine and waited for Wei Yefeng's villagers to arrive. Stop, who are you? A shout came from outside. We're Lu Zhou's men. We know Li Dongzhu. I'm Tan Shui, and my father is Tan Shida. We have the Tan family's stronghold. I want to see eunuch Zhang. A woman's voice rang from outside. It sounded like she was not afraid of the winged knights. Do you have proof? The winged knights asked. Yes, I have Li Dongzhu's handwriting. He taught us how to better manage the terraced fields, how to build boats, and weave nets. Can you read? Here. The woman's voice was confident. It sounded as though she was telling the truth. There's no need. Lu Zhou's Tan family stronghold, come in, Zhang Jiling said. Yes, Eunuch Zhang, the winged knights replied. As expected, Eunuch Zhang is the best. Eunuch Zhang, I brought many things for you. My father said it's not good to come empty-handed. Moreover, we're here to ask for your help. In other words, Li Dongzhu doesn't have to give us anything. Ah, I've misspoken. You don't think much of them, Eunuch Zhang. You're an honest man. As the voice rang out, a woman entered the room. When she saw Zhang Jiling, she smiled happily. Good day, Eunuch Zhang. Good. Sit down. Men, serve tea. Zhang Jiling felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this woman. There's no need for that. I'll take a sip of wine. In the stronghold, I can only drink secretly. Bring the things in. We're having trouble repairing the road. We'll wait for Eunuch Zhang to come up with a solution. The woman saw a bowl on the table. Most of the bowl was filled with wine. She picked it up and gulped it down. Someone carried a pole and 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the floor. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with pieces of white wax. They were not made into candles. They could be melted to make candles. The woman, Qin Shui, pointed at the 2 boxes of white wax and said, I know Eunuch Zhang often works until dark. I'm here to give you some wax. Please light 2 more. Don't hurt your eyes. You're too kind. Zhang Jiling found Qin Shui even more pleasing to the eye now. Look at the things she gave and the words she said. Lu Zhou had silver, but he did not give them silver. Instead, he gave them expensive white wax. The texture of the white wax was obvious at a glance. It's too much. I can't accept it. These 2 boxes are worth more than 100 liang. Zhang Jiling refused. Don't. If you have a brighter night, you'll be able to help the Tang dynasty earn more money. We're willing to let the Tang dynasty prosper. The Tang dynasty gave us benefits, and Li Dongzhu gave us money and things to repair the road. We couldn't do it after some time, so we asked Eunuch Zhang for help. Also, we brought some specialties to Guangzhou. We want to trade them with barbarians and pay taxes to you. We brought everything we can offer from our stronghold and the surrounding strongholds. We came here on a new ship with 3,000 men to protect us. Qin Shui closed the box. She looked as though she had no other choice. 3,000 of you came? Zhang Jiling suddenly stopped thinking about the white wax. What if we get robbed if we don't have enough people? All the strongholds brought out their good stuff, Qin Shui said matter-of-factly. Are you close to Li Yi? Zhang Jiling asked again. I slept there. Qin Shui lowered her head. Her face was slightly red. Huh? Zhang Jioling's eyes widened. Da and my elder brother also stayed there for a few days, Qin Shui added. Ah. Zhang Jioling sighed in relief. Eunuch Zhang wants to borrow soldiers. Qin Shui reacted quickly. How did you know? Zhang Jioling was wary. On the way here, I spread the news that the Winged Knights went to driving Yuan County to arrest people. Some of them even wore official uniforms and arrested a lot of people. Qin Shui looked for some wine. She still wanted to drink. Zhang Jioling helped her pour some wine. Do you know why I want to borrow them? You're afraid of being beaten up. No, you're afraid of not being able to collect taxes. You have the Winged Knights. If you want to fight them, you can beat them with 10 times the number of soldiers. You want to borrow soldiers from me to collect taxes? You should send a letter to Li Dongzhu. We don't have many people, so I'll send one. Quick, go back and get a few boats. Tell Ada to start work. Mobilize 20,000 people and say that the goods are going to be robbed. The other strongholds send people and tell the strongholds here not to move. It's a favor. Qin Shui made the arrangements. She wanted to mobilize soldiers. At the same time, she contacted the villagers around Guangzhou. Everyone was about the same and should not interfere. There's no need. There's no need to mobilize them. There's no need to worry about the villagers. They know how to repair the roads. Zhang Jiuling hastily stopped her. He was worried that Lu Zhou's villagers would attack the provincial capital. He was not worried about the villagers' safety. If they wanted to attack, so be it. He had Li Yi behind him. However, he felt that it would affect the trade. The people who were about to leave looked at Qin Shui. Qin Shui rolled her eyes. Eunuch Zhang, are you close to the villagers? It's better if the roads are repaired. We can't mobilize them. Zhang Jiuling's house was surrounded by villagers. He was familiar with the situation. Chapter 1138. That's already not bad. The locals have been with the mountain folks for a long time. As long as the mountain folks don't beat you up, it proves that you're capable. Tan Shui sincerely praised Zhang Jiuling. Shouldn't you be proud that the local big families had connections with the aboriginals, but they couldn't mobilize the aboriginals to deal with you at a critical moment? Because they know that Li Yi and Li Yi sent the winged knights to deliver the malaria interception pill to them. Zhang Jiuling was depressed. Yes, but at least you were originally from this place. There were also mountain people in your guards, right? There's no place of origin. When Tan Shui heard about the malaria-severing pill, he admitted that this medicine could bribe the aborigines. Other than having money, tools, and the support of the imperial court, her family was able to contact more strongholds to build the road together because her family had given the other strongholds a few malaria prevention pills. The chief of the stronghold possessed the malaria severance pill, and the people in the stronghold supported it even more. If there were two people fighting for leadership in a village, and one of them got the malaria severance pill, the other could only admit defeat. There was no way they could fight. If they could fight, what was the point of fighting? Mr. Zhang, I'm back. We heard the news on the way back. Everyone knows that Yan Jia and the others have been arrested. Many people were woken up to talk about this. Wei Yufeng shouted as he ran in. When he saw a woman, he was slightly stunned. Get me another bowl. I'll use this one. Tan Shui instantly realized that he was using the other party's wine bowl. Okay, you can use it. You're also hiding because you're afraid of danger, right? Don't worry, we're here. Wei Yefeng understood that it wasn't easy for girls. Thank you. Tan Shui sincerely thanked him. You're welcome. It's my duty. You're so weak. Wei Yefeng ran out again to settle his men down. He didn't have the mood to drink since he didn't need the bowl for the time being. Eunuch Zhang, there are problems with the road construction. Can you help us think of a solution? The main problem is that we have never opened a mountain before. You have opened a very big mountain pass. Tan Shui got down to business. She had gone to sell things and asked Zhang Jiuling about his experience in opening a mountain. Lu Zhou had yet to appoint a new provincial governor. If it were not for Li Yi, he would have killed the original provincial governor and lit a sky lantern on the spot. How dare you lie to us? You can cheat us of our tribute, but we will suffer a loss. If you don't tell us about the new farming tools, how much less grain will we plant? Some people went hunting in the mountains because they didn't have enough food to eat. They were injured by wild beasts and fell down, never to be revived. He couldn't trust the officials there. Some of the officials actually ran away on their own. They must have done something bad. This mountain. Zhang Jiuling didn't hide anything. He asked Tan Shui to sit down and explained the process of the road construction. In the beginning, he didn't have much experience. It was all up to everyone to figure out how to work. He told Tan Shui what had happened as if he was telling a story. The problems involved in the story could be understood after listening to it. Moreover, it was more vivid and specific. Tan Shui called a few people over to stand at the side and listen. They were people from the other strongholds, so everyone listened. Cut the mountain path into sections and dig from the top, but be careful not to collapse. If you see a place that will collapse, use a drill and hammer to hit it. Zhang Jiuling emphasized again. Tan Shui thought for a while. It means that Tu Song should open up the entrance of Difang Mountain a little wider and try to move away as much of the soil as possible. Otherwise, it will rush down when it rains. Then, on the mountain of rocks, when they saw a big rock, they either ignored it or dug out the whole rock. Then, they planted trees and plum trees. When passers-by are thirsty and plum blossoms are in season, they can pick the plum blossoms and eat them. The plum blossoms are also beautiful. So that's why Mr. Zhang planted plum trees there. When the plum blossoms ripen, the weather is hot, so he was afraid that he would get sick. Tan Shui understood. When planting plum trees, the weather in the south was hot early. When they were on the road, they would eat plum blossoms so that they wouldn't fall down. Eating more plum blossoms could also fill their stomachs. At least they wouldn't starve to death. Zhang Jiuling nodded. Now, we're going to find a place to burn cement and see where the stones are suitable. It's easier to use cement to build canals than to dig canals. We have stones and coal there, but we have to dig a well first. It's very tiring. We have to build a lot of supporting frames. We also have to see if there will be water seepage or if there is poisonous gas. The news of how to burn cement had already spread to all parts of the Tang dynasty and was spread through the relay stations. Tan Shui's stronghold got the location of the coal mine provided by Li Yi and sent people to dig it. As expected, they saw it. They didn't plan to use a vertical shaft to lift the coal. It was too deep, and it was not easy to dig underground. They planned to dig diagonally and make a big hole. Then, they would build a frame and carry people up. Alternatively, they could build wooden tracks and have livestock pull their carts along the wooden tracks. With coal, they could cook it, and the coal could be used to make steel. It was convenient to burn ceramics as well. When it was cold in winter, they could build a brick bed. They only needed to burn a little to keep them warm for a night. Where did you find the coal mine? Zhang Jiuling was envious. Ah, the location Li Dongzhu gave us is very accurate. He said there's one there. After digging for more than a month, we found it. Tan Shui nodded her little head. Zhang Jiuling sighed. Li Yi is still the best. If Li Yi had a department of shipping in Luzhou, I don't think anyone would dare to play dirty tricks behind his back. That's right. If Li Dongzhu goes to Luzhou, we'll help him. Don't talk about playing dirty tricks. If we make him unhappy, we'll wear him up and put him up for others to see. Tan Shui expressed her stance. When she said wear him up, she meant wear him up. She would wear him up on a sharp wooden pillar. Another way was to light a sky lantern. The ribs and flesh above the heart would be opened, and a candle would be placed between them. When the candle was lit, the candle would be placed on the heart. Both methods would not kill the victim immediately. Those who looked at them would feel chills running down their spines. Zhang Jiuling was slightly envious. Look, Li Yi didn't even come. He said he'd help. I even asked the winged knights to help. If it were Li Yi, the mountain people would charge straight to Ziyuan County. The officials of Ziyuan County immediately fell to their knees. If they did not kneel, they would die. The mountain people did not care if they were officials or not. If worse came to worst, they would just hide in the mountains. If they wanted to, they could surround and annihilate them all they wanted. Is eunuch Zhang here? A voice rang from outside. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. Is it Provincial Governor Huang? I'll go out and welcome him. There's no need for that. It's fine as long as Eunuch Zhang is here. I've just caught a big black fish. I heard Eunuch Zhang has pickled cabbage and chili. I'd like to have some with you. As the voice rang out, a man in his 40s walked in with a black fish in his hand. The black fish was a river fish, not a sea fish. The fish's gills were pierced, and it was not dead yet. Yes, there's some chili oil that Li Yi sent over. It's sealed in oil, and the taste is still there. The people here are afraid of spicy food. The pickled cabbage was also sent over by Li Yi. He said the air here is humid, and the food here has to be adjusted. Actually, I'm a local. Zhang Jiuling gestured for his men to take the black fish and cook it into pickled cabbage fish with chili oil. Tan Shui, this is the provincial governor of Guangzhou, Huang'an. His courtesy name is Bian Gu. This is Tan Shui from Lu Zhou's Tan family stronghold. He brought 3,000 mountain people here to trade and pay taxes. I think we should exempt them from paying taxes. They're repairing the roads, and Li Yi has given them money and tools. He also supports them in the imperial court. Men, take away the banquet and replace it with another one. Don't throw away the banquet. Save it for my family. It's almost dawn. Zhang Jiuling had said a lot in his speech. He had expressed what he wanted to express. It was up to Huang'an if he could understand him. Tan Shui's eyes darted around as he smiled. Chapter 1139. Everyone was excited. Huang'an was here to negotiate and ask Zhang Jiuling to release the captives. Zhang Jiuling told Huang'an that the 3,000 soldiers of Lu Zhou's mountain villagers were on his side. Moreover, Li Yi was very concerned about repairing the roads. Repair the roads, don't take things you shouldn't take. For example, that person. Also, I can't even bear to throw away the vegetables I removed for my family. I'm that poor. The sun will rise sooner or later. There are some things you can't hide from us. As a provincial governor, Huang'an understood this. He looked at Qin Shui again. His attitude changed. He smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, little Miss Qin." "Nice to meet you, provincial governor. You're a high-ranking official. I think provincial governor Huang is better than my provincial governor Pang Renqing. Pang Renqing dared to lie to us and demand tribute from us. He didn't even tell us about Li Dongzhu's new tool. If Li Dongzhu didn't plead for mercy and said he'd teach him a lesson, we would have kept him here." Qin Shui did not even look at Huang'an. She raised her bowl of wine and took a sip as she spoke. There was no more food. Huang'an's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and maintained his smile. He was angry and afraid at the same time. A little girl dared to threaten him. Most importantly, this threat was indeed powerful. She was not alone. She represented the Tan family's stronghold. The Tan family's stronghold was quite influential in the area. Pang Renqing, you're a fool. Why did you offend the Tan family's stronghold? Was Song Jing powerful? The current Grand Chancellor had asked him if he dared to do so. If the officials forced the people to rebel and the mountain villagers were massacred by the provincial governor's mansion, the imperial court would only send an army over. If the mountain villagers did not destroy the city and kill the civilians, they would be pardoned. If they killed the civilians and destroyed the city, only the main culprit would be punished. If it were the Tan family's stronghold, the imperial court would not be willing to do anything. There were too many people. The Tan family's stronghold had more than 10,000 capable men. They could contact other strongholds and gather 30,000 men. By capable men, it meant they could fight. Unless they rebelled, no one would be willing to lead an army to fight with 30,000 aboriginals in the mountains. Huang'an could feel the little girl's arrogance toward him. Endure. The cold plates were served. There were steamed chicken, water chestnut pudding, fish, and braised pork trotters. These dishes should have been eaten in the morning. Now, he took out some of them. It was already past midnight and the sun was rising early. After eating for a while, the sun would rise above the sea. The black fish could not be served in a short period of time, at least 45 minutes. Wei Yefeng came back, but he couldn't sleep either. He noticed Huang An's astonishment, but soon after, he thought of something and understood. Looking at the pretty girl again, she was still there. You don't have anywhere to sleep at night, do you? Where are your family members? Wei Yefeng was just purely concerned. He had a wife, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Ada and elder brother are at home. The other relatives are outside, waiting to be arranged. Qin Shui took the initiative to pour wine for Wei Yefeng. He had used Wei Yefeng's wine bowl earlier. Wei Yefeng nodded his head in gratitude. Why don't you put your men over at my side? I have a place there. I can't. I brought 3,000 men with me. Qin Shui was grateful, but he refused. What? Wei Yefeng didn't hear clearly. She's the little princess of the Tan family's stronghold, Tan Shui, Zhang Jiling said bluntly. He should not have addressed her as a princess. However, Wei Yefeng felt that it was more appropriate to address her as a princess. He had heard that Lu Zhou's greatest force was the Tan family's stronghold. Compared to the Tan family, the Yan family in driving Yuan County was nothing. The Yan family could only bully the common folk with their positions and manpower. However, the Tan family was not a bully, they were an army. They claimed to be plundering water for farming, but the Yan family had sent hundreds of men to intimidate the other villages. If they were facing the Tan family, would the Yan family fight? Can't we sit down and talk things out? Look at how many people there are in my stronghold, and we need water for farming. Can't you give in? We've brought wild game here, and we can eat and drink together. Aren't we happy? There's no need to fight, right? The Yan family was right. They were grateful for the Tan family's hospitality. Duke Zhang, I've mobilized more than 40,000 men to mine coal, and nearly 70,000 men to repair the roads. I reckon the coal will be ready by next month. When the time comes, we'll make cement. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you at a cheaper price or sell you coal. We know how to make coal, and it's easy to burn. Li Dongzhu even taught us how to wash coal. When the time comes, we'll pick out the waste and cook it ourselves. Tan Shui did not have the time to entertain the provincial governor. She was the one who requested to lead the team. If she could not complete her task well, how could she leave in the future? Zhang Jiling pondered for a moment. Coal. When the coal is delivered, we have the raw materials to make cement as well. We'll pay the workers when they're working. I plan to bring the mountain people with me. The mountain people aren't difficult to interact with. They hope that a good official from the imperial court will lead them to a good life. Alas! Zhang Jiling shook his head as he spoke. He did not look at Huang An. When Wei Yefeng saw this, he wanted to laugh. To think that a provincial governor like you would have such a day. When I was deceived and came looking for you, you didn't even want to meet me. Later, when I returned from Chang and with the things Li Dongzhu gave me, you wanted me to share some with you. The braised pig trotters taste good. I learned it from the Li family Zhuangzi. Huang An could bear it and laughed as he spoke about the pig trotters. He could not afford to offend any of the three people sitting here. Wei Yefeng, who seemed to be the easiest to provoke, was actually selling things for Li Yi. Who would dare to touch Tan Shui? Was he tired of living? Zhang Jiling, who was sitting in front of him, resigned in anger. Li Yi gave him money, and the emperor gave him money. After the road was repaired, he turned around and became the city's ambassador. Huang An did not become an idiot because the Guangzhou Department of Shipping made so much money. He was afraid of Li Yi. How powerful Li Yi was. How could he not know by looking at the exchange coupons issued by the Li family Zhuangzi? From Chang'an to Guangzhou, merchants recognized that as long as you had the exchange coupons, the merchants would sell you things and even give you discounts. A person who could issue currency and still live a comfortable life had already explained many things. In particular, this person's Zhuangzi was close to Chang'an. No one wanted to deal with him. The people from the Yan family are with me. Take them away later. They promised me to pay for the road from Yunyuan County to Nanhai County. Zhang Jiuling was very direct. He really could not judge those people. He was not qualified. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Huang An clasped his hands. No matter how he would deal with their mutual concern in the future, at least he gave him face today. Look, they were caught. He came over and brought them back at dawn. Those who did not know the specific situation would think that he was very capable. The people caught by the winged knights, Mr. Zhang, no, I can't take them away. After I finish my meal, you can release them. I will arrange for people to wait outside. Huang An was sweating. He almost did something wrong. The people caught by the winged knights, he went there and released them. He wanted to suppress the winged knights. Zhang Jiuling, you are too bad. You dug a hole for me. Oh, I didn't think it through. I should have released them alone. Zhang Jiuling patted his head to express his apology. It's okay. It's too late. Mr. Zhang has been working hard for days. It's all their fault for disturbing you. I was just greedy. I saw good black fish and thought that Mr. Zhang had good seasoning. Huang An helped to find an excuse. Yes, you did not cheat me. You are right. Chapter 1140. The pickled fish made by He Yu was ready. It was served in a big pot. When Tan Shui saw the big pile of food, she thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. Sister, sister, come in and eat with me, she shouted outside. Yes, yes, yes. Call the people close to you here. There's too much food to eat. It's just one more mouth, Huang An agreed. Then, he saw Tan Shui's sister and was speechless. He saw a black man who was about 8 feet tall. Sister, sit beside me. Mr. Zhang, my sister's family is very pitiful. When she was young, she was captured. Her whole family was captured. Then, they were sent here by boat. Coincidentally, there was a storm and the boat was blown to my place. I shouldn't have cared, but I watched her grow up with me. Tan Shui introduced her sister. She was captured, and then the boat had an accident. The Kunlun slave's family was bought by her family. At that time, she was young and felt that she had a playmate. So be it if she was a little black. Then, as she played with her, she realized that her sister was so tall that ordinary people couldn't afford to raise her. She could eat too much. Now, when she saw that there was a lot of food, she remembered that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't allow waste, so she called someone to eat with her. What's the plan in the future? Wei Yefeng thought about the Kunlun slaves. I bought new Kunlun slaves. There's a man. I'm going to betroth my sister to him. Anyway, they're all from the stockade, so we're close. Tan Shui said and looked at her sister again. She lowered her head slightly. Her face was red. Sister, here's some wine. Tan Shui moved her wine bowl over. You can't drink. I have to protect you. She moved it back. She cherished her life very much. When her family was captured, she was already 7 years old. She knew how hard life was. Then, there was a storm. From then on, everything changed. Bring back the dishes that were taken away just now, Zhang Jiuling ordered. So, when the dishes were brought back, she didn't mind. She ate all kinds of food. After 15 minutes, she left. Everyone was relieved. They wouldn't waste food today. After drinking wine and cutting half a chicken, there had to be something to go with the wine. Not only the pickled vegetables and fish, even the soup was gone. We should have prepared the staple food, Wei Yefeng muttered. Tan Shui didn't think much of it. Sister is indeed a glutton, but she can also fight. If she doesn't use a bow, normal winged knights won't be able to defeat her, except for Elder Gua. Tan Shui also knew how powerful Guazi was. Some of the winged knights were outstanding, and they were not judged by their size. When he was in the Li family Zhuangzi, there was a winged knight who was much shorter than him. He was as agile as a monkey. That person was very fast. When he used a knife, he would surround people and attack. He also had a crossbow in one hand. If he didn't shoot, he would use a knife in close combat. It was very terrifying. The crossbow could be fired at any time. His sister would probably not be able to fight with that shorty and would be at a disadvantage. At dawn, the two pigeons were released by Zhang Jiuling, along with Yan Jia and the others. They spent the whole night in fear, fearing the fire. When they came out and saw Huang'an, they really wanted to cry. Governor Huang, this won't do. There's so much money. Yan Jia said this when they met. Huang'an looked at the sky. Just now, two pigeons flew away. The pigeons had bamboo tubes attached to their legs. Why do we have to be greedy for the money to fix the roads? Once the roads are fixed, won't we have more money? When the time comes, we can slowly earn money and no one will notice. Huang'an was angry. Everyone was fixing the roads. You should fix the roads first. Why are you eyeing the money for the roads? Once the roads are fixed, it will be easy for you to earn money in the future. Let's test Zhang Jiuling and see how he will react. I thought he would look for us and tell us. But in the end, he looked for us and got someone to capture us. Yan Bang was very depressed. Who in the bureaucracy would capture someone just like that? Let's go back first. You guys, fix the roads. Huang'an reminded them based on their previous friendship. After he finished speaking, he left. Whether the roads were fixed or not had nothing to do with him. He had already done his duty. He was going to fork out money to fix the roads. He had to fork out money. Brother Dongzhu, when are we going home? It's already half a month ago. Qin looked for Dong Xuebing during breakfast. She had not seen her family for the past 5 days. It was the same for the other children. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Li family's farmstead, the children would have quit long ago. The Li family's farmstead had all sorts of fun things to play with, and the children all approved of the Li family's farmstead. You can only go home after the houses are fixed. Now that the houses are finished, the interior is very damp. I cannot afford the paint. When you go home, the walls will be white, and you don't need to paste newspapers. Although newspapers are very cheap. Do you not want to be friends with me anymore? You are in a hurry to go home. I still want to bring you to other places to play. Li Yi explained patiently and started to play tricks again. Qin was afraid of this. She grabbed Li Yi's arm and shook it. No, no. You and I are the best. Then let's go home and take a look. We will come back after that. The main thing is to dig the cellar. It's not the cellar under the main building. It's the cellar under the warehouse. The cellar under the warehouse is a fixed cellar made of bricks. Cabbages, radishes, and green onions are placed under the cellar. The cellar is used to store ice. When winter comes, we can put things in different cellars. Will there be good things to use all the time? Li Yi knew why the progress was slow. It was because they added more things. The livestock shed, the pigsty, the chicken coop, the duck and goose shed, the vegetable cellar, the ice cellar, the pond, the pressure well, the ditch in the courtyard, the outdoor toilet. The children's parents were very busy. They also had to tidy up the fields. They could not take care of the children. Anyway, the children were left in the Li family Zhuangzi. Did they need to worry? It was safer than their own home. There were times when they could not take care of the children. The Li family Zhuangzi did not exist. Li Yi dared to bring Qin back because the whole environment had changed. Qin would not have any specific memories. Qin did not know that the whole village changed because of her. The people who paid the price were the Japanese Empire. Okay, I want to go back and take a look. Qin was very happy. Dongzhu, these two are for you. When Li Yi was talking to Qin the palace maid beside Wu Jieyu ran over and handed over 2 glass bottles. Wen Tian, take Qin to play. Li Yi took the 2 small glass test tubes and hurried to the laboratory. The children excreted, big and small. There was no problem when they were born. They still had to check now. Half an hour later, Li Yi came out. For the next 3 days, add 1 tail of lamb liver to every meal. It's just a little bit missing. It's fine if you don't eat it. He gave a feedback. The palace maid ran back and told Wu Jieyu. Wu Jieyu suddenly felt that the lamb liver was delicious. 1 tail, right? Eat. 1 tail now was more than 40 grams. It was different from the 1 or 2 meters of rice in the school cafeteria at Li Yi's time. If 1 or 2 meters of rice represented 50 grams of steamed rice, then the school leaders should be punished. 2 taels of rice was the same as the shumai in Inner Mongolia at Li Yi's time. Rice referred to 2 taels of raw rice. It was not steamed. The shumai in Inner Mongolia was more interesting. Generally, it was 1 tael. 2 taels were edible. 2 taels was the weight of the shumai skin, not the overall weight of the shumai. Chapter 1141. The weather was still hot. It was hot in the middle of the night, but after waking up early, it felt cool and refreshing. A group of children sat in the carriage and rushed back to their homes. Children from the surrounding villages followed them to watch the fun. The procession took a detour from the south of the city, avoiding the tracks outside the city. The public carriage's horses had bells around their necks, which jingled as they walked. The coachman looked ahead warily and noticed that someone was distracted. If they did not move, he would pull the horse back. There were many people in the south of the city. They continued to build houses and did not plant trees. With trees, it was not easy to find criminals. It was empty, and the patrolling officers could see the situation clearly. The bailiffs were understaffed, and were recruited from the commoners. They were paid 5 coins for 2 hours of patrolling. They were not needed during the day, but at night, they could only patrol for 4 hours. When the passers-by saw the ambulance appear, they stepped aside and bowed. This includes the newcomers, who arrive with a house, a job, and cheap furniture that they need to pay for. Everyone who arrived at the government office would first go to the registration area to explain the situation. They were asked what they knew and were given jobs based on their skills. Those who did not know anything were given jobs based on their strength. As long as they were willing to work, they would be able to eat. When they arrived at the government office, they did not need to drink water, urinate or defecate. They could also eat at the market, where there was cheap food. The commoners knew that this was a gift from the emperor and Li Dongzhu. Li Lang, there are many people in the government office. If we add more people, will there be people who can't find jobs? Princess Yongmu looked out of the window. The people outside had a sincere and curious look on their faces. It was obvious that this was the first time they had seen an ambulance. Handicrafts can solve the problem. The key is the transportation of raw materials. The government office itself cannot provide too many materials. Li Yi was not worried that the commoners would not be able to find jobs, especially in the winter. The greenhouse was different from growing vegetables on the ground. It required more manpower to transport the vegetables out of the greenhouse. Even if the cucumbers were not sprayed and stored normally, they would not spoil in half a month. It was just that they would look a little wilted when they were sent out. They could store the cucumbers in the fridge for half a month if they were wrapped in a bag. But they could not be used as the top part would rot first. There were also eggplants, chrysanthemums and other vegetables that could be stored for a period of time. Now that it's the season, it's time for them to weave their own things and mine for coal. The prefectures above the capital actually have work to do, and encourage them to go there. Li Yi also mentioned the job opportunities in the surrounding areas. The tourism industry was not doing well, and the financial industry was still not doing well. The tertiary industry was only budding. Princess Yongmu did not know how to plan the whole thing. She had never learned it since she was young. She only felt that it was very troublesome. It was more tiring than teaching children. There were many things to think about. With Li Lang here, everything will be fine. Princess Yongmu chose the simplest answer and pushed the responsibility to Li Yi. Now that the canals and roads are connected, the imperial government will be able to obtain more raw materials, including textiles, embroidery, fruit processing, and aquatic products. Li Yi talked to Princess Yongmu about the labor-intensive deep processing industry. Skilled workers worked quickly, and the labor cost was low. The workers were paid more by the number of pieces they worked on, and the processed goods were transported to other places where they could be stored easily. At the same time, due to the low cost of production, the transportation fee was added in, ensuring that the price would not be too high. There were 1,000 people working together, and the division of labor was more efficient than working alone. Princess Yongmu listened with a smile and carefully noted it down. When they arrived at the snack shop in the south of the city, the carriage stopped and the children were allowed to get off to drink cold drinks. The cold drinks here were made from the hot spring water behind the drunken immortal house. It was not as good as Li Yi's carbonated drinks, but it was different from drinking other water. It was transported by ship, and it was always sealed. There was a tap and a wooden bucket was directly placed in the ice water. When it was time to make cold drinks, other things were mixed, and the tap was turned on. The water was poured down, and it was soda. In fact, if Li Yi was willing, it was not a problem to use glass bottles to store soda. A rubber pad was added to the bottle cap, and a sealing machine was made to seal it. The soda could not be taken away unless there was a large enough deposit. He drank it like this when he was a child. When he grew up, he could only drink it in restaurants. Otherwise, he could only throw the bottle away. Everyone began to use plastic bottles. Now it was shaved ice, real shaved ice, and it was shaved with a plane. The price was not expensive because Li Qingqi got a lot of saltpeter, and then used well water to make ice and sell it. Especially in summer, the temperature was high, saltpeter was used repeatedly, and the temperature of the well water was low, so the cost was not high. A bowl of soda with juice and ice was 2 coins, ice with juice was 1 coin, and well water with juice was 3 coins. The people of the capital government liked to divide the money, and many things could be quantified. For example, if you want to buy some tsong for a meal, you can throw 3 coins and take a few tsong or a small handful for a dime. Li Yi looked at the people outside who were buying and selling things with dimes in the car with a distressed expression. The printing cost was higher than the face value, but the key was that he could not collect taxes when circulating. Only with taxes could he make up for the cost of currency production. Otherwise, he would be contributing to the Tang dynasty. The children drank a bowl of soda each, happily got on the carriage, and continued to rush home. When they arrived outside the village, the children in the village widened their eyes and did not recognize them. The original things in the village had all disappeared, and the path could not be found at all. It was a wide open road made of cement, and the trees on the side of the road were gone. There were many pits on the side of the road. It looked like they had been watered, and there were willow branches in them. It was believed that in 2 years, they would become willow trees. After 2 years, they could cut the wood to make furniture. After another 5 or 6 years, they could build houses as the main beam. There was a pavilion on the main road of the village, and there were tables and stools made of cement mixed with other things. There were 2 canals on the left and right of the main road. There was running water in the canals, but it was very shallow. The houses were still being built, and the layout had completely changed. Now they could not find their own house. My family has 2 cows, and the house with 2 cows is my house. Chin thought of a clever idea. A few days ago, when people were drawing prizes, there were people under the table. When Chin's family members drew the prize, they changed the paper and showed that there were 2 cows. Other families had a cow, 5 pigs, a mule, or a donkey. But they did not have horses. Horses were good at work, but they were not as good at plowing as cows. They were not as good at pulling carts as mules, but they were better than donkeys. However, donkeys were easy to raise, but horses were difficult to raise. The forage of horses was better than other livestock, and they had to eat more in the middle of the night, otherwise they would lose weight. Therefore, there was no arrangement for them. For Chin, the money earned from the Japanese Empire helped improve the quality of life of the entire village. Chin had long forgotten about the man from the Japanese Empire. She was the first to get off the car, and her head swayed back and forth in curiosity. Sister Wention, your house is also gone. Chin found that there was a building in the original courtyard. The building was not finished yet, and it was currently on the 3rd floor. That is a 5-story building. Li Lang changed the glass formula. There will be big glass, and it will be more solid. When the time comes, everyone will study there. Princess Yongmu pointed at the construction site and said. She did not know the formula and the details. This was not her home. Her home was in Xingxing Palace and Li family Zhuangzi. This place would become a villa in the future. Chapter 1142. The children ran around the construction site, trying to find memories through the furniture they knew. Unfortunately, the furniture was gone and replaced with new ones. The wood was taller. The villagers not only wanted to help Chin, but they also wanted to bid farewell to their bitter days. The only memorable things were jewelry, old wooden combs, and sewing boards that had been passed down from generation to generation. They didn't want furniture. Old clothes and shoes were thrown to Yi Meng. Yi Meng would choose and see if they could be made into other things, such as insoles and soles. The stone mill in the village was taken away and replaced with a new one. The original stone mill was afraid Chin would bring back memories. In the future, the village will be a model for people with some property in other places to see and learn. Li Yi stood next to a villa and looked at the workers working as he spoke to Princess Yongmu. The style of the new house was different from the previous one. There was a platform on the 1st floor, and the platform was on the 2nd floor. This way, they could dry things on the platform without worrying that people would fall from the 2nd floor to the bottom. When the 3rd floor was built, there would be a platform. There would be slides made of cement and wood on both sides of the 3rd and 2nd floor, and the cement would be polished. When there was a fire, they could find any position and run down without touching anything. The children could also play normally. They were forbidden to go up from the bottom to avoid falling and knocking their teeth out. Li family Zhuangzi's slide was much higher than this. There were also circular slides, but they were made of iron sheets. Cement will be used in large quantities. Princess Yongmu knew that the new house used a large amount of cement. There were also prefabricated boards made of iron wire inside, which was different from the previous way of building houses. This way, it was faster and looked sturdy. Empty houses couldn't be lit anyway. Inside were cement, stones, iron wire, and gypsum. The gypsum was used as putty. Li Yi said that talc powder wasn't needed, otherwise it would be mixed with glue. It was fine if the gypsum was a bit thick. If it was damp, it could be scraped again in a few years. She found that cement was indeed useful. As long as enough was burned, it was possible for the people to build their own houses. Thinking of the people building houses, she asked Li Lang, how much does it cost for the people to build a one-story house? How big is the area? Actually, there is a way. Pay in installments. The people want to build new houses and can't take out the money at the moment. We can borrow money from them, just like buying clothes. Li thought of an idea. Commoners had a special emotional attachment to their houses. This was especially true for the Chinese people. With a house of their own, their hearts were at ease. Building a house had always been a big deal, but most people couldn't afford it. If anyone built a new house, their neighbors would be envious. Princess Yongmu felt that it made sense. Then the money will be less. The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't earn money, but they help the common people. The Li family Zhuangzi only earns money when it comes to buying clothes and such. It's just that the repayment period is a little longer. It's considered a low-interest loan. Look at building a house. The commoners have to find manpower and buy materials themselves. Building a house with 3 rooms costs 10 CUN, and they don't have 10 CUN of savings. Li began to explain how to build a house and lend money. He, Jiu Yi, would build a house for Shi Yi and allow the other party to pay it off in a few years. The cost of his materials was low, but what about the cost of labor? If he found people from the workers' union, they would have work to do every day, and their work would be stable, so he could ask for less money. The more experience one had in building a house, the faster it would be. The overall cost of a house was around 7 to 8 CUN. If they sold it for 9 CUN, they would earn 1 CUN. If the cost was 8 CUN, and they paid back 9 CUN in 5 years, it was equivalent to an annual interest rate of 2.5%. As for 7 CUN, it was 5.7%. The key was that the cost of the materials included the profit of the manufacturing materials. The more commoners built a house, the more income the cement factory and iron wire factory would earn. The people from the workers' union worked quickly. They calculated the money based on the house as a whole, not based on the number of days. They would find ways to speed up and improve their skills. All 3 sides would benefit, and the commoners would be the most important. The commoners living in a new house were much more energetic than those living in a dilapidated house. They ate well and slept well. If they saved up 10 CUN for 6 years to build a house, they would have to wait 6 years. Now, they only needed 9 CUN to move in early and pay back in 5 years. Which was more cost-effective? How many 5 years were there in a person's life? If they moved in first, they would have motivation to work. Princess Yongmu blinked. That's a good idea. What about raising livestock? No, it's too risky. The family has a lot of money. Not counting the hares, what if they die? It's better to rent them. Li waved his hand. He didn't want the commoners to spend money in advance. If they could rent, then rent. If they died in their hands, the whole family would be poor. If they rented livestock from the Li family Zhuangzi, they would immediately tell the Li family Zhuangzi if they were sick or injured, and they would bring the livestock over. If they died of exhaustion or starvation, Li would be able to find out. Anyway, no matter how they died, Li could find out if he wanted to. It's almost noon. Do you want to cook? Princess Yongmu looked at the position of the sun. How many meals do their parents eat a day? Li wanted to find the children's parents to eat together. He hadn't seen them for a few days. The children were preparing to show their knowledge to their relatives to be praised. 3 meals, Guozi answered while holding an assault rifle. He came back. There was an expert who specialized in raising eagles. He knew his request and assured him that they would be raised well. Shouldn't you be using a sniper rifle? Li saw Guozi carrying a sniper rifle and a bow and felt very awkward. I don't need a sniper rifle. The assault rifle has enough shooting range. I don't need to aim within 100 feet, Guozi said frankly. Li Yi didn't want to talk about this with him. There was no problem with the assault rifle having an effective shooting range of 300 meters. The key was to aim. The heavy machine gun was sent back. You can practice with it first, then leave it in the car when you go out. Or you can carry it yourself and hold it in your hand when you fight. Li Yi thought about the heavy machine gun that was sent back. He still saved more than 600 bullets. There were 1,000 bullets in a box, and he had shot 366 bullets. He believed that Guozi could easily shoot at an effective range of 2,000 meters. With a scope, he could shoot wherever he wanted within 2,000 meters. It was better than sniping. Okay. I heard Dongzhu mention it before, but I haven't seen it before. Guozi agreed. He liked weapons. The more powerful they were, the more he liked them. Let's go and see where the villagers are working. Let's go to the fields and eat together. Li Yi took the assault rifle from Guozi and hung it around his neck. Guozi shrugged his shoulders. The sniper rifle seemed to be pushed by someone behind him. It drew an arc in front of him. I'll provide you with fuel. You can practice with the aircraft. It's best if you take off and land on a boat in the middle of the water. I'm afraid that you'll fall to your death. I learned from the water first. Li Yi decided to further cultivate a killing weapon. If Guozi carried a heavy machine gun and stepped on the aircraft, there were no enemy command units within a few dozen miles. Princess Yongmu thought of the matter of flying and said with a smile, "Why don't you ask Officer Gua to go to Tubo and talk to Zanpu to stop fighting in the Yellow River area? I think it's okay. I guarantee that it will be clear once we talk. After all, everyone is a civilized person." Li Yi wanted to laugh. Killing the leader of Tubo by force was not suitable. Deterrence was the real way to open the door. Chapter 1143. Li Yi won't be back at noon. Wu Jieyu had just finished feeding the baby. She looked at the sky and was worried. She finally understood why Empress Wang simply stayed in Li family Zhuangzi after having a child and rarely returned to the palace. When Li Yi was not in the manor, he always felt that things were not stable. Should she check the baby today? See if he's sick. He didn't seem to eat as much when she was feeding him just now. Did he have a bad appetite? Tao Hong number 2 said, "Nyang Nyang, don't worry. We'll be able to find Dongzhu soon." Dongzhu brought a flying device. Tao Hong and the others from all 4 classes came and needed their help. They were very willing. How could it be easier in the palace than in Zhuangzi? Especially the palace maids. They could open their makeup boxes in Zhuangzi, but they didn't dare to do so in the palace. The 32 people were the most familiar with Li family Zhuangzi. They were used to where things were placed and how to use them. What do I eat? Wu Jieyu didn't want to lose her temper with Tao Hong. Carp pot, sliced liver, shrimp with vegetables, scrambled eggs with garlic, steamed eggplant with minced pork, and assorted fried rice. Tao Hong number 2 blurted out. Why don't you transfer to my side? Wu Jieyu was useful in Li family Zhuangzi's palace maids and eunuchs. Nyang Nyang, please spare my life. Tao Hong number 2 quickly bowed. She didn't want to be transferred. She directly said that if you transfer me, you're asking for my life. I see that you're smart. Help me teach the others. Wu Jieyu didn't force her. She couldn't control her at all. She came to help out of friendship and wasn't restricted by her. She wanted to find a reason to kill her, but it was impossible. Thank you, Nyang Nyang. Tao Hong number 2 bowed again. Just hearing it makes me hungry. Bring it over. Wu Jieyu was willing to eat anything now as long as it was beneficial to her son. Moreover, she was indeed hungry. Li family Zhuangzi had a separate menu for those who nursed their children. Tao Hong went to push the dining cart. Wu Jiayu looked at Cui Lu. Do you think Bao Er's face is yellow? Replying to your highness, it's not yellow. It's a matter of light blocking the curtains. If you don't have jaundice, why don't you change to white curtains? Suelio number 2 knew what Wu Jiayu was asking. She glanced at the curtain. It was golden yellow with 4 layers. There was even a gauze behind it to block the sunlight. She was afraid that the baby would be uncomfortable under the strong light. It was almost noon, and the light came in. Everything looked yellow. Yes. Wu Jiayu readily agreed. Not long after, Taohong number 2 came in without a cart. The dining car was pushed by Empress Wang, and the little fellow was helping to push it. Li Longji was protecting his son. Let's eat together. Let's move to another room. It's hot. Li Longji went over to push the stroller. Everyone moved to another room. It was cool here. The little boy went over to check on Bao Er. Don't worry, little brother. You'll be able to open your eyes in a few days. I'll do as mother says. After that, he returned to his seat and looked at Li Longji. Li Longji moved his chopsticks and ate the mutton with scallions. Only then did the little fellow ask someone to help put the mutton that was grilled by hand onto the big plate in front of him. He wanted to eat rice with water, which was a mixture of sorghum and rice. Generally, people who ate rice with water would not eat greasy food. He was fine, but he needed to eat meat. He grabbed the mutton chop with his small hands and put it in front of his mouth. He chewed until his mouth was greasy. After eating one, he put down the bone and wiped it with a napkin. Then, he used his chopsticks to pick up other dishes. Wu Jiayu looked at the little fellow while eating. Then, she looked at her son. It was hard to compare. Her baby was too young. However, when she thought of the children of the royal family in the past, she realized that none of them could compare to the current Bao Er. He knew how to use chopsticks, spoon, and hands. He even knew how to wipe his hands and mouth. When he encountered something he wanted to eat but couldn't reach, he would ask someone to help him put it on the plate. The person who took care of him only needed to be responsible for putting food on the plate. There was no need to care about anything else. Was the Li family Zhuangzi so magical? It was too worry-free. Bao Er, do you want to drink this fish soup? Wu Jiayu couldn't help but ask the little fellow. The little fellow hurriedly chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth. He looked at the carp pot and shook his head vigorously. Give it to Auntie and feed it to Bao Er. I'll give you a cup. Wu Jiayu personally scooped a cup of fish soup. The little fellow looked at his father and mother. When he saw them nodding, he smiled. Thank you, Auntie. As he spoke, he couldn't help but drool. Obviously, he wanted to taste it. When the soup cup was brought over, the little fellow scooped a little with a spoon and licked it with his tongue. After licking it, he began to blow on it. It was hot. When the others looked at the little fellow, they all wanted to hug and kiss him. He was too cute and too smart. Empress Wang was full of pride at the side. She didn't help because her son didn't need anyone else. Your Majesty, sister, Bao Er should also be raised by the Li family Zhuangzi. At this moment, Wu Jiayu wanted to turn the little fellow into her own son. Of course. Empress Wang immediately agreed. She would raise him. Uncle would teach him normally. He wouldn't harm the child. However, no matter how he taught him, there would only be one crown prince, and that was her son, Bao Er. Of course. Li Longji followed. Guangzhou, City Shipping Department. The sun was also high in the sky. The local area was much hotter than Chang'an. Take a thermometer over. It was 45 degrees Celsius on the surface. The local people chose to eat live aquatic products because the temperature was high in summer. Dead fish could kill people. There were still relatively few varieties of food in Guangzhou. The local rich people would prepare frying pots when the newspapers were sent over. Zhang Jiuling wanted to eat water with shrimp sauce. Ordinary people couldn't eat this way. He traveled to Guangzhou. At the same time, there were also cooked seafood. As long as the water was clean, there wouldn't be any problems. Zhang Jiuling was from this area. He used green onions, eggs, and black bean sauce to make scrambled eggs. He ate it as noodles. As soon as he finished, 2 pigeons flew back. He quickly ran out. When the pigeons saw him, they cooed. He fed them food and water first. When the pigeons ate, he took off the thin bamboo tube. For this kind of long-distance flying pigeons, they would find food on the way and then fly again. Usually, they would just eat one meal. The value of good military pigeons was unbelievable, especially in the grassland environment. After the pigeons were released, they didn't fly into the sky. Instead, they landed, observed the surroundings, and flew close to the ground. They knew how to use the grass to hide. They had endurance and short burst of power to deal with natural enemies. The 2 pigeons brought back the same letter. Li Yi gave 500,000 yuan worth of goods and new pigeons. He also said that the source of the Yellow River was occupied. The Tang dynasty was stable and had enough money. Then I'm relieved. Zhang Jiuling was still thinking about the war over there. He hoped that the Tang dynasty would win and fewer people would die. Mr. Zhang, did Li Dongzhu send people to deal with the officials? Tan Shui thought the pigeons released had flown back. In her mind, the birds that could fly would fly to the destination in a short time. Then, they would take the letter and fly back immediately. She regarded the birds as people and knew how to fly back and forth. Last time, Li Yi sent 500,000 yuan worth of toilet water. He also said how to collect tax. Trade exchange is equivalent to 30% tax. Zhang Jiuling told the actual situation to 2 people, Tan Shui and Wei Yifeng. Chapter 1144. It's not the pigeons this time. How long does it take for the pigeons to fly there? Tan Shui asked. About a day, sometimes 2 days. It's better in the summer. The pigeons' natural enemies can eat their fill at any time. When the pigeons are tired, they can also eat at any time. Zhang Jiuling briefly introduced the pigeons. The 2 of them did not understand him. Can it be sold for 500,000 coins? Wei Yifeng was talking about the amount of money. He could imagine the pain the local officials felt. The sea trade was too profitable. If he were an official in the remote Guangzhou, he would be anxious as well when he saw that he could not obtain so many benefits. Li Yi's way of doing things is extraordinary, Zhang Jiuling said as he placed 2 exchange vouchers on the table. 100 coins. 2 vouchers are 200 coins. Is this money for rearing the pigeons? Tan Shui could not figure it out. She had never seen such a large exchange voucher before. It's for me. If something happens to one of the pigeons, I'll get another 100 coins. Zhang Jiuling gently stroked the exchange voucher, trying to flatten it. Tan Shui continued to stare at it. Li Dongzhu gave you the money to repair the road, eunuch Zhang. Wei Yifeng said from the side, it's to tell eunuch Zhang not to be greedy. The 200 coins are for eunuch Zhang's expenses. That's 200,000 coins. Huh? Is that so? Eunuch Zhang, are you going to use the money to repair the road? Tan Shui instantly understood. No, I'm giving it to my family. The money for repairing the road will be taken from the taxes. Zhang Jiuling put the money away. 200 coins was not a small amount. It could be used to buy new clothes for his family and jewelry for his wife. It was cheap to buy gold and silver here. There were even tortoiseshell shells. Tortoiseshell shells were medicinal herbs and jewelry. Tan Shui looked at the exchange voucher that was put away. It's just a piece of paper, but it's worth 100,000 coins. Paper is too valuable. Wei Yifeng disagreed. Paper is valuable. If you bring this paper to the Li family Zhuangzi, you can exchange it for anything you want. The valuable one is Li Dongzhu. That's what I meant. Li Dongzhu's words are worth hundreds of thousands of coins. At least, my family will support you, Tan Shui said with a pout. Tan Shui, is your family's word worthless? Zhang Jiuling did not believe that Lu Zhou's Tan family's stronghold was weak. When the Tang dynasty was facing the Tubo and the Tujue, how many soldiers could a Jidushi have? Without considering other factors, the Tan family's stronghold could directly mobilize 30,000 soldiers. Lu Zhou's soldiers were 30,000 strong. The Tang dynasty would have to deploy 3 times the number of soldiers to suppress them. Fortunately, the Tan family had always wanted to live peacefully. As long as the local officials were not stupid, the villagers would not betray them. Of course, that person would be an idiot. Not only would he not be able to cheat some tribute, but he would also obstruct the imperial court's plan to benefit the people. Fortunately, the Tan family had gone to Chang'an to talk about the road construction. Otherwise, Lu Zhou would have been taken over by the Tan family if they found out about it from others. Just like Tubo and the Turks, especially the Turks, it was the local officials of the Tang dynasty who first deceived them. Then, they couldn't take it anymore and demanded an explanation from the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. But the imperial court didn't give them an answer, so they charged over. It was the same for the villagers on the Tan family's side. If the imperial court didn't give them an answer, they would attack the imperial court. The villagers were not attacking the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. They were attacking the officials. The imperial court was embarrassed and sent troops to suppress them. It was the officials who asked them to stabilize the place, not to play tricks in the process. Eunuch Zhang, do you really need to learn from Li Dongzhu? After Li Dongzhu learned about the situation, he didn't even apologize. He directly gave us benefits and made it up to us. However, what's infuriating is that he even warned us not to act on our own. Otherwise, he'll teach us a lesson. Humph. Tan Shui continued to pout with an unhappy expression on his face. Then, why did you let him go? Why didn't you attack Lu Zhou? Wei Yifeng was curious. Li Dongzhu gave us the location of the coal mine and the other mines. We wanted to live a good life, but Li Dongzhu guaranteed that he wouldn't be able to live a good life. When Tan Shui spoke about this, he seemed happy again. The stronghold had gained a lot. The humiliation we've suffered will be returned 1,000 times over. The county magistrate, Yan Jia, summoned his men for a meeting. He was terrified, and yet, he had spoken such cowardly words to beg for his life. When he returned, he hurriedly made arrangements. 1,000 men armed themselves with bows and crossbows defended the stronghold in the name of the Yamen. He did not want to be captured by the winged knights again. It was too humiliating. Alright, the others understood that he was afraid. As expected of His Majesty's private army, the winged knights were capable of capturing people without making a sound. That's right. Let's see what they'll do if we don't repair the road. A young man from the Yan family shouted. More young men joined in the shouting. They wanted to protest and have the final say. Even the imperial court could not control them. Bang! 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 Yan Jia slammed the table. When it was quiet again, he covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. Repair the road. Everyone else is repairing it. If we don't, how are we going to earn money? What about the money for the road? Another young man asked. The Yan family will pay. Tell the others that the Yan family is the one who spent the money. The local government doesn't care. Only the Yan family cares about the people. Yan Bang announced loudly that he was the cause of the incident. He was used to being domineering. He believed that everyone else was wrong and he was right. There was no need to reason. He was the reason. You guys earned so much money. Can't you share some with me? You expect me to repair the road for you. You want to keep it all to yourselves. Don't mention the imperial court to me. The Yen family collected rent and gave tribute to the imperial court. What did the imperial court give us? Seeing that there was money to be made, I helped the imperial court repair the road and earned more money. Why are you still capturing me? You want to burn me to death? Thinking of this, he was angry. He had no choice but to repair the road. He was afraid of the winged knights. Yen Bang trembled as he recalled the incident. When the winged knights came to capture him, he had a good physique. He wanted to resist. As a result, when the feathered forest flying cavalry's hand grabbed his wrist, he couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. The winged knight's hand was on his neck. He felt that his body was not his anymore. His head was buzzing. Why was he so strong? If he did it again, the men they had arranged would not be able to stop him. Yes, only the Yen family will pay. We will pay, but the others have to work. They have to bring their own tools and food. The elders of the Yen family changed the way to reduce the burden. They did not pay and let others repair the road. There were many people in the county. They paid a little, but in reality, it was the others who paid. The bean worms are not big enough. Continue to raise them. One worm is equivalent to an egg. There is no need to worry about the soybean yield. I heard that you guys feed them cowpea leaves. This is better. Cowpea is a vegetable. It is not a big deal to reduce the yield. Other vegetables can be used to supplement the yield. There are also small beans and mung beans. Plucking a little will not affect their yield. The yield is not much to begin with. At noon, Li found the parents of the children in the village. They were all busy in the fields. The crops could not be ignored after they were planted. Otherwise, the yield would not increase. It depended on whether they needed to be watered, fertilized, and dewormed. Everyone rested and ate beside a bean field that was growing well. Li Yi's team brought ready-made mutton soup. Then, everyone ate whole wheat pancakes. If they wanted to drink soup, they could eat whole wheat pancakes. Li Yi held a bean worm in his hand. It was a little small. The best time would be in half a month. Then, in autumn, when the frost came, the bean worms would burrow into the soil. Those who wanted to sell the bean worms could sell them. Those who did not want to sell the bean worms could bury them at home. They could be eaten any time in the winter. They were still alive when dug out. They were easier to preserve than cabbage. Chapter 1145. The people in the village were planting vegetables. They were preparing to store cabbages for the winter. There were also radishes for the winter. They could be harvested in 2 months and the weather would be very cold. The unplanted green onions, cabbages, radishes, and carrots were vegetables for the winter. If there were potatoes, it would be even better. They could be used as vegetables and rice. There was another piece of land that was prepared to be used for planting greenhouses. After that, they would turn in the compost and use it for planting greenhouses. In fact, it was also possible to plant eggplants in advance. That would consume too much fertilizer and was not suitable for greenhouses. Li Yi's onion seeds would start to grow in a few days. They would then be planted to survive the winter. They would be harvested in the spring and summer of the following year. The commoners read the newspapers and learned. The newspapers taught them. Sometimes, the commoners could not remember the days and did not have a calendar. They did not know what to plant. The officials needed to take care of it. For example, they would use mud, branches, and bamboo to make good cows. On the beginning of spring, the officials would use whips to whip them. The commoners watched the commotion and knew that today was the beginning of spring. It was time to plant. Some of the elders in the family had passed away. Their children did not understand the weather and asked the elders in the village. In the north, they also needed to see if there would be a late spring cold. If there was, the elders could judge based on experience. They told everyone not to plant in a hurry. They would lose a batch of seeds or seedlings. Li Yi wrote about it in the newspapers. As the relay station was built, the contents of the newspapers were quickly transmitted. The newspapers wrote about the situation in the north, northwest, southwest, southeast, and central regions. The newspapers also printed calendars. Special days were written in red. Other places were not good. The mimeographed ones could only make the words bigger and thicker. The commoners bought the newspapers and pasted them on the wall. They found a charcoal strip and tied it to the side. When the day came, they would mark it on the corresponding grid. It did not matter if they were illiterate. When they saw big words, they would quickly ask others. If the words were big, what should they do? The commoners of the capital office were better. At least they learned how to read and could write simple words. Dongzhu, do you think it will be dry today? A villager came over to eat and asked Li Yi. Today, they were eating burritos. There were fried shredded eggplants and cowpeas. There was also sauce. They were rolled up and held with a piece of paper. The commoners only brought a ceramic bowl. They were prepared to use a big pot to cook soup with black bread. When Li Yi's team arrived, they didn't eat the black bread anymore. Instead, they ate the rolls with soup. Li Yi, he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the end, he could not tell if there would be a drought in the coming days. The only thing he was sure of was that he would not be able to find a large number of locusts. No, even if it rains less, we still have a water net. Li Yi took a gamble. If there was a drought, then so be it. The sky was dry, but the earth was not dry. Dongzhu, we've thought about it. We'll change the stone tablet for you. What kind of stone do you like? Another villager came forward. The stone is a tablet. I'm not dead yet. Li Yi glared at him. I heard others say that a monument should be erected. The other party shrank his neck and mumbled. What he erected was a memorial tablet of love. He didn't place it at home to offer incense. Instead, he placed it outside to write merit. No. Li Yi explained. It's fine now. Princess Yongmu held back her laughter as she spoke. Oh, right. Let's follow the original plan. Who came up with the bad idea? The man who shrunk his neck muttered again and turned around to eat in the distance. You said it. The person who spoke earlier followed. It wasn't me. The other party sped up and walked away without looking back. After the meal, Li Yi was not in a hurry to go back. He brought the children to help the villagers. The furrows were raised. Small holes were dug one after another above the furrows. They put the cabbage seeds in them and buried them with soil. Actually, they could use the VOD device that Li Yi took out. However, the requirements for growing cabbage were not that high. It was more strenuous to bring a VOD device with them. Everyone worked. The children were responsible for counting the cabbage seeds and putting them in the small holes. The older children helped to step on the seeds with their feet. Princess Yongmu brought the maids to boil water for everyone on the shore. The weather was even hotter in the afternoon. After playing for more than 2 hours, the children were tired. Usually, they should be sleeping at this time. Before Princess Yongmu moved in, they had to work with the adults. There was no such thing as taking a nap. When do we water the cabbage? On the way back, Princess Yongmu was thinking about the cabbage. If we don't water it, we'll just leave the furrows. We'll open the water net and pour it in. When it grows longer, we'll thin out the seedlings. After that, we'll look at the weather. If it doesn't rain, we'll continue to draw water. Where there's no water net, we can only carry water in. It's tiring to use a ladle to water the cabbage. It's impossible to have so many bamboos extending into the ground. Otherwise, we can just pour water from one end. Li Yi shook his head while speaking. The current yield of cabbage was still low. It was not the kind of cabbage that weighed more than 5 kilograms. Princess Yongmu thought for a moment. If they don't sell the cabbage and store it in a big enough cellar, the price will be several times higher. It will be more than 10 times higher. In fact, it's impossible. The people can't afford it. If they don't eat it, the people who grow cabbage will join forces and wait for the cabbage to rot. Store vegetables. Li Yi talked about the matter of storing cabbage in large quantities. It was not easy to flip the cabbage and cut down the gangs. Instead of wasting so much effort, it was better to sell a large batch as soon as possible and then plant it in a greenhouse. It won't sell for much. Princess Yongmu's heart was biased towards the farmers. Li Yi smiled. If it's sold at a high price, what will others do? The people in the north are counting on the last batch of green onions, cabbage, and radishes to survive the winter. After 2 years, the onions will be planted. There will be one more vegetable that can be stored well in winter. After this year, the fleet will set off at the beginning of spring and bring back other seeds. In a few years, the Tang dynasty will be able to plant them all. You have to restrict it. Don't let Tubo and Turkic people take it. Don't give it to Bohai either. Also, the Japanese Empire, Shinlua, and barbarian merchants. Princess Yongmu began to be petty. Before the ship set off, she began to think about the future. She felt that the things that Li Yi sent people to bring back would not be easily spread to other places. It can't be prevented. Just treat it as me letting the people in Asia enjoy in advance. It can also be spread to Europe. Li Yi shook his head slightly. How could he prevent it? The Tang dynasty's territory was large and the coastline was long. They could send things out from anywhere. It was even more impossible to stop it on land. How could they build walls to surround themselves? Then, they would patrol. Those who wanted to climb over the wall would not be allowed. Those who wanted to throw things out of the wall would also be caught. People from other places would not stop them. Cucumbers, watermelons, and peppers were all brought back from other places. After a trip to the western regions and an exchange, they would bring back a lot of seeds. Then, there would be seeds in the country. Princess Yongmu sighed softly. The good things have been taken away by others. There's no hurry to go back. The children were tired just now. Now that they are tired, let's go to the amusement park in the south of the city to play. I have been contributing. Li Yi actually wanted to take Princess Yongmu to play. There was an amusement park in the south of the city. Merry-go-rounds, slides, seesaws, children's mazes, piles of fine sand, toys for playing house, and so on. The children who went to school came over with the teacher's evaluation. As long as they were excellent, they would be free. If they were not excellent, they could play with them for 1 yuan. As for the other children who did not go to school, they would look at their height. If they were above a certain height, they could play with them for 2 yuan. If they were below a certain height, they could play with them for free. If it were not for the fear of affecting other merry-go-rounds, Li Yi would not take any money. Chapter 1146. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In the amusement park, Princess Yongmu sat on the swing and Li Yi helped to push it. The children looked for things to play with and were not sleepy. Guozi stood at the side with a wooden face. He was not old, but he did not like to play with such low-difficulty toys. Winged knights had single and parallel bars, balance beams, rope ladders, rings and other toys. They moved like gymnasts, mainly to train the body's balance and coordination. Li Yi naturally played with them, so he did not play on the swing. Princess Yongmu played for a while and went to look after the children. Li Yi and Guozi followed beside her. Guozi kept his sniper rifle behind his back and put his hand on the bag of throwing knives at his waist. He did not even touch the pistol. There were many children around, so throwing knives was more obedient. There were not only children in the amusement park, but also young men and women. There was a water wheel at the side of the canal. There was a cylinder on the water wheel, and when it spun, it poured water into a big bucket. 4 big buckets were responsible for a water slide, and below was a swimming pool. Young men and women played here, wearing the bought swimsuits. 1 hour was 10 yuan, and the swimsuits were counted separately. They earned money from the adults to subsidize the children. Children with good grades did not come to play much. They were all sensible. In addition to studying, they also helped their families with work. Children with good family conditions and good grades were not willing to come here to play. They continued to learn other skills at home. The children were playing happily, and Songde came over in a carriage. Dongzhu, the pigeons sent by Zhang Jiuling have arrived. This is one of the bamboo tubes. Songde stood beside Li Yi and handed him the bamboo tube. Li Yi took out the letter and frowned. Li Lang, something happened to the Guangzhou Department of Shipping? Princess Yongmu turned to Li Yi. Why are people so bored now? The local officials want to cause trouble. They are greedy for money. Li Yi handed the letter over. Princess Yongmu took it and read it. Li Lang, how do you reply? I'll write it for you. Princess Yongmu looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan put down her backpack and unfolded the folded board. She held it with both hands and used it as a table. Someone, go back and prepare 1,000 winged knights. Each person will ride 3. Go and help. Bring guns and coupons. Li Yi looked at the featherwood flying cavalry that followed him and ordered. The 2 of them ran off to make arrangements. They needed to make preparations over there, so it was a waste of time. We should clean up the local clans and use the mountain people. This way, the mountain people can be registered. The benefits were given to the other commoners and mountain people, not to the local clans and officials. If you don't like it, just fight. Fighting the aboriginals is tiring, but if you fight the local clans, you can ask the aboriginals for help and earn money together. Li Yi said as he looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was already prepared and could write at any time. Li Yi nodded and frowned. After thinking for several breaths of time, he wrote, gold and jewels, people's hearts fall, 10,000 waves surge, what is wrong with that? Since the beginning of time, it has never been strange for the clan to be in danger. Harm, harm, harm. The sky is vast, the mountains are many, the fog is low, the clouds gather together for joy. The border village, led by the Tang dynasty, the common people together, 1,000 years. Love, love, love. Princess Yongmu's eyes were bright as she wrote. Li Lang, I've finished writing. Princess Yongmu put down the pen and looked at her own writing. It was okay. Write another one, 2 pigeons. Zhang Jiuling has also changed. What a righteous person. He doesn't do human things and doesn't even write properly. Li Yi asked her to write another letter and muttered. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and smiled. She was very willing to see the minister and Li Yi communicate with each other like this. They were both writing letters, and it was more comfortable to read. Songde took the 2 letters and returned to Zhuangzi. At this moment, in Zhuangzi, Li Longji was talking about Zhang Jiuling. It seems that the situation is not urgent. He is very relaxed. They didn't believe that uncle copied other people's things and insisted on seeing it. Now they killed and buried it. Empress Wang joked. She knew Li Yi's character. He would write whatever you wrote for him. If you played with me, I would talk about the rules with you. If you played with me, I would talk about the law with you. They followed the same rules. If you crossed the line, I would cross more. Wu Jieyu held the baby and fed it. She listened to the palace maid read Zhang Jiuling's letter and said, "I don't know if that side can be defended. There are 300 winged knights. Won't it be easy for the winged knights to kill people? They don't need to fight with the enemy in formation. They can just sneak attack." Empress Wang was not worried about Zhang Jiuling's safety at all. Instead, she was afraid that the mountain people would not be able to resist robbing them when they saw so much money. "Your Majesty, the mountain people are difficult to control. I remember that there were people from the Tan family who came last time. If they don't pay the rent and cause trouble, how can we deal with them? How can we deal with them?" Empress Wang expressed her worries. There were many mountains and seas in the area. The mountain people knew how to swim and were good swimmers. When they gathered, they were the army. When they dispersed, they were the people. There was no good way for the imperial court to send troops over. Wait for Li Yi to come back and ask Li Yi. Wu Jieyu was not worried at all. She had given the wrong information about the war last time. "Look, we can't even see a direct memorial. It has to be sent from the Li family Zhuangzi." In the political affairs hall, Song Jing read a copy of the letter. Bai Gu was not in the mood to talk about other things. He was worried. It wasn't easy to make more money, but the local officials still want to interfere. Jiuling has to be stable. Li Yi will take care of it. The pigeons are raised by the Li family Zhuangzi. The letter is for Li Yi to read. Tubo's matter is not over yet, and there's trouble in the south. Su'er really wanted to send troops over and kill all the officials in Guangzhou. Who asked you to cause trouble? Song Jing snorted. We shouldn't collect taxes. The barbarians are loyal to the Tang Empire. Why should we collect such heavy taxes? If we don't collect taxes, how can the Ministry of Revenue support the officials? Bai Gu was unhappy. They collected taxes from their own people but not outsiders. Why should they take their own people's money and curry favor with the barbarians? Could it be that the barbarians were here to do good and not to make money? If we don't collect taxes, the goods will still be exchanged to the Tang dynasty. What loss does the Tang dynasty have? The goods exchanged by the Tang dynasty are not worth much. Porcelain, silk, etc. You can't buy such good goods in the Tang dynasty. Song Jing said from another perspective. He felt that the Tang dynasty had already made a profit by exchanging goods with the barbarians. Why should they cause more trouble? If the barbarians went back and spread the news that the Tang dynasty only cared about money and did not act like a big country, how would other people view the Tang dynasty? He did not know that his thoughts were the same as Li Yi's. A big country. But Li Yi did not. Li Yi's view of a big country was, those who offend the great Han dynasty must be punished. A big country was not a big country. It was a definition given by others. Others would not say that the Tang dynasty was a big country just because the Tang dynasty took the initiative to please them. Let's think of a way first. The taxes have already been collected. Even if we stop, will the local officials give up? Su Yi tried to smooth things over. Can quarreling solve the problem? I'm not worried about the letter to Li Yi. Song Jing said and went back to his office. I don't care. Bai Gu also left. Su Yi drank his tea slowly. Then what were you doing just now? Chapter 1147. After a while, the winged knights came back and reported the situation to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded. He still wanted to make a lot of money from the customs. How could the officials be in chaos? He was going to write an imperial edict and send someone to the political affairs hall to ask the hall of secretaries to come out. This would give Zhang Jiuling more power and the function of inspecting places. With an imperial sword, whoever was not pleasing to the eye could be dealt with directly. The winged knights went to work. After a while, Song De ran back and found Wu Jieyu's courtyard. He asked if it was time to feed the baby. He went in and gave the letter to Li Longji. Li Longji read it and smiled. Sure enough, it will be a problem if I write to Brother Yi in the future. Next time, I want to read the poems. Empress Wang smiled. I want to read the poems. Wu Jieyu followed. It's meaningless. What good will it do for the people of the Tang dynasty? It's not as good as what Brother Yi usually writes. Take it. Li Longji gave the letter to Song De. He knew that Li Yi was not willing to write such things. The people would not be able to understand it and would not be able to help the people. Li Yi was more willing to write children's songs and rhymes to persuade the people. Li Yi came back before dinner. The winged knights had already left with the imperial edict. It was a proper imperial edict from the Hall of Secretaries. It was not written by His Majesty himself. I feel like I've been eating all day. I'm not hungry. Princess Yongmu had no appetite because of the hot weather. When Li Yi specially made a bowl of hot chicken soup for her to drink, she was hungry. She was hot on the outside but cold on the inside. She could not eat. Many people were like this. When it was hot, they found that they did not want to eat anything. In the end, drinking hot water would make them feel better. Look at the houses. Li Longji did not have time to inspect the houses. He wanted to be a model. If the houses there were good, people would be willing to build the same houses after seeing them. This would promote the development of the cement industry. Li Lang said that he wants to open up housing loans, like. Princess Yongmu quickly told the others what Li Yi had said before. After Li Longji heard this, he had an idea. Is it possible that there's an organization somewhere? If the people want to build houses, they can borrow money from the Li family Zhuangzi and then organize people to help them build houses? Future house. No, if he ran away with the money, who would I ask for it? Look for the common people. The people were also deceived. Our Li family Zhuangzi cares about our reputation. Li Yi was shocked. How could you be so smart? What I'm doing is that I'm paying for the construction. Mass construction will be cheap, and all 3 parties will benefit. No, all 4 parties will benefit. Producing cement will also make money. Others asked the commoners to borrow money from me, and then used the money to build houses. He spent the money, or more accurately, gave it to others. Once he ran away, would the commoners' houses be built? Build, no money. No building, no house. The problem was, how was he going to get the money from the commoners? He was not a bank. How was he going to force the commoners to give him money? If they don't give him money, he will confiscate their properties. Li Longji thought for a while, that's right. I'm afraid of scammers. If the commoners don't have the money in the end, you will take their houses? It depends on the reason why they don't have the money. For example, if something happened to the main labor force, and the family's income is low, I will be lenient. I will not add interest, and I will even help to make money. If the commoners lose their money in gambling, I will still not take their houses. I will get people to work for me, and I will give them back the money with interest. Li Yi gave 2 examples. No matter what, he will not take the houses of the commoners. If the commoners lose their houses in gambling, they will owe money. What if someone comes to take the houses back? Wu Jieyu looked at her son and asked Li Yi. The deeds are in my hands, and I am the first creditor. No one can take the houses back. Who dares to take the houses from me? Li Yi does not care about these small matters. Could it be that someone is looking for a few gangsters? No matter how evil the gangsters are, can they be more evil than the medical system? No, can they be more evil than the Li family Zhuangzi? If the casino owner comes to ask for things from me, I will make a profit. The money of the whole casino is mine. Li Yi picked up a piece of fried fish for the little fellow. The little fellow reached out and picked it up. She used her small teeth to bite the row of bones on the back of the fish and then ate the meat. The fish scales of the fish were not scraped, but the position of the fish was cleaned. There was no black thing. Li Longji also picked up a piece of fish. This fish has few bones. Not few. Some have many burrs, but the bones on both sides of the big fish are removed, leaving only the main bones. Unfortunately, it can't be cultivated. Li Yi expressed regret. Can the fish be cultivated? Yes. Start from a young age, especially when the fish swim to the diving area. But breeding is not possible. Breeding is to let the fish adapt to the pressure. Breeding is another problem. Like pangolin, can medicinal herbs be cultivated? Yes. Raising a pangolin means raising a lot of ants at the same time. For example, digging a hole in a square kilometer area. Then make a large groove with cement and fill it with soil. At the same time, use a few square kilometers to raise ants. A large number of pangolins can breed in this 1 square kilometer area. Every day, tons of ants will be thrown into this 1 square kilometer area. Otherwise, it is not called breeding, but raising. It will be gone and no one knows where it went. Li Longji took a bite of fish. How big can the fish grow? If it is more than 500 kilograms, we can't expect to catch it. Even if we catch it, we can't eat it. But whales can be caught. Catching a whale can give us a lot of things. Let's wait for the ship. When the ship team is built, we can try to catch large fish and mammals. Whales are not fish. Li Yi thought of whales. Whale meat, fish skin, fish oil, and even fish bones were good. Now there is no need to worry about whales being caught. If other fish can be caught, whales can be caught, including dolphins. It feels a bit cruel. In fact, humans live like this. The difference is that Chinese hunters have their own rules since a long time ago. They do not catch breeding beasts, do not catch breastfeeding beasts, and do not catch too many beasts in one place. They know what it means to drain the pond to fish, burn the forest to hunt, and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. There are so many things that I have not seen before. Li Longji yearned. Whales can't be raised and can't be brought back alive. They are too big. If we catch small ones, we can't feed them. Li Yi shook his head. Li Yi was talking about large whales, not small killer whales. Killer whales are not easy to raise. With the technology of the Tang dynasty, it is impossible to do so. Even if it is a dolphin, there is a finless porpoise. Li Lang, what does the whale look like? Princess Yongmu is curious about things that she has never seen before. She likes to listen to Li Yi talk about insects. After dinner, I will draw it for you. I will draw a few types and then draw a person beside it. You will know how big the whale is at a glance. Li Yi can't catch a whale, but he can draw it. Unfortunately, it will be static after he draws it. I will use the computer to draw it for you. It is that water curtain. There is a computer. I will draw an animation segment for you. It is too difficult. Just a few breaths. Li Yi regretted after he said that. Why did I agree to this? How much do I need to draw for an animation? Okay. Thank you, Li Lang. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. It's a small matter. It's easy. Li Yi can't say anything else. Chapter 1148. From today onwards, merchants from the Tang dynasty who sell goods will pay 10% tax. Merchants who sell goods will pay 10% tax. Merchants who buy goods will pay 10% tax. At Guangzhou's seaside pier, someone read the notice posted there. The merchants from the Tang dynasty didn't think much of it. It had nothing to do with them. They had also paid 10% tax before. Moreover, the roads in Guangzhou were being repaired. The people were digging on the narrow roads that shouldn't even be considered roads. This was the tax they paid. The roads from the pier all the way through Dayu Ridge to the north had all been repaired. There were also relay stations and one relay station every 10 miles. The transportation of goods didn't rely too much on relay stations. Everyone was armed and protected. Sending letters was different. If one paid more, the letter would be sent to the destination quickly. If one was willing to pay 1 jin of money for a letter, it would be 2,000 miles away and would be delivered in 5 days. It was too slow compared to the imperial court's emergency reports of 600 miles and 800 miles. However, it was more than 10 times faster than sending letters. The merchants felt that the people at the relay stations were working hard. It wasn't like one person was making money. A group of people wouldn't get a single jin of money. There were also merchants who felt that it was okay. It wasn't just one merchant sending letters. Hundreds of merchants had to write letters to each other every day. Some even bought some samples from merchants and sent them along with the letters in small packages. They would be sent home within 5 days. Their families would look at the samples and reply to the letters. They would be sent back within 5 days. If one was willing to spend 500 jin of money, they could send a package of less than 10 jin from Guangzhou to Chang'an in 3 days. No matter how they ran, they could guarantee that they would run for 500,000. If it was faster than 800 miles, wouldn't it be close to 4,000 miles? 1,400 500 miles in a day. How would the horse run? Of course. So far, no one was willing to spend that money. What was 10 jin worth 500 jin? Rebellion documents? They still didn't know that the imperial court would send an emergency report from Chang'an to Heshi-Jidushi in 1 day. The process was simple. Sprint. Ride a good military horse and sprint. Immediately change horses at the next relay station and sprint again. Spend 10% more money. It will increase. Go to other places. Bypass them. You can't. There's a notice on the side saying that if someone is found to be trading privately, the person who reports will get half of the money. Where did all this money come from? Confiscated. Take away everything that belongs to us and the merchants of the Tang dynasty. Someone will report it. What do you think? If it were me, I would report it. Everyone will report it, as long as it's not someone from the same ship. The barbarians were depressed. Spending more money meant that their profits would be reduced by 10%. Pay it. You can still make a lot of money by paying 50% tax. The Tang dynasty doesn't do anything but make money. The notice said to fix the pier and the warehouse. Many of them are using a coupon called Li Family Zhuangzi. Do you have any? I exchanged them for a few hundred coins. They're all 1 coin. They're used as money at my place. I guarantee that they're very useful. Let me try too. The foreign businessman's topic shifted to the exchange coupons. The taxes mentioned by the Tang dynasty were within their means. Their profits were not just 20%. They could earn at least 5 times the profit with a single trip. In distant places, they could earn more than 10 times the profit. A group of people stood by the beach with weapons in their hands. Tan Shui sat under a straw umbrella and drank iced water. Her subordinates were in charge of security. They were also helping to inspect the goods. The people from the Guangzhou mansion used to be able to make some profits. When they saw the newcomers competing for business, some of them wanted to cause trouble. However, when they learned that the newcomer was Tan Shui from Lu Zhou's Tan family's stronghold, they immediately dismissed the idea. This was especially true for the goods and manpower. Not all of them belonged to the Tan family. Every stronghold in Lu Zhou's territory had shares and manpower. If anyone dared to hurt her, they would send 100,000 soldiers to attack her within a month. The Tang dynasty's imperial court would not offend so many mountain people for a troublemaker. If she was caught. No, She should kill herself before she was caught. Aren't you afraid of getting sick after drinking so much iced water? Wei Yefeng and Zhang Jiuling were there. Wei Yefeng looked at Tan Shui drinking iced water. He was worried that something would happen to her. I'll stop after this bowl. Our winter doesn't freeze. We can't find a way to store ice. Fortunately, we can use saltpeter to make ice. I haven't enjoyed it before. A pitiful expression appeared on Tan Shui's face. Life was tough. Dong Zhu said that if we don't have ice locally in the future, we can ship it from Deng Province, Lai Province, and other places. When we ship it here, the ice won't melt too much. There's a dock, and the merchants are rich. We can sell it to them. There are also barbarians. The members of the Winged Knights were drinking tea and green tea. They talked about their benefits and the future. Li Yi had said that it was not easy to preserve fresh water when the ships went out to sea. There were a few methods. One was to distill seawater and condense it with saltpeter. Another was to bring along large wine barrels filled with yellow wine. They could drink yellow wine to quench their thirst. If the yellow wine was stored well, it would not spoil. Another method was to bring along ice. They could eat ice along the way. Another method was to eat canned fruits in large bottles. It was said that the canned fruits could be eaten by a ship's worth of people. If the ship was big enough, they could even grow vegetables. They could bring along soil and jars to make fertilizer. There was no need to raise pigs on the ship. They should raise horses. Dong Zhu said that there were no horses in another place. Tan Shui drank another mouthful of ice water. We also want to build a big ship. Ada said that we want to be part of the Tang dynasty. We can pay a little every year. Why? Zhang Jiuling did not think that the other party needed to pay rent. The Tang dynasty could not control them. We're looking for Li Dongzhu. We're from the Tang dynasty. We asked Li Dongzhu how we can live a good life. Actually, it's not just my Tan family's village and the few villages that are connected by marriage. Other villages that are further away are also willing to help us after knowing that we're in Chang'an. They're willing to work for Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu actually sent the 3 prime ministers over to discuss things. No, the 3 prime ministers were hungry and went over to eat. Tan Shui was very proud of this. The prime ministers were such high-ranking officials, and he had met all of them. Zhang Jiuling rubbed his temples. Do you think it's good enough that you met the Grand Chancellor? Don't you think the Li family Zhuangzi and the Grand Chancellor are afraid of people? The 3 prime ministers were chatting casually with owner Li. Why? Qin Shui stopped when he reached this point. She was not stupid. As the princess of such a huge village, the fact that she was sent out to do business proved her intelligence and emotional quotient. Is that so? Heavens! We were able to enter the Li family Zhuangzi because... Tan Shui's expression changed. It's because Li Yi wants to know what's going on here. If he feels wronged in the future, don't be in a hurry to attack the provincial capital. Send someone to look for Li Yi. Zhang Jiuling took the opportunity to smuggle goods. Lu Zhou's position as the provincial governor was still empty. Tan Shui laughed. That's right. The next time someone tries to play tricks on us, we'll look for Li Yi and ask him what we should do. If he doesn't give us any benefits, we'll attack the provincial capital. However, we won't kill for no reason. We won't kill civilians like us or those who don't resist. If we want to capture someone, we'll tell Li Yi if a provincial governor is worth a gold or silver mine. Zhang Jiuling. Wei Yefeng widened his eyes. Do you think attacking the provincial capital and capturing the provincial governor are child's play? I think it's child's play in the Li family Zhuangzi. It's interesting. Tan Shui nodded. Chapter 1149. On the road from Jiayuan County to Nanhai County, Guangzhou Prefecture's capital, the people were slowly repairing the road with dry food and tools. Hurry up, don't be lazy. My Yan family will pay to repair the road. A man in his 20s rode on a horse and urged the people to work hard. Where did you pay? We brought our own food and tools. Where did you pay? Someone muttered and continued to wield the tools in his hands weakly to dig the soil. He used a bamboo mill made of bamboo, so he couldn't afford a shovel. Most of the others brought bamboo baskets, put the stones and soil in them, and carried them to the road to be repaired. A few people came over with some kind of subway tool. The others looked at them as if they were fools. Do you expect others to repair your tools when they are broken? Digging the ground was different from digging the road. The road was harder. The workmanship of ironware was not good. The working surface was easy to break, and the connecting socket would also be cut open. However, it didn't matter if the long handle of the bamboo pole was broken. There were many local bamboos. Generally, thin old bamboos would be chosen to make the long handle. Sometimes the ironware was broken, but the bamboo pole was fine. According to the rules, the people had to work for 20 days a year. The people in the county wanted to get through this period. After 20 days, if they wanted to work again, they would have to pay by the day. Now that they worked hard, they ate more when they were tired. How could they live if they only ate and had no income? The people of the Yen family knew that. They wanted to use force, but they didn't dare to. The people were not slaves. How could they not have strength to repair the road on a hot day? Yan Jia and the others were in a dilemma. They were waiting for the other clans to attack Zhang Jiuling. The goods at the docks were too valuable. Every time, the Tang dynasty took 20%, no, now it was 30%. They didn't have to do anything. Others worked hard to transport the goods, but they just took them and chose the good ones. Yan Jia had already written to the other counties. There were 13 counties in Guangzhou that were recorded in the government's book. The Jiayuan county they were in belonged to what was described in the new Tang dynasty book. The counties were famous and not recorded before, or the foreigners called themselves Yun. Some were not recorded, and some were named by the local aborigines themselves. For example, the Tan family village was called a village, but it was similar to the population of a big county. The total population of Jiayuan County was less than 1,500 people, and more than one-fifth of them had the surname Yan. This was a big local clan. It was impossible for the rest of the people to unite against the Yan family. Yan Jia felt that the county magistrates of other counties would not be able to hold themselves back and take action. He wanted to see what Zhang Jiuling would do. The county magistrate of Guangzhou's Dongguan County received Yan Jia's letter. County magistrate Huang Luan read it and threw it aside. You want to use us as weapons? Do I need to think of ways to make money in Dongguan County? With so many people coming and going, there will be a lot of food and drink. If the people have a good life, I will have political achievements. Huang Luan despised Yan Jia. Yan Jia only knew how to watch the imperial court make money. Was the imperial court's money something you could take? Zhang Jiuling started from his family's house, passed Dayu Ridge, and connected the road to the Yangtze River. How much did the imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi pay? With great difficulty, they managed to connect a road from there to Guangzhou. The relay station was passable and was being widened. All the counties in Guangzhou also used tax money to build roads. The roads were cleared, and there were also benefits from sea trade. When that time came, what kind of money would he want? You were the one who was anxious. After causing trouble, you promised to pay for the road repairs. Fix it. Everyone else has fixed it, but Drive County hasn't. Let's see what you can do. Huang Luan was not in a hurry. There was a pier in Dongguan County where he was located. The docks needed porters. The barbarians and merchants from other places needed food and lodging. The locals knew how to make rattan and bamboo mats. However, the barbarians were blind and didn't want them. These two things were a tribute to the emperor. The Zhan Tangxiang was also a tribute. The barbarians were willing to exchange it for medicine used to treat illnesses. The Zhan Tangxiang was easy to obtain, but it needed to be carefully selected when making it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good. This way, the people would be able to make money. The people had money, so they would pay in full when they collected rent. When it came to road repairs, the people didn't need to fork out their own money, food, and tools. They even paid. The 20 days of mediocrity didn't count. The people repaired the roads very quickly. How does the yamen earn money? Huang Luan thought about how the people had a good life. When he was happy, he started to think about where he could get money from. Huang Luan was a local. There were many people with the surname Huang. The provincial governor Huang An was a person with the same surname. He passed the imperial examinations and passed the Ming dynasty. Originally, it was very difficult to become a provincial governor. However, because he was a person with a big surname in Guangzhou, he was arranged to be in Guangzhou. In a few years, he went from a military position to a provincial governor. He could be considered to have taken over Song Jing's position. Previously, he said that he wanted to erect a memorial tablet for Song Zaifu, but Song Zaifu didn't agree. When they exchanged letters, Huang An had already mentioned it during the New Year meal. He said that Song Zaifu told him to be careful about anything that the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to do in Chang'an. Now that you're writing me a letter, I'm afraid. Men, let's go to the provincial governor's office. Huang Luan thought. He took the letter and found a boat. He needed to travel by water and it would take more than 2 hours to get there. Otherwise, the land roads wouldn't be repaired so well. It would be very bumpy. When Huang Luan arrived, he was just in time for lunch. Nanhai County was the provincial governor's office. Now, the people had 3 meals a day. Sometimes, boats would arrive in the middle of the night. The people at the docks could eat a 4th meal. The people had a good impression of the municipal shipping department. They used the tax money to repair the docks. It was more convenient to dock the boats and there was more work. When the merchants came over, they would bargain with the barbarians. The merchants from outside were willing to eat sea fish, especially fresh ones. The fishermen earned money. There were also local fruits. Some merchants would bring back local specialties. The barbarians did not have enough goods. Thus, when the locals became rich, the handicrafts they made were bought by the merchants. The prices were not low. The municipal shipping department also taught them how to breed poultry, especially ducks and geese. Hence, when Huang Luan found Huang An, everyone was ready to eat roast goose. The goose had been prepared and roasted in a mud kiln. Huang An, Zhang Jiuling and the rest were together under a canopy. Mei sat there drinking ice water with one hand and holding a mo sword with the other. It was made according to the shape of a mo sword. The steel edge was not very good. Around them were the best fighters from Tan Shui's stronghold and the other strongholds. They used swords and wore only pants. They were barefooted and bare-chested. They did not have armor. Not to mention chainmail, they did not even use ordinary leather armor. When they needed to fight, they would raise their swords to fight. They would usually jump up and slash. They did not care about their own defense and focused on killing the opponent. They were only so big when they fought. They liked to fight in the mountains, where they could jump down from the slopes with greater strength. There was a row of barbecues, and each barbecue had 2 geese. The geese could not be put together. If they were, their skin would stick together and they would not have the crispy texture. Huang Luan took a look and walked over. Greetings to the municipal shipping department, brother, little Tan. How do you know me? Tan Shui sat there without moving. This was not Chang'an, so she was confident. I know. You brought 3,000 men and goods here. Huang Luan smiled and nodded to Wei Yufeng. Wei Yufeng was not worthy of his attention. However, Wei Yufeng helped Li Yi sell things. He was not in a hurry, but the price was high. Wei Yufeng stood up and returned the greeting. Greetings to Huang Mingfu. I have a letter. Huang Luan directly handed the letter to Huang An. Chapter 1150. Huang An took the letter and looked up at the sky. The sun in the sky was glaring at this moment. After 10 breaths, he passed the letter to Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling looked at it and sighed before placing the letter on the table. Wei Yufeng looked at the few of them and reached out to take it. No one stopped him. He happily took it in his hands and frowned as he read. Is the situation not good? Tan Shui looked around. She was surrounded by her people and wanted to mobilize the troops again. You will know when you read it. Sigh. Wei Yufeng had a sad expression. Fine, I will read it. Tan Shui grabbed the letter and placed it in front of her eyes. She read, Unrighteous riches and honor are fleeting clouds. Sound the drums and fight together. The great Tao has not changed. After reading it, she looked at Wei Yufeng. You don't understand, do you? Please enlighten me. Wei Yufeng cupped his fists. Yes, I don't understand. Listen. Tan Shui rolled her eyes at Wei Yufeng and turned to Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling, what are you talking about? Yan Jia asked others to attack him. Confucius said, Unrighteous riches and honor are fleeting clouds to me. He also said, the conduct of a gentleman is to be generous with propriety, to be generous with it, to be generous with it, to be humble with it. Then Confucius targeted Ran Qiu and the Ji family. He said that Ran Qiu was not his disciple and that he should attack him. Zhang Jiuling explained to Tan Shui and Wei Yufeng. Yan Jia did not say anything practical but told everyone what to do. I still don't understand. Tan Shui was vexed. Yan Jia gave an example of the Ji family amassing wealth and called everyone to attack Zhang Jiuling. He said that this was following the path of a saint. Huang An explained it in simpler terms. Why is he so evil? Tan Shui finally understood. She turned to Zhang Jiuling and said, Zhang Jiuling, don't be afraid. I will ask someone to mobilize the troops. Although Guangzhou has 200,000 to 300,000 people, there are not many who can fight. It's good that you have this intention. There is no need to mobilize the troops. My Dongguan County will not listen to Yan Jia's lies. As long as the other counties are not stupid, they will not make a move. Huang Luan was shocked. Don't. You can transfer soldiers from there. 3,000 is fine, but more than 10,000 can only be submitted to the imperial court. Tell them that I, Lu Zhou, have a coal mine. There are more than 40,000 people working on it. When they're done, I'll send them here and sell them to you at a cheap price. When the time comes, you can use it to do blacksmithing work, and we can start to refine ironware. It's very useful. I'm a man of my word. My Tan family has never lied to anyone. In the past, we were always cheated. It's better to trust Li Dongzhu than to trust your government. Qin Shui didn't know who Huang Luan was. Looking at his official robes, he guessed that he was just a county magistrate. All right, thank you Miss Tan. Huang Luan didn't mind Tan Shui's tone. He knew how useful coal was from the newspaper. The newspaper taught him how to use coal to make coke, and then use coke to smelt metal. If the temperature was high, one could stir-fry the steel if one wanted to. There was no need to beat the tempered steel. They could not find coal locally, but Lu Zhou had it. They could ship it over by water so that the people in the county could use good kitchen knives and farming tools. It could even be traded to the barbarians, as the barbarians didn't have any good steel. Don't worry, it's a small matter. Do you understand now? Tan Shui said to Wei Yifeng. Thank you. What else could Wei Yifeng say? You don't understand either. You actually, If this letter is sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, will Li Dongzhu be angry? Tan Shui suddenly thought of a good idea. There's nothing wrong with this letter. He didn't say anything directly. You can say that he's talking about Confucius. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. I see. No wonder I couldn't understand what he wrote. There's nothing I can do about him. Tan Shui gritted his teeth. That's the case for now. Huang An chose to side with Yan Jie. He had to. Yan Jie was going crazy. Dongzhu, Li Dongzhu has sent a letter. Zhang Jiuling's steward ran over with 2 bamboo tubes in his hands. Sit down and eat. I'll see what's written. Zhang Jiuling's tone was gentle as he asked his steward to sit down. When they left Chang'an, it was just a family. The steward was busy, and then the people from the Li family Zhuangzi caught up with them. It felt like it was yesterday. It was not that far away. Zhang Jiuling opened the 2 bamboo tubes and compared the letters inside. Needless to say, it was written by a woman. Needless to say, it was written by Princess Yongmu. After comparing, the content was the same. Even the punctuation was the same. He could even feel that she was very happy when she wrote it. When he looked at the content, he knew. It's okay. Zhang Jiuling handed 1 copy of the letter to Huang An and the other to Tan Shui. Gold and pearls, people's hearts fall, thousands of waves, it's this again. Can't you write a simpler letter? Tan Shui read it and felt that it was really good. But he didn't know what it meant. Mr. Zhang, what kind of rhythm is this? Huang An finished reading and gave the letter to Huang Luan. At the same time, he asked the poem. It was written by Li Yi in the past. He wrote a few poems with the same rhythm. Only then did I realize that this is a double rhyme. The rhyme of the first 3 lines of the first verse and the first 3 lines of the second verse are the same. The last 4 rhymes of the first verse and the last 4 rhymes of the second verse are the same. But in this letter, Li Yi also rhymed the parts that don't need to be rhymed. I wrote one for him before. It's about Nanyue, mountains, sea breeze. Zhang Jiuling laughed. Scholars like to write like this. He wrote a letter to provoke him. In the end, he replied. He was probably sightseeing with Princess Yongmu, so Princess Yongmu wrote it. Mr. Zhang, Li Yi's reply is more magnanimous than yours. Huang Luan read it and spoke the truth. I heard this rhythm from him in the past. Yes, he copied it. Who knew that he would change it? Zhang Jiuling was depressed. It was true. He wrote a kind of bitterness, but Li Yi's reply was not. It was full of killing intent, tolerance, and magnanimity. Mr. Zhang, what did he write? I just found it interesting. I don't understand. Tan Shui started to hate scholars. Li Yi asked me to ally with the local mountain people and give them benefits. He wants to use them to deal with the local clans. If we give in to the clans will be greedy. If we seek benefits for the mountain people will repay our kindness. Zhang Jiuling learned his lesson and said it bluntly. Li Dongzhu understands us. Yes, give us some benefits and we are willing to listen. Our stronghold listens to Li Dongzhu. He doesn't lie. He is so rich and powerful. He doesn't need to bully us. Tan Shui immediately praised Li Yi. Her family's words were very useful in that area. The 3 of them went to Chang'an and met the 3 chancellors. They brought back a lot of things and exchanged coupons, as well as the location of the mine. The surrounding strongholds were using new coal to make coke and then making tools and weapons. The key was to repair the road. They brought back many good steel drills, hammers, shovels, hand gourds. The 3 of them had a high prestige in their own stronghold. They could speak in other strongholds. From the information we received, Dr. Li is indeed dedicated to the people. He is virtuous. Huang An replied to Song Jing every month. Song Jing would mention Li Yi every time. He would talk about what Li Yi was doing. For example, when people found that there were worms in the bean fields and wanted to trample them to death, Li Yi would tell them how to raise them, how to eat them, and how good it was for the body. In the last letter, he said that when the weather was cold, the bean worms would be buried in the soil and mailed to him for him to try. Chapter 1151. The roast goose is done. Make it according to Li Yi's method. I have chili sauce here. Who wants it? Zhang Jiuling read the letter and was completely relieved. There was no problem. The geese were done and brought out. He called everyone to eat. He had his own chili sauce, garlic chili sauce. There was a lot of garlic, but it was still very spicy. He knew that the people in his hometown did not like spicy food. The weather was hot, and eating too much spicy food would make them heaty. However, sometimes it was not bad to eat spicy food near the sea. However, Li Yi said that the people here did not like spicy food. It was best to eat something sweet or bland. Zhang Jiuling felt that he had no problem eating chili sauce. The main reason was that this sauce was good for making seafood. It had a lot of garlic. The geese were brought out one by one. Sister was given 2 whole geese. Others drank iced wine, but she still did not drink it. When we go back to my village, I will make a variety of poultry. The sauce in the geese's stomach is delicious. Tan Shui tore off the wings of the geese and dipped them in the sauce in the geese's stomach. This was applied when the geese were made. Then, they sealed the geese and blew on it before roasting it. This way, the skin and meat of the geese could be separated easily. After the geese were roasted, the sauce in the geese's stomach mixed with oil became the sauce. Just like dog sauce, it was made with dog oil and dog soup. The people repairing the roads in other places were also eating lunch. The yamen in the county had arranged for meat and vegetables. The Department of Transportation paid for it. The people repairing the roads would catch fish and cook fish soup for the kitchen. As the yamen bought in large quantities, they would have extra money and kept it for themselves. It was considered corruption, but no one cared. It was fine as long as it was not too despicable, such as not feeding the people. The people in Kaiyuan County finally took a break. They took out the dry food and salted vegetables they brought. Yan Shi provided the soup. This was the only place where Yan Shi spent money. It was also fish and vegetable soup. However, it was thrown in without washing and was cooked together. There was a fishy smell. The people ate while cursing. They knew the situation. Yan Shi could have made a profit if they had used normal money. However, Yan Shi insisted on double the amount. In the end, she was caught and turned around to harm them. Yan Shi did not gain any advantage. Instead, she suffered. Heaven was blind. Madame Yan's people who were in charge of repairing the roads were gathered together to drink the clean fish soup. From their expressions, it was clear that they were unhappy as well. They were complaining about the Yen gang because it was the Yen gang that started it. They wanted double the money. Is everything all right now? Now that the double was gone, he still had to add more money. Why are there so many loofahs today? Wu Jieyu found that there were many loofahs at noon. Sponge gourd pickles, sponge gourd egg drop soup, sponge gourd stewed pork ribs, shrimp stir-fried sponge gourd, mutton sponge gourd rolls. Dongzhu said that the vitamin C in the bag is a little low, so we should quickly replenish it. Why don't we use the sponge gourd, which happens to be a vegetarian dish? Just one meal is enough. Taohong number 2 answered as she placed a small plate of lamb liver in front of Wu Jieyu. Oh, this loofah is delicious. Wu Jieyu immediately compromised. There was no such thing as delicious or not. As long as it was good for her son, she could eat any stone. Moreover, looking at the pile of loofah, it was indeed delicious when eaten. It was sweet, salty, fresh, and bland. As Wu Jieyu ate, she felt that the people from the Imperial Cuisine restaurant should be beheaded. The Li family Zhuangzi had handed over the recipe, but the food they made was still not as good as the Li family Zhuangzi's. Taohong, what do you think is the difference between the Imperial Cuisine restaurant and the Li family Zhuangzi's food? Wu Jieyu glanced at her son and asked. It had been 3 hours since the last feeding, but the baby was still motionless. He would probably wake up at any time to cry, be hungry, or urinate. Even if the temperature and light changed, the baby would still cry when the light changed even if he didn't open his eyes. In the past, when the children in the palace cried, they would be carried and coaxed. They didn't know the reason. Now, all the reasons were listed. One was hunger, one was excretion, and one was high or low temperature. Usually, high temperature was fine, but low temperature was uncomfortable. Another was when the baby woke up and couldn't open his eyes, hoping for a bit of hazy light. Without light, it was darkness, and he would still cry. Or other people's voices were too loud, and he couldn't sleep well. The last was when he fell sick and felt uncomfortable. Obviously, the last one didn't exist. If he fell sick, it would be detected immediately. Oh, there was another one. The baby needed to be hugged. The sense of security didn't only come from space, temperature, and light, but also from skin contact. In any case, it was quite complicated. However, according to the judgment and response, the baby would indeed stop crying. There was always a way to make the baby calm down. Taohong thought for a moment and said, in reply to Your Highness, the taste of the food made by the Imperial Cuisine restaurant is basically flawless. It's not easy for them, so they don't dare to casually change the taste. To put it bluntly, it can't be made according to everyone's taste. The real problem is, the people tasting the food. Yes, it's them. Wu Jieyu found the key point. The people in charge of tasting the food according to their taste, they should be testing for poison. However, when eating, they would say that the food was salty, bitter, and sour. After they said that, if she ate again, she would be affected. She would indeed feel that the food was a bit salty, bitter, and sour. But was she supposed to only eat one dish? Why should she listen to them? They were testing for poison. Your Highness is intelligent. Taohong No. 2 agreed. The food in the Li family Zhuangzi is randomly chosen. You can eat whatever you want. I have to talk to His Majesty. Wu Jieyu was angry. She felt that she had been cheated in the past. Li Longji was not in Zhuangzi. He was in Xingqing Palace and casually had something to eat at noon. Li Yi did not go out today, and he did not eat the food in the cafeteria. He exchanged 2 caddies of potatoes and 8 baked potato slices with Princess Yongmu and the little fellow. The potatoes given by the system did not germinate. The skin was removed, cut into slices, and baked on the grate. The little fellow dipped it in jam and ate it. After eating a slice, she put 2 slices beside her, saying that she wanted to give it to her parents. Then she ate one and gave the other to Guozi. Guozi stood at the side. Guozi would eat whatever the little fellow gave it. He never refused. Children are always hungry quickly. 3 meals a day are actually not enough to satisfy the child's food intake. Because after eating, the child can still eat snacks. This year, when there are no other things involved, cast some furnaces and lend them to the people. For example, 5 coins a month, including the chimney. Li Yi gave the potato slices to Princess Yongmu. He had no special desire for these things. What was so good about potatoes? He would be bored if he ate too much. Li Yi thought of the vertical furnace. It was cast iron. It was just a little thicker. There was no technical difficulty. The real difficulty was the chimney. The chimney was made of iron sheet. It was more difficult than casting the furnace. After dinner, less than 2 hours later, he baked some flatbread and potato slices with a net on the stove. The child could continue to eat and did not feel full at all. At that time, Li Yi thought that if the children in the city ate like this, they would all become fat. The children in the countryside were not like this. The children in the countryside had to walk several miles to go to school. Then when they were not in school, they would go to the mountains to find fruits to eat or help adults carry firewood. Li Lang, will we be able to eat a lot of these things in the year after next year? Princess Yongmu mainly fed her younger brother. She did not want to eat it herself. I'll show you the whale. I found that it's similar to potatoes. There's a ready-made video. I'll transfer it to the water screen for you. Li Yi did not exchange for the surgical video this time. He did not want to draw. He found a ready-made video. This was much cheaper than the surgical video. Chapter 1152. The sky darkened and the water curtain rose. The people in the manor, the people from the Zhang family's village, and the people from the imperial plantation all rushed to the Li family's manor where the water curtain was. It had to be broadcasted at least once. Li Yi decided to let more people watch it. The 30-minute animal world was dedicated to whales, especially the blue whale. If they could charge for it, 10 yuan per person wouldn't be too much, right? There was also a water curtain in the migrant workers area. They could collect tens of thousands of yuan in one go. Li Yi chose to watch it for free. They couldn't ask for money. The people didn't want to pay at all. Why would Li Dongzhu want their money? Other than the officials on duty at the unit, the other Chang and officials and their families came together. If the officials on duty couldn't come, their families would. They didn't have dinner. They were waiting to have a meal at Li family Zhuangzi. Those below rank 5 were outside. They set up a platform in the settlement area. Those above rank 5 watched with Li Longji and the others. Another water curtain was placed at the other end of the bridge. Now they could hold a court meeting. There would be more officials. The people and captives outside were given binoculars. They had to keep them when the time came. They weren't allowed to hide them. They didn't want to break them. The envoys from various states got binoculars on the other side of the bridge. They wanted to take them away secretly. It was Bo Xie's first time using binoculars. He scanned around and finally understood why Tubo's scouts were always at a disadvantage. A place far away instantly became closer in the binoculars. It looks like a piece of glass. It's short-sighted and presbyopic. Can it be polished slowly with crystal or glass from a kerosene lamp? Bo Xia wasn't very sure. The lenses of the binoculars didn't match up. His observation was right. This wasn't a two-piece binoculars that children played with. This was a military binoculars. There were too many people if he lent them. The two-piece binoculars were also fine. If he wanted to make it, he needed data. Eye lenses were never easy to polish, especially by hand. In the end, he could only rub them with fur. Otherwise, they would become frosted glass. Isinba didn't say anything. He didn't want to express anything. He was watching the program. Today, they were introducing a very large fish in the sea. He didn't plan to take the binoculars with him, and he couldn't afford to break them. The commoners found it strange, and the idea of owning a telescope did not even occur to them. Anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence would know where to use the binoculars. Wu Jieyu carried the baby out. According to her calculations, the baby would wake up in about half an hour. He would drink milk first, and then excrete the food in his stomach. The people at the side had prepared large umbrellas for shelter, the kind that hung down like curtains. Empress Wang picked up the little fellow and placed it on her lap. The little fellow was not well behaved. It turned its head back and forth and gave everyone a smile. Li Longji and Li Dan sat side by side, while the others sat on either side according to their ranks and functions. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and sat next to Empress Wang. Li Tan didn't sit down. He stood behind Empress Wang. Gao Lishir was behind Li Longji on the left, while Yang Saisan was behind him on the right. Everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Yes, that's the formation. We're not having a court meeting. We want to watch the show. The water screen now showed a sea of flowers. Different sea of flowers alternated. There was no screensaver. The screensaver used would cause damage to the monitor. It was not the kind of monitor that Li Yi used to have. When everyone calmed down, Animal World began to play. A cruise ship appeared on the screen. It was the kind that could seat 20 to 30 people. There was a ratio between the people and the ship. It was very intuitive. The cruise ship sailed. An aerial shot appeared. Suddenly, there was an additional shadow under the water. The shadow was more than 3 times the size of the cruise ship. The camera zoomed in. A large whale spewed out a jet of water from the opening on its back. At the same time, a sound came out from the speakers. Woo, the sound echoed. The audience compared the person to the ship, and then the person, the ship, and the whale to know how big the fish was. The whale was swimming. It seemed to be moving very slowly. The underwater shot appeared. The fish and prawns were swimming in the water. Suddenly, they moved very quickly. A group of fish much bigger than them appeared with their bloody mouths open. While the fish and prawns were hiding, this group of fish found their prey. They bit the big guy from before together. Blood was spreading. There were even some who were thinking about the people on the ship. The people on the ship took out a weapon and shot at the big fish that approached the ship. The big fish that was shot also dyed the water red. Then, it was bitten by other big fish. It also bit back. More blood flowed out. More big fish began to fight. The ship began to drift away. The camera in the sky and underwater was always focused on the biggest fish. The audience was very quiet. Even their breathing was controlled. The feast ended. Many big fish died. The light of the setting sun turned into fragments on the surface of the sea, moving with the waves. The people on the ship grilled fish and drank from beautiful transparent cups. The waves behind the ship surged and turned into small dots at the border between the red sky and the Red Sea. The 30-minute program ended. The audience was still quiet. Some people's faces showed that they could not bear to see such a big fish being eaten by other fish. The people on the ship did not attack the big one. Obviously, the big one was like a cow or a sheep, while the small one was like a tiger or a wolf. The children were the most upset. Everything they had just seen was too bloody. Their understanding of the world was not comprehensive enough. At this moment, a song that Li Yi was familiar with, a song that he could also play with the piano, appeared. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. The water screen changed. The Smurfs appeared. Li Yi pursed his lips. There was a trace of vicissitudes in his smile. Then he sang, they sing and dance happily, so happy. Princess Yongmu widened her eyes. Like the children, she was full of curiosity. The adults did not find it boring. Thus, the first episode of the Smurfs appeared. The cute Smurfs in the animation instantly conquered everyone's hearts. No one felt that there was anything wrong with the appearance and color of the Smurfs. They seemed to have agreed at the first moment. The episode ended quickly. The audience also understood. That was it. A starry sky appeared on the water screen. Then the sun rose. The floating clouds moved. It was bright. Li Yi picked up the microphone. There is enough light now. Everyone, let's eat. I know that you haven't eaten yet. The Li family Zhuangzi has been preparing food since the afternoon. The weather is hot. Control your drinking. Don't drink for free. Don't hurt yourself. Binoculars. Hand in all the binoculars. Someone will collect them. Don't hide them. Tonight's staple food is cold noodles and zhajiang noodles. There are cold dishes and barbecue skewers. Don't eat too much at night. It will affect your sleep. The audience began to organize the binoculars. The little boy climbed down from Empress Wang's lap and ran to Li Yi's side. Is there more? Although he was small, he could understand a lot. He was so happy just now. Now that it was over, he missed it. Next 10 days. Go and learn to draw from your brother in 10 days. Let's draw a smurf. Li Yi agreed, but not now. Cartoons were just like dramas. No matter how many episodes were shown, it would never be enough. Okay. The little boy did not make a fuss. He turned and ran to Li Tan. He wanted to learn to draw such a fun smurf. Chapter 1153. Today was a grand festival, the Whale Festival or the Smurf Festival. The captives also had barbecue skewers to eat today, so they didn't want to cause any trouble at all. This was because some of their families had been sent over from the southwest. Their wives and children came together, and some of their wives were pregnant. Needless to say, the men didn't blame their wives. When Li Yi said that he could help them deal with their unborn children, the men all refused. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with having a child. If they had another child, it would be theirs. Some were even glad that they hadn't given birth when they came over. If they had, they would probably have been taken away by other men. Now that they had a child, they didn't care whose child it was. It would be theirs in the future anyway. Their wives were also theirs. When they came out to fight, it was normal for their wives to be taken away by other men. The most amazing thing was that a few wives brought their children and the children in their wombs over, and they even brought their wives over. It meant that other men had taken their wives away and had children with them. When she contacted the people in the Tang dynasty, she persuaded the wives who had taken her men to come over. This way, her men would have one more woman, and she would have the final say in raising many children. All the captives whose families came over would have their own houses. At this time, if you asked him to cause trouble, he wouldn't do it. He was a captive, but his wife and children weren't. His children could study, and his wife could find other jobs to pay them. The extra woman was also his wife. He had to accumulate points. When he had enough points, he could live like other people in the Tang dynasty. Now, there was no need to send many people to supervise the captives. The captives would supervise each other. They hated that someone around them wanted to revolt or cause trouble. Then they would quickly report it and gain a lot of points. The other people ate in peace. They didn't need any reason to eat Li family Zhuangzi's food. They just ate when they were told to. If the Li family Zhuangzi had any problems, they would help if they called. If someone said bad things about the Li family Zhuangzi, they would beat them up. The foreigners reluctantly handed over their binoculars. The envoys of the Japanese Empire wanted one very much. The officials brought their families to eat and drink. They were the most relaxed and were used to taking things from the Li family Zhuangzi. Once a month, he was too embarrassed to take the initiative to come over, so his family came to take it. If the imperial court arranged something that required an official to go to the Li family Zhuangzi, on the surface, he could come and take more things home. There were no officials who didn't care about their families. Those who didn't care about their families were all punished. According to Li Yi's words, if you don't care about your family today, you won't care about the Tang dynasty tomorrow. For example, when he was in an earthquake, some officials brought rescue teams to his house, but they didn't save their own family members first and ran to save others. When he turned around, his family was already dead. Was this a sacrifice? No, they were using this to show their selflessness. In fact, they were selfish. After the earthquake, such officials were investigated, but none of them were promoted. If they saw their own family members, they would first try their best to save them. When the leaders saw this, they would feel that these people were capable and would promote them. In the future, when they needed help, they would help them. You can even give up your family, and you want me to promote you? The next person you're going to give up on is me. Do you think I'm an idiot? Another point is that if you don't care about your family, the imperial court will send you out to be a judoshi. What will they use to restrain you? Li Lang, the big whale, died too miserably. It didn't attack the people on the boat. It only attacked later. Why didn't the people on the boat protect it? Princess Yongmu was in low spirits. She watched the killer whale bite the blue whale, bite after bite. The people on the boat could kill the killer whale, but they didn't help. There's something called dolphins. They will help you in the future. Because according to the information, when people were attacked by sardines, dolphins helped them. Also, when people drown, dolphins will also help them. Some people say it's because they treat people as toys. Then why don't dolphins help other big fish? The key is that the strength of dolphins can be big or small. If it's big, it can kill people in an instant. Li Yi didn't explain the killer whale eating the blue whale. It was easy to help the blue whale, but the killer whale would starve to death. He talked about dolphins. Dolphins could be caught and raised. Now, many animals were transported from the southwest. They were all raised in the Li family Zhuangzi Zoo for people to watch. When dolphins were sent over, they could be raised. Unlike whales, they couldn't afford to raise them, and they didn't have that much space. Dolphins had a high IQ, so high that they knew they were caught, but they didn't declare the danger. They could also play with people every day and eat fish. Gradually, they accepted the big pool. It would be better if the pool was bigger. As mammals, dolphins were willing to be hugged and touched. Then next time, the water curtain of dolphins. Princess Yongmu was led astray, or she didn't want to be entangled in the water curtain. However, Empress Wang's consideration was different. She helped the little guy remove the meat from the skewers. What kind of weapon did the people on the boat use? It was a big fish. They killed it just like that. Explosive underwater crossbow gun. It's fast in the water. It will explode when it hits the target. Li Yi knew what kind of gun the people on the boat used. It should be fired in the water. They didn't want to catch them alive, so they installed explosive bombs. You can also use it to hit people. Empress Wang was more persistent about the boat and the weapons on it. You don't need this to hit people. There's another kind. If you're nailed underwater, you're basically done for. Li Yi thought of underwater guns. Then he said, there aren't many opportunities to fight in the water. You can throw an explosive in a jar. With a bang, the people in the water can't withstand it. Li Yi knew the difficulty of fighting in the water. A simple boat could be dug with a chisel underwater. If it was a thick wooden boat or a boat with watertight compartments, it would be useless even if you suffocated to death. Like an aircraft carrier, it was very difficult to sink it. That boat looked very fast. And how did you record this? Empress Wang had other ideas. The shooting angle was underwater, in the sky, and on the water surface. Shoot by flying, using something like a camera. It's the way this water curtain is recorded. Then, no one can directly control it to go into the water. How many fish are there in the big fish sea? Is it enough to feed a village? It's enough. The Li family Zhuangzi can't finish it. One fish weighs 200,000 catties. If you bring 20 of them, it's enough for all the people in the capital to have a good meal. Li Yi was also quite fond of whales. If he could kill one in the ocean and drag it back, the people on the shore would instantly become rich. If it was pickled with salt, it could be eaten for a long time. The little guy used chopsticks to pick up the meat with only a little salt and no other seasoning. He blinked his big eyes and listened. Even if he didn't understand, he still listened. Li Longji came over and held him in his arms. If a big boat goes out to sea and encounters such big fish, will it be dangerous? No, such big fish won't attack the boat. The other kind is not big enough. You eat so much meat. You'll have to swim for 2 hours tomorrow. You can rest in the middle. Li Yi reminded him when he saw the oil from the mutton skewers dripping from the corners of the little guy's mouth. I know. It's delicious. Swim. The little guy agreed. Tomorrow's matter could be discussed tomorrow. He had to eat enough today. Chapter 1154. It's raining again. Winter comes earlier here than elsewhere. At the border, where the Yellow River was, Guo Zhiyun looked at the heavy rain outside from the military camp. It was raining heavily today, and the clouds were moving east. There was probably a lot of rain along the Yellow River, and the water level was rising. Once the water level rose, it flowed faster, and the ships coming from there would be affected. Qin Li stood next to him and looked up at the sky. The sky was dark, even though the sun should have risen at this time. We need medicine. Now that the situation is stable, send the winged knights back and ask them to send a few thousand winged knights to bring medicine. Wang Juankue didn't like the current weather. It was humid and hot during the day, and cold at night. However, Zhang Shaosong didn't care. The temperature difference was just big, and he was already used to it. The places where the explosives and sky-piercing monkeys are placed are changed every day. They are all in the dry places after the charcoal is burned. The things from Shu County are still being sent. Have we spent all 500,000 yuan? Zhang Zhongliang was calculating the logistics. The things sent from Shu County were endless. He estimated that there was not much money left. Qin Li shook his head. How can 500,000 yuan be spent so quickly? In the past, when the imperial court fought, hundreds of thousands of yuan could last 2 years. Even if it was really not enough, Dong Zhu would find a way to send the things here back. They would soon become money. Tubo didn't do anything. The imperial court's letter was sent back. Why didn't they fight back when they knew that the place was occupied? It's impossible this year. When the troops are sent over and the morale is stabilized, the Yellow River should be frozen. They can cross the river. Are they going to take the initiative to attack? Zhang Shaosong analyzed from another perspective. Tubo didn't have time to attack directly, and the surrounding tribes lost the morale to fight. How many new soldiers could there be? If there were too few, they couldn't fight. If there were too many, who would be responsible for the logistics? When the Yellow River was frozen, it seemed easy to cross the river, but it was simple for both sides. In such cold weather, livestock didn't eat grass, or people didn't eat. It could only increase the scale of the confrontation, but it couldn't make an effective breakthrough. What about winter? Continue to fight for logistics. The purpose of this battle was to make money. If it were in the past, the Tang dynasty would have withdrawn their troops because they could not support the baggage of the expeditionary army. Now, Li Yi might be preparing more supplies to ship here. He was building ships and firearms every day. There were also grains, meat, spices, and other things that were bought from other places. For the first time, Zhang Shaosong discovered the decisive role of money in war. It was different from when he brought 10,000 soldiers to attack the western regions. At that time, the focus was on surprise attacks and speed. At this moment, they were fighting steadily and surely, and everyone was competing for supplies. He wasn't sure about Tubo's supplies, but his team's supplies were definitely amazing. He even ate canned fruits and chestnut chicken. There was no shortage of meat locally, so it was fine not to eat canned meat. However, since the canned meat was sent here, it did not represent eating. It represented a kind of will. Whenever there was a battle at the front, the rear would send over fruits, meat, and vegetables. They would send them to wherever the battle went. Morale was different. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty did not need to eat canned food. Only those who were sick or injured would eat it. There was a big difference between not eating it and wanting to eat it but not having it. They're sending things over again. They want to exchange the braised meat and highland barley rice made by the pressure cooker with us. They're probably storing it. Fan Fan had a book in his hand that recorded how many things the other party exchanged. According to Dongzhu, people's actions were purposeful. When the other party was exchanging in large quantities, the other party should be storing it. Why didn't the other party make their own sausages and jerky? It was probably because the prey was easier to hunt, and the food they made did not taste good. Or maybe they were also making their own food, but they used this exchange to paralyze the Tang dynasty and make the Tang dynasty misjudge their reserves. Guo Zhiyun looked at the rain calmly. It's not important. The longer we delay, the greater our advantage. Li Yi will not give up such an opportunity. No one can see through him, but he always makes no mistakes when it comes to the big picture, and he has a perfect grasp of the details. Now that I think about it, Li Yi spent a few years making arrangements, vigorously developing farming technology, and looking for new high-yield seeds. He studied different ways to store food, and also improved weapons and increased production. Fortunately, he's from the Tang dynasty. If it were Tubo, they probably would not attack the Tang dynasty in the next few years. When they attack, the Tang dynasty will find that it's impossible to defend, just like when we conquered the Yellow River region. Wang Juankue said. He was convinced. The more he thought about Li Yi, the more he found Li Yi was not ordinary. Some people were good at internal affairs and specialized in making money. Some people were good at labor and asked people to make new things. Some people were good at farming and increased food for the imperial court. Other people were strategic and tactical deployments. They set out from the imperial court and carried out all the way to the border. Look at Li Yi. He was proficient in everything, but what was more terrifying was politics. Anyone who wanted to win the support of the entire imperial court had to struggle and compromise. Li Yi was not like that. Li Yi was here and there. The officials in the imperial court were led by him, and all the struggles were like a joke. The officials did not have any direct hatred or restraint for him. The chancellors just set out from their positions and had requirements for him. When he met the requirements, the chancellors felt that it was enough. Throughout history and dynasties, who could do this? Li Yi did it. He had a good personal relationship with any official. He always gave them things and acted like a junior. He also helped in official affairs, and he did not want political achievements. How can there be such a person in the world? Wang Juankue thought and could not help but mutter. He felt that Li Yi was the most powerful person in the world, but he did not know that Li Yi had a real most powerful person in the world at that time. That person had no children, no family property, and no ashes. They could scold the person lying in the crystal coffin. At most, they could debate. But they could not scold him. Scolding him was not part of the debate. Many people just scolded him back. They came to trade. 100 horses. They brought a lot of blue sheep. They are all dead. As Wang Juankue was thinking, people from the tribe appeared in front of them. Someone greeted them. Recently, the Tubo tribes had been coming to trade. They traded for things, medicine, and even women who had given birth were sent over for Guan Lin's family to help. Guan Lin's family had forceps and other supplementary items. Recently, they were researching cesarean sections and blood transfusions. This was because books and large amounts of equipment had been sent over. There were also instructions on how to do it. They first experimented with cows and sheep, and then waited for people. The day before yesterday, they had cut open a person from the Tubo tribe. They really could not give birth, so they tried using their own hands. Then it came back to life. Until now, the mother and child were safe. The mother had a slight fever, but she suppressed it time and time again. She even had milk to feed the child. The ones who performed the operation were Guan Lin's mother and wife. They were trained as witch doctors, so they were ruthless. They were even ruthless to themselves. The key was that the woman who had a difficult birth had survived. Her son was also alive and was recuperating. The mother and son were judged to have 2 lives in the Tubo tribe. It was impossible. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, they were sent over by horse. The chief and the tribesmen did not think about anything else. They sent them here to comfort themselves. It was not that they did not work hard to send the woman to the miraculous doctor of the Tang dynasty. Who would have thought that after they sent her here, they cut her open and she came back to life? They directly took the child out of the womb and cut a big hole. Then, both the mother and the child were still alive. As the mother, she could even breastfeed the child. The tribe approved because they could casually find a reason to say that the woman could not be saved. Death was normal. If she could be saved, why would she be sent to the doctor of the Tang dynasty? They were not just doing it for show. They really did it. They treated her as one of their own and used all their skills. The tribesmen had nothing to say. When they confronted each other on the bank of the Yellow River, the Tang dynasty did not directly attack. When the commander had a problem and everyone ran away, the people of the Tang dynasty caught up and told them that they could live in peace. When they felt that life was difficult, the people of the Tang dynasty gave them something to exchange. When they were sick, the doctors of the Tang dynasty treated them. When the woman who had a difficult birth was sent there, the doctors of the Tang dynasty helped to give birth to the child and took care of it carefully. Was this the Tang dynasty? As long as there was something, they would exchange it. If they were sick, they would go and treat it. What war? That had nothing to do with them. What was the purpose of war? To let them eat better? They already had it. If they caught others to work, they could also work. There was glory in dying in battle. Why did they have to die? When my wife gave birth to a child, they helped her. They said that in the future, there would be frostbite cream, face cream, lipstick, malaria prevention pills, floral water, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, they could all be exchanged. If they did not fight, they would get it. If they fought, they would not get it. Unless they fought all the way to Chang'an and captured Li Yi alive. Since they did not need to obtain things through war, why would they fight? Was it easier to attack the Tang dynasty or to catch the blue sheep? Was it easier to rob the Tang dynasty or to raise the sheep and yaks? Chapter 1155. Drink the medicine. Don't go back in a hurry. Wait for the baby to recover. Guan Lin's mother gave the medicine to the woman who had just delivered the baby by cesarean section. The anesthesia was not good, so the woman was in pain during the operation. After the operation, the woman was still in pain. There was still a drainage tube in her belly, so the medicine could help a little. The medicine was mainly used to kill bacteria. The woman took the bowl, tested the temperature, and drank it all. She smiled at Guan Lin's mother. The baby is too big. 9 kilograms. You can't raise the baby so big next time. Guan Lin's mother shook her head. It was her first time giving birth by cesarean section, so she felt guilty. She was most worried about infection. Once it happened, the medicine she had might not be able to cure it. The woman nodded. She only hoped that the baby could survive the pain and survive. I've asked your man to catch some pheasants and eggs. We'll catch some fish. Your cut belly is too damaged. You need to eat a few more meals a day. Don't eat too much at each meal. Guan Lin's mother repeated the words according to the book. The Tubo woman did not understand the Tang dynasty language. Fortunately, her family was captured, so she slowly learned it. When I recover, I'll raise some goats for you. The woman looked at her son and wanted to thank him. Your tribe has already given me a yak and a calf. I'll feed them in the winter. 1 for 1. Guan Lin's mother touched the baby as she spoke. The baby was big. 9 kilograms was the weight in the Tang dynasty. If it was Li Yi's time, it would be 12 kilograms. No one knew how the woman ate. The point was that the woman was not sick. She just could not give birth. The baby could cry and eat when he spoke. Similarly, no one found that he was sick. The baby was almost 2 feet tall and looked scary. The woman looked at the baby with joy and fear. The baby was big, which meant that he was strong. He might become a warrior in the tribe in the future. The bigger the baby, the better. A boy was better than a girl. They'll envy me when I go back. The woman still felt proud. Tell other women who are going to have a baby. I can't guarantee that the baby will survive if he's this big. What's the use of a big baby? Guan Lin's mother was worried that with this example, other women would try to give birth to a big baby. I'll tell them. Tell them that you'll leave in a few days. The woman quickly agreed. A few days later, the mother's stitches were removed, and the drainage tube was removed. She continued to recuperate, exercised appropriately, and fed the child. Her husband had come over with pheasants and eggs. When he saw his fat son, he could only smile foolishly. To them, Guan Lin's family was a miraculous doctor. They had to catch a few more wild chickens for the godly doctor to eat so that he could get help when he was sick. The yak calf was very precious, but it was nothing compared to a fat boy. The news spread, and the other tribes also knew about it. Their desire for war was even smaller, and they wanted peace. It seems that they don't want peace anymore. While eating the taro stewed chicken, Tan Shui's tone was angry and his expression was one of enjoyment. Over the past few days, the roads in Yunyuan County were still being repaired very slowly. The people were not willing to work because they were afraid that if they worked too much, they would have to eat too much dry food. The Yen family dismissed the people they hired and left the family members to waste time. They paid for the soup. Fish soup. Fish soup was the cheapest and did not require freshness. Dried fish could also be boiled into soup. There was no mutton soup. Guangzhou did not raise goats at this time. It was too hot in summer, and goats were not easy to manage. The sheep would die from the heat. There were pigs, but they could not bear to kill them. The people in other counties were working hard to repair the roads. The county magistrate even personally watched over the money from the flower market. The county magistrate was not greedy and gave the money to the people. The tools for work were the best, and the food was not bad. They bought pigs far away from the water and slaughtered them. Those close to the water would eat live fish. No one was willing to eat dead fish. It was not a place with few rivers. After the roads were repaired, they would also build houses for the people. In case there were merchants who needed lodging, they had to have a place to stay. They could also earn some money. When Tan Shui received the news, he blamed the Yen family. They are tired of living. Wei Yefeng was also eating taro. Beside him, Mei had a pot and was eating by herself. Her knife was still beside her. Zhang Jiling was eating braised fish and drinking iced wine. There were also local leaders of Guangzhou around. Each of them represented a power. They were invited to eat and at the same time, watch the prosperous scene of trade. According to Li Yi's letter, they needed to unite the mountain people and suppress the local clans, including the Huang family. Provincial Governor Huang and did not say much. If they wanted to suppress the clans, so be it. Were they supposed to go against the imperial court? Their current path was good. The imperial court had dispatched troops quickly. If they went against the imperial court, their clans would be annihilated. The leaders of the mountain people who came over gave face to Zhang Jiuling, and even more so to Tan Shui. At this moment, Tan Shui represented the villages in Lu Zhou's province. They looked at Tan Shui and wanted to form an alliance through marriage. They wanted to introduce the most outstanding men in their clans to Tan Shui. Alas, Tan Shui did not respond. As more merchants arrive, there will be more barbarians. Everyone, if you have anything you want to trade, bring it here. We'll set the price according to the quality. Don't sell your goods individually. Zhang Jiuling raised his bowl of wine and spoke to the leaders around him. They wanted to unite the mountain people. Then, they would think of a way to get the mountain people to become citizens. At that time, the population would increase. There was no rush to pay the rent. Perhaps, in the future, the Tang dynasty would not collect rent. They would only collect taxes based on the amount of land. When the taxes were collected, they should be allowed to convert the land into food or money. Not all of them were paid. Otherwise, when they harvested the grain and wanted to exchange it for money, the merchants would lower the price. One of the leaders looked at the cloth pouch at the side and said, "Eunuch Zhang, why don't we attack and capture the Yan family? We'll help fix the road." There were 20 malaria isolation pills in the pouch. They were given to the villagers when they arrived. They would bring them back with them. If someone in the village had malaria, they should eat it quickly. If they did not have enough, they could ask for more. Since they had taken something that could save lives, they had to do something. The mountain people were trustworthy. We can fix the road and capture them. However, we can only wait for the evaluation to give them a bad review and remove them from their posts, Huang An said. He did not want to kill the Yan family. There was no reason for him to do so. He could only remove them from their posts. However, he could not do so now. Someone in the provincial capital had benefited from them. He had to wait for the evaluation during the new year. Only then would he be promoted to county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and county lieutenant. However, it would be difficult for the new officials. There were many members of the Yan family, including the Yamen runners and officials in the Yamen. If they sent 3 new officials to take up the post, they would be made into mere figureheads if they were slightly weaker. Unless they sent the Huang family, they had more people. If they sent the Huang family, it would be considered nepotism. If someone impeached them, it would be troublesome. The winged knights can write and calculate. If it doesn't work, I'll have to trouble the winged knights to set a year and a half. Zhang Jiuling looked at the winged knights around him. As long as the winged knights could write and calculate, they could replace all the officials in Ziyuan County. He would help to come up with ideas and stand behind the scenes to guide the administration. How could he not know how to manage a small county? At this moment, the rumbling of horse hooves could be heard. Hearing this, it was clear that Mado was talking. The ground began to tremble. The leaders of the mountain people looked at each other. There was panic in their eyes. They were afraid that the imperial court would take the opportunity to kill them. Don't be afraid. The winged knights are around. There's no need to use others. The leader who said he wanted to help had thought it through. Chapter 1156. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, a team appeared with a flag that said, "Flying Feather." It's the Winged Knights. The leader sighed and sat down again. The Winged Knights would not suddenly come out to kill them. There was no need for that. The Winged Knights that came over were on 3 horses. The horses were carrying something, and the Winged Knights were carrying. What was that? Fire sticks? The 300 winged knights were envious. The new brothers all had guns. Why did they come to Guangzhou instead of supporting the source of the Yellow River? The leader of the 300 winged knights, Pang Kuang, was not the others. He took the initiative to welcome them. Xiao Jian, you brought guns. The leader of the 1,000 winged knights, Jian Qing, got off his horse and showed the gun to Pang Kuang. It's a new gun. The place where the ignition groove used to be has been replaced by a cap. It needs to be made of copper. Pang Kuang held it in his hand and looked at it. The gun seemed to be more beautiful, especially since the big medicine pool had disappeared and was replaced by a small pit. What does the cap look like? Pang Kuang aimed the gun and wanted to shoot. Jian Qing handed him a cap. It was very small and could be circled around the size of a soybean. Pang Kuang guessed the operation and put the cap in, but did not activate it. In this way, the firing speed will be faster. Pang Kuang knew that the cap was much more convenient than the medicine pool. It's most convenient when it's raining. The paper bullets are waterproof. With the cap, it's better than arrows in the rain. Jian Qing handed over another paper bullet and asked Pang Kuang to test it. Pang Kuang hesitated. Bullets are precious. 1,000 bullets per person for hunting. Help the locals clear some of the beasts in the mountains. Wild boars, wolves, tigers, black bears, leopards, etc. Jian Qing had received this order to help clear the beasts. There was no need for protection. People were the most important. Pang Kuang nodded and put the bullet in. What should I shoot? He looked around. There were people all around. Obviously, he could not shoot. He looked at the sky again. There was a pigeon flying around. Then he noticed someone looking at him. It was Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling's pigeon. I'll hit the tree. I'll hit the tree. I'll hit the tree later. Pang Kuang smiled at Zhang Jiuling and took out the fire cap. He was afraid that it would misfire. The winged knights dismounted and took care of the horses. They took some fine ingredients from the back of the horses and fed them. Along with them was the team that delivered the floral dew water. The team that delivered the floral dew water left in advance and was caught up by them. They came to protect them. Floral water worth 500,000 taels was considered a big deal. The barbarian merchants were all waiting. The Li family Zhuangzi had to pay a tax of 50,000 taels, while the barbarians had to pay a tax of 100,000 taels. In one transaction, the Ministry of Commerce earned 150,000 yuan. The Li family Zhuangzi earned even more. The toilet water wasn't worth much, and the water inside wasn't even as expensive as the porcelain bottle. Hurry up and cook for our troops. Wei Yufeng called out. Someone was going to kill a chicken and cook the same meal. No need. It's fine as long as there's soup. Let's make do with this meal. Jian Qing refused. It was too slow. They had brought food. Hurry up and make the fish soup. This is great. We can fix the road in Yuyuan County, Wei Yufeng shouted again. The people brought by Zhang Jiuling were overjoyed. With the arrival of 1,000 winged knights, their safety was guaranteed. In total, there were 1,300 winged knights and 3,000 capable fighters from Lu Zhou's side. When they made the fish soup, they poured the rice into the soup as well. This was out of goodwill. They did not want the winged knights to consume the compressed biscuits and meat floss. The winged knights were busy feeding the horses. The horses were not used to the heat. The smell of the sea breeze was different from other places. Another reason was the tide. People who lived in the north and did not live near the sea would have dry earwax. When they arrived at the sea, the wax would turn into paste. Many people in Li Yi's territory were in this situation. The good thing was that they were at home. After wearing a white shirt for a day, the collar and cuffs would turn black. There was less pollution at the sea. If they did not wash for a week, the collar and cuffs of the white shirt would still be white. However, if they did not wash for a week, they would smell and sweat a lot. Horses were more adaptable than humans. If they felt uncomfortable, they would be fine after a few days. This included the Highlands. The Li family Zhuangzi's men were here to deliver the goods. The leader was the fifth steward, Li Feng. He had changed his surname and insisted on using the surname Li. He was the first slave Li Yi bought. His talents were outstanding, and he was promoted to a steward. He married a maid Li Yi sold back then. Li Yi gave him a courtyard and other things, and he wanted to remove his slave status. However, Li Feng refused. He was willing to be a slave. Even if he had children in the future, he would still be a slave of the Li family Zhuangzi. Hence, his official status was still a slave of the Li family Zhuangzi, the fifth steward. When he was outside, no one would treat him as a slave. Eunuch Zhang, send someone to check the goods. We'll do the handover. Li Feng bowed at Zhang Jiuling. Can you be a county magistrate for half a year? Zhang Jiuling looked at Li Feng and asked. How many people? What's the situation? Li Feng did not immediately agree. Zaiyuan County, the local. Zhang Jiuling explained patiently. He was annoyed. Hurry up and fix the road. What was the Yan family doing there? Eunuch Zhang, the people I brought can support the administration of Zaiyuan County. Rest assured, this includes suppressing the Yan family. Li Feng had an idea after hearing this. The county had a population of 1,500, and the Yan family took up a fifth of it. This time, he brought along 30 villagers and hired others. 30 villagers and him. Managing a county of 1,500 people was not a problem. How do we deal with the current situation? Zhang Jiuling asked. Promote Yan Jia and the rest, including the bailiffs. They will become officials under the Ministry of Shipping. They will be promoted by 1 rank, and the salary of a rank 5 official will be increased by 10%. Transfer them over. They won't have to do anything. We'll go over and take over the county. We'll choose new bailiffs and not people from the Yan family. Li Feng was calm and steady. He immediately gave an idea. Zhang Jiuling looked at Huang'an, indicating that he should make the arrangements. Huang'an stared at Li Feng as if he wanted to drill into his heart and ask, why are you so bad? Are you sure you're a small steward in Zhuangzi? He pursed his lips. It's not easy to transfer officials like this. When I came, I brought along the documents from the Hall of Secretaries. Eunuch Zhang is now in charge of all matters. Her Majesty personally issued it. Li Feng solved the problem smoothly. Winged knights came over from behind and gave Zhang Jiuling an order from the Hall of Secretaries. He was now the local patrol inspector. What will you deal with first? Huang'an still doubted Li Feng's ability. Repair the roads. Once the roads are repaired, the people's hearts will be at ease. Dongzhu taught me that political struggles should not be based on sacrificing the interests of the people. Struggle in the administration, compromise in the struggle, and get things done when the compromise is reached. Once the roads are repaired and the people trust me, I can turn around and deal with the Yan family. The Yan family is overbearing. They must have forcefully occupied other people's land or forced them to buy and sell. Eunuch Zhang, don't send the people back. I don't even need winged knights. I can mobilize the people to deal with the Yan family. Li Feng didn't even think about it and directly said the arrangements. It was a routine operation. He had received a lot of education. Dongzhu had rich experience in fighting. One by one, they couldn't be too hasty. Chapter 1157. Huang'an was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he realized that a struggle could be played like this. One after another, the administrative affairs of the people had to be handled, and the people had to be dealt with without any delay. How could it be like this? Didn't they usually use their superiors or impeachment to cause internal strife? Why did it become to gain an advantage in the administration, then transfer people away, collect evidence, and deal with the clan? A new door opened in front of Huang An. The scenery outside was very charming. He did not know that Li Feng was learning Li Yi's routine operation. There was nothing special about it, but it was very useful. The officials who were to be dealt with were transferred away first, and then the other officials were appeased. After getting the evidence, the officials who were transferred away were dealt with. Then, they turned around to see who the trusted aides of the officials were and continued to deal with them. They would deal with a lot of people at once, and they never stopped. Some of them even took action after a few years. They had been secretly gathering evidence. For a county, there was no need to go through so much trouble. 3 steps were enough. In the process of transferring people away, gaining the trust of the people, and having evidence to deal with the Yan family. Tan Shui ran over and looked at Li Feng. "Do you know me?" "Little Miss Tan." Li Feng cupped his fists and bowed. "I'm now representing the mountain people of Luzhou and the surrounding provinces. 40,000 people are digging coal, 70,000 people are repairing roads, and I can mobilize more than 100,000 troops at any time. I hate the Yan family of driving Yuan County to the core. I want them to be punished more severely. Do you have a way?" Tan Shui made her request, saying that there were more than 100,000 people who could fight and threaten. The Tan family village can lead the people in their hometown to become rich. It's the first village. Dongzhu will be happy when he knows about it. Dongzhu wants the people to live and work in peace and not stir up trouble. It's the fortune of the Tang dynasty that Luzhou and the surrounding provinces can be like this. I'm impressed that you can form an army to guard the coastal border. Li Feng cupped his fists again. His words were filled with warning. So what if you have more than 100,000 people? I'll treat you as the people of the Tang dynasty. If you cause trouble, I'll deal with you whenever I want. Huang An was shocked again. The young steward of the Li family Zhuangzi was not bad at handling things. Then Qin Shui didn't understand. She smiled and said, "Well said, well said. The imperial court is good to us, so of course we have to take care of the place. But I still want to deal with the Yan clan. They're too annoying. Do you have any good ideas?" "Yes." Li Feng agreed, transfer the Yan family and the others over and give them real power. Let them take care of the arrangements made by the barbarians after they arrive at the docks, including investigating whether there are people who would harm the Tang dynasty. When the time came, they would definitely use their name to ask for benefits and frame the barbarian merchants who didn't give them any benefits. The barbarian merchants felt wronged and were dissatisfied with the Tang dynasty. When I was done with driving Yuan County, eunuch Zhang would use this situation to accuse Yan's family again. They had to give the merchants an explanation and even apologize. Then, they would confiscate Yan's embezzlement. The barbarians have vented their anger, and the Yan family has been dealt with even more harshly. We have also earned the money that they extorted from the barbarians. After Li Feng finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Jiuling. He had come up with an idea, but whether he used it or not was not up to him. Qin Shui's mouth was slightly agape, and Huang An was wiping his sweat with his sleeve. "Zhang Jiuling, can people be so sinister?" Wei Yefeng couldn't hold back and blurted out his thoughts. As soon as he said this, he quickly corrected himself, the Yan family's hearts are all rotten. They must be dealt with. Yes, I'm talking about the Yan family. Wouldn't it have been better if you hadn't said that last sentence? Qin Shui rolled her eyes at Wei Yefeng. Zhang Jiuling looked around. The leaders of the aboriginals almost immediately turned their attention to the horses, watching them eat with relish. Huang An finished wiping his sweat. You became the manager of the Li family Zhuangzi just like this. How is that possible? I'll die if I dare to play such tricks in Zhuangzi. The Dongzhu saw through it at a glance. I'm a slave. If I'm killed by the Dongzhu, who would help me? Li Feng shook his head, indicating that he was an honest person in Zhuangzi. Kill you directly. Don't you need a reason? Huang An asked. It's simple. For example, the Dongzhu tells us that we're not allowed to leave Zhuangzi today. Then the Dongzhu calls me to go to the edge of Zhuangzi. The Dongzhu throws something outside and asks me to pick it up. Should I go or not? If I go, I'll be out of range, and they'll shoot me. If I don't go, I'll be disobeying orders. They'll kill me. Doesn't that give them a reason? Li Feng gave an example. How simple was that? This was actually the era before Li Yi's time, when there was a period of reform through labor. If the correctional officers wanted to deal with you, they'd draw a line next to the area of reform through labor. If you crossed the line, you could shoot. They'd throw a branch outside and say to the disobedient prisoner, "Go, pick it up." The prisoner would immediately kneel. No matter what choice he made, it would be wrong. Huang En and the others didn't know of such a story. They were once again at a loss. The Li family Zhuangzi was such a righteous place. How did insidious methods become a daily occurrence? The surrounding leaders who were watching the horses eat turned their gazes back. They wanted to remember this person who was in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, they wanted to remind themselves not to provoke the Li Dongzhu. After a while, Zhang Jiling nodded and asked Tan Shui, "What do you think?" "Let them do it. If they weren't greedy, nothing would happen." "Who's to blame for being greedy?" Tan Shui agreed. On one hand, they could show the Tang dynasty's laws to the barbarians and punish those who bullied them. On the other hand, they could increase the punishment for the Yan family. This time, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. On the other hand, they could confiscate the benefits the Yan family received from the barbarians and make a profit. At the same time, they could warn the other officials. "There's a way to deal with you. You'd better be honest." "What about everyone?" Zhang Jiling asked the other leaders for their opinions. "Don't play dumb. We'll follow the footsteps of the imperial court. We'll listen to the imperial court and Li Dongzhu. We're mountain people. We want to be naturalized. Yes, we're good people. We're willing to pay rent. If we don't have enough food, can we pay with the skins of wild animals? We'll mobilize manpower to build roads. We'll build roads wherever we want. Tell Li Dongzhu that we're grateful for the medicine he gave us." "That's right. We're family with Li Dongzhu. Everything can be discussed." The leaders of the mountain people expressed their opinions. To be able to sit in the leader's position, one must have sufficient IQ and EQ. Even a random slave from the Li family Zhuangzi was like this, let alone Li Dongzhu himself. If they made him unhappy, he might not necessarily use any means. Tan Shui pursed her lips and smiled. She smiled and pouted. She was unhappy and went back to eat. When the meal was ready, it was cooked with vegetables and rice in a large pot. The winged knights didn't say anything. They took out their military pot, removed the outer shell, washed it with water, and ate. They ate the dried salted vegetables they brought. They didn't look picky at all. The 300 winged knights brought their taro stewed chicken over for everyone to eat. "Is it good?" Tan Shui looked at the way the winged knights ate and felt that it was delicious. She made some for herself and curled her lips. "It depends on how you compare it. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen, this is just like swill. Compared to our wilderness survival training, this is the greatest happiness. There's ready-made meat and vegetables. There's even rice. It's hot." Pang Kuang replied as he ate. The nearby winged knights nodded in agreement. Chapter 1158. We've eaten the best delicacies in the world. The Li family Zhuangzi's canteen sometimes gave us special treatment. Even Dongzhu personally cooked for us. We ate expensive chili as much as we wanted. We also ate the worst food. We were only allowed to carry a tactical knife and complete our tactical objectives in the desert or swamp within 36 hours. We dug up wet sand and put it in our mouths. We used the tactical knife to condense water on top of the wet sand. We dug grass roots, ate bugs, cockroaches, and it would be better if there were snakes. We used our clothes to filter the dirty water in the swamp and catch the earthworms in the swamp. Jianqing followed and talked about what they had experienced. The braised pork ribs they ate could be made by Li Yi personally. The rice they ate was made with oil and was golden yellow. When it came to survival training, it was a world of difference. The only thing they didn't have to worry about was that even if they ate unclean things, Li Yi would check and treat them. They weren't picky when it came to eating. This was already good. It was all cooked with salt. There were meat, vegetables, and staple foods. The brothers from before shared taro stewed chicken with dried salted vegetables. It was delicious. The people around listened and didn't speak. They only understood where the winged knight's strength came from. I'll show everyone our new weapon. Have you all seen it before? Pang Kuang felt that the atmosphere was too dull. He took the gun from just now. There were still bullets in the gun. He couldn't take them out. He put on the fire hat again and pointed to a big tree 100 steps away. Hit the tree. This gun can easily kill people from 100 feet away. It's even easier to hit a tree nearby. As he spoke, he aimed the gun. He didn't know the trajectory of the gun at all. He just aimed at it. He felt that the tree was so thick. He should be able to hit it. It was a kapok tree that had been growing for many years. Every spring, there would be a patch of red kapok blooming. Then, after 2 to 3 months, kapok could be harvested. When there was no cotton, kapok was also a good thing. It was kept warm inside clothes. Guangzhou locals usually didn't wear kapok stuffed clothes, but they would store it. When the weather was very cold, they would stuff it inside their clothes. Don't think that the winter in Guangzhou is not cold. If the temperature is always a few degrees above zero, the body's heat will be lost. In addition to the humidity, if you don't keep warm, you will get arthritis. Pang Kuang aimed at the tree. The others stopped eating and looked over to see if they could shoot with precision. Pang Kuang pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a cloud of smoke, the gun fired. After that, Pang Kuang did not know if he had hit his target. Some of the people who came with Zhang Jiuling were quick-witted and ran towards the tree. They stood in front of the tree and lowered their heads. As everyone waited, the man's foot moved, as if he were kicking something. After about 10 breaths of time, he squatted down. When he stood up, he was holding a snake in his hand. The snake's body was about the same color as the tree. It was a viper, and it was quite long. Since it could be seen from so far away, it meant that it wasn't thin. The man returned with the snake and looked at Pang Kuang strangely. Mr. Zhang, viper. The person who came back carefully put down the snake. The snake's head was rotten, but its body was still moving slightly. The leaders of the aboriginals came over to take a look. They then looked at Pang Kuang with reverence in their eyes. Pang Kuang, he wanted to tell the others that he did not see the snake and that he was aiming at the tree trunk. He did not know where the gun would hit if it was not calibrated. Jianqing looked at the snake and wanted to laugh. He tried his best to hold it in and said, "Old Pang, your marksmanship is not good. You said that you would hit the side of the snake's head to scare it off. In the end, you hit the head." Dongzhu also said that he wanted all kinds of live poisonous snakes to make serum. I brought some anti-venom to treat the snake's venom. Go back and explain to Dongzhu. Yes, my marksmanship is not good. I missed a little. I will personally catch a live snake and give it to Dongzhu. I was wrong. Pang Kuang instantly understood. Wasn't it just showing off? He had to cooperate and let others know that his marksmanship was not good enough. Huang An observed the two of them and understood. He did miss, and it had nothing to do with the snake. However, what he was thinking about was not whether the snake had been targeted. He had discovered something important from the conversation between the two men. Can it be cured after being bitten by this kind of snake? Huang An asked what he had guessed. Yes. Dongzhu brought us several types of antivenom, including this. To put it simply, it is called fighting poison with poison. We have to catch a live poisonous snake and send it back to Dongzhu. Only then can he make the antivenom. Take a small bottle of the dozen types of antivenom and show it to everyone. You can catch the snake and exchange it for money, but you have to catch it with the antivenom. Jian Qing took the opportunity to spread the news that there were many poisonous snakes in Guangzhou. In fact, there were many everywhere. Winged knights went to take the antivenom and put it in a box with ice around it. When the ice melted, it would be remade with saltpeter. The main thing was to keep it warm. There were small bottles, syringes, and needles in the box. They were all sterilized. Now that it was opened, the needles in the box were wasted. They had to be distilled and disinfected again. Is it useful? Tan Shui was concerned. There were always people in his village who died after being bitten by snakes. See if the snake's venom gland is still there. Give me some. I will try. It is already open anyway. Jian Qing stretched out her arm. Let me do it. I believe in Li Yi. Let me do it. Zhang Jiuling rolled up the sleeves of his silk shirt. Jian Qing looked at Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling's gaze was firm. Okay. Jian Qing agreed and then went to look at the snake's venom gland. It was still okay. She dipped a knife into Zhang Jiuling's arm. In less than 30 breaths, his arm was swollen. Jian Qing did not dare to wait any longer. She drew the liquid directly and injected it into the muscle. The injection was right next to the wound. Everyone held their breaths and did not eat. In less than 30 minutes, Zhang Jiuling's swollen arm slowly returned to its original state, but there were still some traces. The color disappeared, but the swelling did not go down. It would probably take some time. Plop. A leader of the mountain people knelt down. Plop. 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 The other leaders of the mountain people knelt down one after another. They were convinced. At this time, the highest-ranking official in the imperial court personally tested the poison and the antivenom. Duke Zhang, how do you feel? Tan Shui was about to cry. Pain, numbness, the feeling is like putting your hand on ice. It is very uncomfortable. It is swollen. It is still numb now. Zhang Jiuling said what he felt. There was not much venom, but this snake was too old. The concentration of the venom was higher. In theory, there was no need to inject the antivenom. This was not a problem. The human body could withstand it. For example, he would die in a few seconds. That was when the dose of the same unit reached the same level. Zhang Jiuling needed to be in pain for 2 to 3 days. After the injection of the antivenom, as long as it was swollen, it would definitely be uncomfortable. Duke Zhang, my village is willing to listen to your orders. A leader of the mountain people knelt there and promised. We are willing too. Duke Zhang, nothing must happen to you. Duke Zhang, we will go back and fix the road. We will fix whatever you say. With Duke Zhang here, even if we are wronged, we will not cause trouble. The leaders of the mountain people expressed their opinions. They saw the power of the antivenom and respected Zhang Jiuling even more. Using his own body to test the poison and antivenom. If you did not listen to this kind of official, he would lead soldiers to surround and suppress you. He was not afraid of death. If you wanted to capture or kill him, you would not be able to force him to compromise. The leaders of the mountain people were scared. The good officials of the imperial court were all fighting with their lives. And the winged knights also wanted to test the poison and anti-venom personally for everyone to see. If they were to fight with them. Chapter 1159. Mr. Zhang, are you dizzy? Huangyan had never been bitten by a snake before. He had seen people who were bitten and could not be saved. They said they were dizzy and died. No, the medicine is good. Zhang Jiuling praised the medicine. He observed the small glass bottle, using snake venom to make antidote. Good skill. When the topic returned to the antidote, the leader of the mountain people looked at it eagerly. What if they were poisoned by a venomous snake? There were simple herbs, but they were not very useful. The key was to look at fate. When the venomous snake was bitten, how big the snake was, what kind of snake it was, and whether the person was strong or not. Sometimes, they could be saved with herbs. Most of the time, they just watched them die. No one dared to say that the medicine I took out could cure snake venom. I saw it today. Such a high-ranking official personally tried it. He used a needle and injected the water in the transparent tube behind the needle into the body. The snake venom was cured. It did not seem to be completely cured, but it was not a big problem. There were some people in his village who were bitten by venomous snakes in the future and did not die. Winged Knight's medicine, how much is it? You come back to the village with me. I will find a few beautiful women to spend the night with you. You give us one. The leader of the mountain people who knelt first raised the condition. The leader next to him said disdainfully, you wish. You want to get the medicine and plant it. The others laughed. Yes, there was no medicine. If the winged knights were willing to go to the village, they would arrange women for them. Tall, strong men were welcomed in the stockade. As long as they had children, they belonged to the village. For a tall and strong winged knights like Jian Qing, who could fight, they had to find at least 10 women to bring back to the village. Use things to exchange. It would be best to exchange with venomous snakes. Live venomous snakes in cages. We will gather a batch to bring back. Jian Qing only knew that the antidote was made with snake venom. He did not know the specific steps. It would not be simple. Looking at the bottle and needle, he could not do it. What do you want? We will exchange what we have. I want to exchange. How many types are there? The leader did not mention women just now. He was prepared to pay the price. You have to learn how to make ice first. Use saltpeter to make ice and store it according to the requirements. There are a total of 15 types, including the venom of sea snakes. Sea snakes are. You just have to know that they are not easy to find. The sea snake was provided by King Song, and he accidentally caught it while casting his net. Thus, he raised it and transported it to the Li family Zhuangzi. The clown sea serpent was useless to others, so eating it was just a matter of one meal. Li Yi continued to nurture it. After nurturing it for a while, he extracted the venom and fed it to a specialized item. Some snakes didn't have much venom if they couldn't eat the species in their area. Just like the pufferfish, the Li family Zhuangzi specially raised the pufferfish. They didn't give the pufferfish food that could produce toxins, so the pufferfish was not poisonous. Then, he would take it to the heavenly earth to deceive people, saying that he would risk his life to eat pufferfish. He would guarantee that no one would die from eating it, and that the chef would eat it first. There were also beauties from the heavenly earth to accompany him. If he was poisoned, he could at least eat with beauties. Just like what old Su of the later dynasty wrote, the ground is full of artemisia, and the reed buds are short. This is the time when the pufferfish is about to rise. The meaning of this sentence was that he could eat the pufferfish now, and he could use Artemisia stellaria and Lu sprouts to detoxify the poison. This was a poem written by a foodie. It was said to be describing the scenery, but don't misunderstand, it was written for the sake of eating. If one had to directly translate it into a description of the scenery, it would be misleading. Now, Li Yi needed more venomous snakes. Later on, the number of types of venom would be reduced, and it would be compatible with other types of venom. It cost a lot to produce a single antivenom. Rabbits were too small and didn't have much blood, so it wasn't easy to control the virus it carried. Horses were large in size, so it was possible to make a lot of antivenom by inspecting their bodies and reducing the venom. As for inactivating them, Li Yi didn't consider it for the time being, as the cost was higher. The leaders of the mountain tribes didn't consider the difficulty of producing the medicine. They only knew that it was effective. I'll learn it first. I've been to the Li family Zhuangzi before, and I know Li Dongzhu. Tan Shui was afraid that there wouldn't be enough materials, so she raised her hand to sign up. Her village and the surrounding villages needed it. There were many mountains and forests, and hundreds of people were bitten to death by venomous snakes every year. It was the same as those who died from malaria, other diseases, and those who were eaten by wild beasts and fell to their deaths from cliffs. Now, it wasn't easy to die from malaria. If there was medicine for those who were sick in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about falling off cliffs after the roads were repaired. If there were wild beasts, they would organize people to sweep through the mountains regularly. The remaining problem was the venomous snakes. If they were accidentally bitten, they would be carried back to Zhuangzi with their bodies swollen and black. It was scary to look at, and they would die in pain. The medicine was in front of them, so they had to learn how to preserve the medicine and perform acupuncture on people. When they returned to the village, they could teach others. In the future, the Tan family's village had to be the priority. The Tan family would beat whoever they wanted. If they wanted to capture the provincial governor alive, they would capture him alive. Yes, capture him alive, but don't kill him. If they captured him, they would find Li Yi to exchange for benefits. Let's eat first. I'll teach everyone later. Some of the medicine can be used on other victims of venomous snake bites. It will be distributed according to the population of the village. Li Feng reminded when he saw that no one was eating the food placed there. He wasn't worried about the food getting cold or the weather being hot. Everyone ate again. The village chiefs gave their taro stewed chicken to the winged knights. It wasn't easy for them to come all the way here. After the meal, Li Feng personally explained. Anyway, the box was opened. The medicine could still be preserved, but the needles couldn't. They had to be processed again. He brought a pressure cooker and used it to steam the needles together with the cloth covering them. The main thing was to learn how to read. Some antivenoms could be used, while others couldn't. They had to recognize the words and compare them with the local people. They had to know the name of the snake. Some of the village chiefs couldn't read, so they didn't need to. Now, they had to memorize how to make the ice, how to put it in for a long time, and how to inject it. They found a cute fat pig sold in the market and washed the syringe. Everyone practiced pumping water to inject it into the pig. Of course, there was no need to teach them the intravenous drip. They weren't good at it, so they directly injected it into the muscle and subcutaneous. Subcutaneous injections were usually used to test the sensitivity, so Zhang Jiling didn't try it. Qin Shui didn't go forward. She watched others operate and listened to Li Feng's explanation. She had already planned it out. After they finished learning, the rest of the time would be hers. She would buy a pig and practice alone. Each village can take a pressure cooker back. You are not allowed to use it to cook other food. Steam this tool once a day. The timing has been calculated. When it was almost dinner time, the village chiefs finally learned it. One by one, they opened their mouths. Which one corresponded to what, how to inject it, how to dispose it, and how to preserve it. They tried their best. Others could learn it, but they couldn't. If they took it back and someone was bitten by a venomous snake and died because of the wrong operation, would there be any prestige left? For example, two villages would occasionally fight. Now that fighting was not allowed, they would use other means to suppress each other. The state government should send someone to my village to draw and record. Our village has all been registered. The leader of the mountain people who wanted a woman to accompany him at night once again expressed his stance. The mountain people weren't willing to be registered, and they didn't want others to know the exact number of people in their village. It was impossible now. They would provide antivenoms according to the number of people. If they didn't agree, they would bring back a set. There were 15 types of antivenoms. It was obviously not enough. If they didn't use it, where would they get more? No matter how fast the relay station was, it would take 3 days to reach Chang'an, right? Or 2 days. By the time they ran back, the people would have been buried. It would be too late. Chapter 1160. The chiefs studied hard, and Zhang Jiuling's official document was sent out. According to Li Feng's plan, the Yan family and the people of Ziyuan County who had a close relationship with them were transferred to the Ministry of Shipping. They were given higher official positions and more real power. They were sent here to monitor the trade of barbarians, mainly to see if they had done anything harmful to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiuling's position was increased, and he had the power to order the local officials to cooperate. Huang An wrote an official document and sent it out, telling the entire Guangzhou that there was a new patrol inspector. It was the previous inspector of shipping, Zhang Jiuling. Money moves people's hearts. Huang An ordered his people to send his official document and Zhang Jiuling's transfer order to Ziyuan County together. The other counties were not in a hurry. If they don't do anything, who can do anything to them? Zhang Jiuling did not pity the Yan family. How many chances had he given them? They were too greedy. As a local official, they did not think about helping the people live a good life. They only thought about making money. They were not officials transferred from outside. The local clans could only strengthen their family by benefiting their hometown. Zhang Jiuling himself was a person who benefited his hometown. He was angry with Li Longji and resigned to go home. Then, he found that the road was not good. It was not a matter of a day or two, but he chose to write a letter asking for the road to be repaired. There were 2 reasons for writing the letter. One was that he really wanted to repair the road, and the other was to test Li Longji's reaction. According to the historical timeline, when he was repairing the road, Yao Chong and Bai Gu had died. In the end, he did not test the road like in history. The road was repaired, and Li Yi was protecting him. Mr. Zhang, I wrote a private letter to the Huang family. I was afraid that they would have problems. Huang An did not hide anything. He wanted to let the Huang family know in advance. He told them not to mess around and that Li Yi would intervene. Li Yi was far away in Chang'an and could not take care of Guangzhou. Li Yi was in Chang'an, far from the source of the Yellow River, but he could still command from a distance. The Winged Knights had 1,300 men and 1,000 new guns. They were ready to help the local area clean up the wild beasts. Zhang Jiuling picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of tea before putting it down. Tell them that there will be benefits. Li Yi is used to giving benefits to officials. Eunuch Song's letter mentioned that the extra money and things that the officials in the capital office receive is more than double their salary. Huang An told him about his correspondence with Song Jing. Guangping is having a hard time now. There are many prime ministers, and His Majesty has yet to return to the palace. He has a good personal relationship with you. If you do well in Guangzhou, you'll gain some face for him. Zhang Jiuling could feel Song Jing's pain. As the chancellor's assistant, and the most important one at that, he had to rely on Li Yi whenever something big happened. What was even more depressing was that there was nothing he could do. Li Yi was too capable. If it were anyone else, they would have ordered the prefectures along the way to provide reinforcements and retreated once the front lines were victorious. They had no choice but to retreat. Their supplies couldn't keep up. It was a normal operation, and being able to do this was already not bad. When it came to Li Yi, he had given out 500,000 taels a long time in advance. After that, he had started to send over a steady stream of things. Retreat? How could he retreat? Once he conquered and occupied it, he, Zhuangzi, would make up for whatever he needed. When it came to Guangzhou, the chancellor's normal operation was to give him the authority to make arrangements. At the same time, he would send people to restrict him. As for the Yan family, he would reprimand them. Li Yi's methods were different. He directly asked the aboriginals to be registered. It didn't matter where the Yan family was. Fortunately, there was nothing happening in the northeast for now. Otherwise, Li Yi would have to make a move. He always had a way. With such an intelligent existence, it was very painful to be the chancellor's assistant. The key was that he didn't obtain his position through slanderous words. He really did work. He came up with ideas and provided things himself. The chancellor's life in the imperial court is not good? Huang An was puzzled. It's good that you've thought it through. Arrange for Li Feng and the others to go to Zaiyuan County. Zhang Jiuling didn't want to talk about the imperial court. Because there was no peace there now. They were suppressed by Li Yi together. They wanted to find trouble with Li Yi but were worried that Li Yi would be angry. Ordinary troubles were not trouble for Li Yi. He could solve them easily. The troubles of deceiving the people were the most difficult for Li Yi. But when it came to deceiving the people and making things difficult for Li Yi would be ruthless. Huang An first wrote a letter to the Huang family. He was not the patriarch. He was still young. His position was high. He wanted to tell the patriarch to take care of the children of the Huang family. They must not cause trouble at the critical moment. The Yellow River was flowing. The customs of Guangzhou were very important. If Guangzhou's tax collection was delayed because of the Huang family, and there was even a little oversight on the front line, the imperial court would turn around and push all the responsibility to the Huang family. After writing the private letter, he asked his trusted subordinate to send it back. Then, he wrote the appointment document. He appointed Li Feng as the temporary county magistrate of Zaiyuan County. The others who came with Li Feng would be the villagers of Li family Zhuangzi. They were slaves and could not be officials. Anyway, no one knew about it. It was only temporary. They would be replaced later. The Li family Zhuangzi would not agree to them being officials here. Was the position of county magistrate in a remote area higher than the position of the fifth steward of the Li family Zhuangzi? Every villager was groomed by the Li family Zhuangzi. Huang An put down the pen and waited for the ink on the paper to dry. He smiled. Duke Zhang, can Li Feng and the others support Zaiyuan County? Do you think the Yan family will continue to cause trouble? The Li family Zhuangzi is rich. The Winged Knights also brought me a lot of exchange coupons. Zhang Jiuling thought it through. Li Feng and the others had backing. Their backing was rich. Money was enough. Li Feng was having a meeting with the villagers. Tan Shui insisted on listening. She used the excuse that she did not have time to study as an excuse to sit in. Li Feng agreed. The other party represented hundreds of thousands of villagers. There were more than 110,000 people who were digging coal and repairing roads. They were the real representatives. They could mobilize the army at any time. The population of Zaiyuan County is small. We have several options. One is to use money. It's the most convenient. What do you think? Li Feng said what many people thought was more realistic. Xiao Feng, there is no need. Giving money is easy, but it won't last long. Yes, the people are just looking for temporary wealth. It's hard to change their hearts. Dongzhu said that the local yellow skin is good. We can ask the people to make it into dried yellow skin. We can buy it or give it to the barbarians. It's best to give it to the barbarians. Yellow skin is still fresh. It's good to use it for digestion. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi objected to directly using money to buy people in pursuit of long-term interests. Li Feng nodded his head. Well, let's start with yellow skin first. I think about other aspects. Ask the locals to collect shells, grind them into powder, and transport them to other places to sell to poultry. This is the follow-up. The most important thing is to change the tools for the people. I think of a way. Let's ask the local people where there are fierce beasts. Let's ask the winged knights to hunt them. When we find them, we will tell them who provided us with the information. Then we can sell the fur and bones that can be used as medicinal materials to make ironware. There are also herbs. We brought the picture book. Let's ask them together. Let's get the tools first. After that, the people can get the things for their families. The villagers once again expressed their opinions. No one cared about Li Feng's face. They just told the truth. Okay. Li Feng didn't care. He was a slave. It was important to do things well. His interests were dependent on Li Yi's attitude. Chapter 1161. Now, the people of Jiayuan County are angry, mainly because of anger. How do you think we should use it? A villager asked from another angle. Everyone looked at Li Feng and waited for him to speak first. Li Feng scratched his head. He was recalling what he had learned from Dongzhu. Dongzhu had taught him this kind of struggle before, but he could not remember it clearly because he had not encountered the actual situation. After thinking for a while, Li Feng said, there are 3 ways. The first is to make it clear and vent the anger of the people against the Yan family. However, the Yan family will be on guard against this, and Yan Jia and the others will not focus on greed. The second way is to dilute it and let the anger of the people stay in their hearts. When Yan Jia and the others cause trouble, they will explode together. The last way is to guide them positively and tell them that the imperial court of the Tang dynasty is trustworthy. Tell them not to be disappointed. The chancellors know, and His Majesty also knows the local situation. Everything will be better. Everyone will work hard, build roads for themselves, and work hard for their own lives. The third way. I'm the third way too. The Li family Zhuangzi does not need to be so despicable, although we have many methods. Turn anger into strength and change complaints into trust. The third way. I agree. Let's discuss what to say. The villagers expressed their opinions and gave up on revenge. They worked from the perspective of the Tang dynasty. Qin Shui listened with her eyes wide open. Her vision gradually became blurry. She raised her hand to wipe her tears. She saw that the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were very smart. They thought of many ideas, but in the end, they chose the most righteous one. They did not use the people to target anyone. Instead, they helped the people do the right thing. This group of people seemed to be very skilled in scheming, but when it came to choosing, they gave up. Their own village listened to Li Yi. Li Yi would not harm their village. Next, let's talk about the specific road construction. There are too few people. We need to transfer people from other places. The villagers are good. Will they be paid? Li Feng finished one proposal and threw out another one. Ask the people of Jiayuan County. We don't count on the Yan family's money. We use the winged knights to hunt precious animals. The money belongs to the people of Jiayuan County. Let's give them food first. Buy a pig. We know how to cook, so let's try our best. We don't need to maintain the dignity of officials. Because we are not government officials. We are farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi. Dongzhu is an official. Sometimes, Dongzhu cooks himself. Try your best to look at human nature. Don't be too good, but you have to leave a good impression. We won't pay those who don't work, unless they have lost their ability to work. The farmers began to discuss again, as if they had their own opinions on everything. Tan Shui was envious and even a little jealous. How would she know that this was called a team? They had a common goal and analyzed and considered things from different angles. When it was confirmed, regardless of whether the others had other considerations or not, they had to do their best to complete this main storyline. When he didn't have an accurate train of thought, he needed to show himself. When most people had already arranged their thoughts, there was no need for a thorn in their side. Of course, they could keep their opinions to themselves. When they did, they could follow other people's train of thought. If this train of thought was discovered to be unworkable, then the others would have to listen to the arrangements and commands of those with reservations. As for the Li family Zhuangzi, as a whole, it was stable. Li Yi's plan was carried out, but the method was different. This was the most valuable thing in the Li family Zhuangzi. It was the result of Li Yi's years of careful nurturing. Aren't you going to ask Li Dongzhu? Tan Shui still trusted Li Yi more. We will ask when there are problems during the operation. Dongzhu doesn't want us to ask him directly for everything. Anyway, it's not a big matter. Li Feng smiled. He wanted to prove that he had the same thoughts as the farmers. It was nothing more than leading the people to work and winning the hearts of the people at the same time. It wasn't a life and death battle. They drove away from the county in the middle of the night. The torches were lit, and the people were still working. They had no energy left. They relied on drinking soup to save on staple food. Without staple food, how could they have the energy to work? The horses arrived. They delivered the letter. Ha ha ha, scared. Zhang Jiuling and Huang An are scared. Give us promotions and let us reap benefits. Yan Bang received 2 documents. One was for Zhang Jiuling and the other was for Huang An. Zhang Jiuling's position as patrol inspector was confirmed. At the same time, he also got a chance to be promoted. The people from the Yan family ran over to take a look, including the people from the Yamen who relied on the Yan family. Good, this is our ability. Zhang Jiuling compromised and gave us benefits. Unfortunately, we still want to build roads. So what if he's a patrol inspector? He still has to consider the interests of the Yan family first. Pack up, pack up. I quit. You bunch of unruly people. Do you think I don't know you are dawdling? When the new county magistrate arrives, you will know who is good and who is bad. Ungrateful things. I gave you fish soup and you still scolded me behind my back. Humph. Let's wait and see. The people from the Yan family were elated. They felt that their methods had worked. They were just like Li Yi's government officials. They felt that they had nothing to do and were happily holding anti-corruption meetings. The next day, they were called for an investigation. Usually, this was the case. There was no such thing as luck. How could they come back unscathed after being investigated? Dream on. The people listened and walked back with their heads lowered. There was no greater sorrow than despair. They envied the people in other counties. The people in other counties worked with Zhang Jiuling's money. They didn't have to buy tools themselves. They also ate well and received wages. They had always hoped that Zhang Jiuling would teach the Yan family a lesson. After the arrest that day, they were still happy. Who would have thought that the Yan family would come back? Now, they were even promoted. Could Zhang Jiuling not do it? The people were sad. They felt that their lives were dark and that the heavens were not watching. They could only get this little information. How could they know about the operations of the higher-ups? They also didn't know that there was a team that really cared about them and was discussing a plan. After a night, the people of Kaiyuan County had nightmares. They slept on a straw mat, like a corpse. The straw mat was made by them. If it wasn't for the hot weather, the low temperature in Guangzhou could freeze people to death. When the temperature was twice the temperature of the human body, people couldn't withstand the heat. When the temperature was lower than half the temperature of the human body, people couldn't withstand the cold. When they woke up in the morning, no one made hot soup for them. The group of people from the yamen left happily and went to work in a more powerful place. The people were at a loss. What should they do? Should they still repair the road? Did they not care about anything when they left? 15 minutes later, a group of people arrived from the small path. They rode on horses. The horses carried cooking utensils and other messy things, including a lot of wild game. The people were curious. Who was it? There were a total of 330 people in the team. 300 winged knights and 30 villagers from the Li family Zhuangzi. Hurry up and set up the stove. Yan Jia and the others are too bad. They didn't even hand it over to me and left. It's not easy for me to check the accounts. Let's eat first and make food for our brothers and sisters. Li Feng urged the people to work. In fact, it was arranged. Chapter 1162. The people who slept on the mats last night looked at the group of people working in a daze. Bricks were piled up. They were not very high, and there was a pot on top of them. The pot was a pan, and someone poured oil into it. The big basin next to it was filled with cooked noodles. The other basin was filled with fillings, which looked like pork fillings. In fact, it was pork and onion fillings. They were made and iced last night, and the noodles were also cooked last night. The winged knights did the rough work, and the people from the Li family Zhuangzi were in charge of the actual operation. Making pies was not like making buns and flattening them. They picked up the dough, patted it with their hands, and put in the fillings. They rolled the dough with their hands, pressed it into the pan, and then pressed it with their hands. Finally, pies appeared. Pies made with cooked dough were like this, but it was more difficult to make pies with cooked dough. There were also people who set up a big pot to boil soup, and threw the bones of wild beasts with meat into it. When the water boiled, they removed the foam. Next was the wild beasts. Some people cut the meat into strips and used a mincing machine to mince the fillings. When the water boiled, the meat paste meatballs were put into the pot, and then green vegetables, salt, and pepper noodles were added. The mustard pickles were placed on the chopping board, first sliced, then shredded, rinsed with water, shredded green onions, added salt, and mixed with sesame oil. The people of Ziyuan County had not slept enough. They had just finished work last night, and now they were looking at them blankly. Who were these people? What were they doing? The winged knights were armed, and they did not dare to make a sound. They shouted for the others to get up, wash their faces, and stand a dozen steps away from them in a big circle. The fragrance of the meatball soup and pies appeared, and everyone sniffed. Who are you people? Finally, someone could not help but muster up the courage to shout. Didn't I just say that I replaced Yan Jia as the county magistrate? I am now the county magistrate of Ziyuan County, and I will cook for you. Yan Jia and the others all ran away and were promoted, so we came to replace them. We are directly responsible for the affairs of the county. In the future, you will listen to me for a period of time. Those who have not brushed their teeth, I have salt here. Wipe it with your fingers, or find a tree branch to brush it with. Just wait for the biscuits and soup. I'm from the Bahuili family Zhuangzi of the Chang'an prefecture in the capital. I'm from the place where you can exchange them for coupons. Li Feng was flipping the pie. He directly flipped it with his hands and didn't mind that it was hot. Many citizens, they began to rub their faces, scratch their scalps, pinch their temples, and rub their eyes. Of course, they knew about the exchange coupons. They were very expensive, more expensive than the face value. Baishui Li family Zhuangzi had also heard of many legends. Anyway, anyone who met them would live a good life. Yan Shi had just been promoted and left, and now people from the Li family Zhuangzi were here. Oh God, have you opened your eyes? Are you dreaming? Someone pinch me, ouch. Where are you pinching? Fourth brother's wife. Fourth brother, your wife pinched me there. Wife, did you crush it? Old Fourth asked his wife. His wife shook her head. I didn't use any strength. Then Four glared at him. What are you yelling about when you didn't use any force? Go brush your teeth and get ready to eat. Wife, look at Four and his wife. The person who was pinched complained to his wife. You're standing beside someone's wife and shouting that you want to pinch her. Do you still have the face? I'm ignoring you. I'm going to brush my teeth. Let's just consider it a dream. Let me eat meat. Old Fourth looked at his wife and lowered his voice. Why are you pinching everywhere? When he pulled me, he asked me to pinch him. Old Fourth brother's wife complained. He asked you to pinch your thighs. You mean I should listen to him? No, it's good to pinch him. Let's go and brush our teeth. Usually, we don't brush our teeth for many days. Old Fourth brother was happy. Look, his wife didn't listen to other men. Everyone finished cleaning up and came to eat. They were still very confused. They felt that it was unreal. Meatball soup, pie, and pickled vegetables mixed with sesame oil. What was going on? We're here, we're here. Is there anything for us? I went back yesterday with a set of things. Someone in my village happened to be bitten by a poisonous snake. I gave him an injection and he's alive. A large group of people appeared from the mountain. The leader of the group, the chief, laughed loudly and shouted. Yes, come and eat. We agreed that you guys would come. I've prepared for you. 1,000 people, right? No more. If there's more, it can't exceed 500. Li Feng continued to wrap and fry the pie while shouting at the other party. 1,000 people who can work and children, come and take a look. That's enough. There are less than 500 people. Quick, go wash up and get ready to eat. The chief didn't care about his reputation at all. He brought many people, especially the children. He was so excited that he went crazy. Yesterday, he brought back a set of antivenom serum. Coincidentally, someone in the village had been bitten by a poisonous snake. The snake was brought back and it was dead. He glanced at the snake and immediately found the corresponding antivenom. He used his rough technique to insert it. Similarly, he didn't test the snake's sensitivity. The person who was bitten was at the base of his thigh. His entire leg and half of his body were swollen. He followed the operating procedure and inserted 3 needles in a row. Different needles could be used to deal with the same type of poisonous snake. Then, the person who was injected survived. His condition was okay now. The swelling had subsided a lot. Before he came out, he gave him another injection. Testing the snake's sensitivity was useless to him. If he injected the snake, he might live. If he didn't, he would definitely die. If he tested the snake's sensitivity, he would just die. In theory, his actions, how to put it, could be supported. Some people tested for skin allergies, but when a large dose was injected, there would be no problem. Sometimes, the problem was very serious. This couldn't be completely described in medicine. He didn't sleep the whole night. He just looked at the people in his village who had been bitten by the poisonous snake. When the sky was about to brighten, he rushed over with the group. There were more than 300 children, mainly to see the world. When the people in the distant county saw the large group of mountain people, there was a trace of vigilance in their disgust. They hated the mountain people and thought that they were uncivilized. The mountain people helped us build the road. My Dongzhu has no prejudice against anyone. There is no discrimination against regions, and there is no discrimination against ethnic groups. Li Feng saw the attitude of the people and warned them. The people acknowledged the fact that Li Feng was now the county magistrate. Under the proof of the pie and meatball soup, they put away their disgust. The mountain people were also unwilling to interact with the people. They went to the other side to wait for their meal. The children looked after each other and walked behind the adults. Come, children, eat first. Remember not to eat too much salted vegetables, or you will be thirsty. Li Feng called the children over. He didn't want to be separated by class and ethnicity. He was a slave to begin with. He longed for a little respect. In the end, in the Li family Zhuangzi, he was an ordinary person. When the Dongzhu taught him, he didn't care about his identity. The children washed their hands timidly and then picked up their chopsticks to eat the pie. They looked at others. Add more meat to the soup. How do the children in the Zhuangzi eat? Li Feng said to the villagers. The villagers understood and picked out more meatballs for the children. The people in the distant county looked and suddenly agreed. They didn't completely agree with the mountain people, but they agreed with the new county magistrate and other people in the yamen. Everyone, eat first. After eating, don't rush to work. Let's get some money to exchange for tools. Eat first. Li Feng said as he picked up a child who accidentally fell. Chapter 1163. After lunch, the people of the distant county and the mountain people who ran down took new tools to repair the road. The children helped to lift the soil and stones. The winged knights put down their weapons and helped to build a simple shack. Li Feng brought people to ask the people who worked in the county about the situation. How many people were there in the family, how old were they, and whether they were men or women. After asking each person, he took out ink and asked the people to print their fingerprints. After being asked, the people quickly took the tools to repair the road. They worked hard and were more than 10 times faster than before. 2 days ago, they used bamboo shovels to work. They could obviously scoop up more than half of the soil at once, but they had to scoop up 1/5 of it. He switched to a shovel and kicked it down. The shovel was full. 10 steps apart, the shovel slid out steadily. The tools belonged to the people. If the people knew where there were herbs and beasts, they would go and hunt them. When they brought them back, they would be counted as money and bought the tools for the people to bring home. It was similar to Nanmen Limu and Tianjin City's horse bones. The people trusted the officials, and at the same time, they gained benefits through their own efforts. The mountain people brought tools. They were not very good, but they were also replaced with good tools. If the mountain people brought the tools back, they would have to pay back in installments without interest. The tools bought in bulk were cheap. The chief wanted to take them all, and the village would pay back later. In the afternoon, more people came. Some of the bailiffs who had left before returned home to report. They were very happy that they were going to be rich. The people in the county spread the news. They did not know the situation of their families, so they gathered together to cook and rushed over. The old man, the old lady, the older children leading the younger children, and the women with father and son working, all ran to the place where the road was being repaired. They saw many horses and people. The road was in full swing. The men in the county were bare-chested, and the women were only wearing underwear. The winged knights were also bare-chested. Autumn in Guangzhou was hot, even after the 3 hottest days. They used 2 people to cut the wood and tied the mats with branches. The wood was erected, and the mats were tied together. A shack was formed. It was not a shack for the 3 religions, but more like a house. After a section of the road was repaired, the shack was removed, and they moved forward. Usually, they would change places every few miles to save time. The fresh wood was heavy. 3 or 4 winged knights carried it over. There was no slacking. Under normal circumstances, only 2 people were required to carry the logs. If there were too many people, someone might not be able to put in the effort. The winged knights specialized in this. Everyone had to exert their strength, or else the wood would not be able to be lifted. The weight was designed that way. No one would slack off. Slacking off would harm their comrades. The tree bark was not thin, and it pressed against his shoulder, leaving a deep mark. It was painful to look at. When handling wood and branches, when they hit the body, red lines would appear on the skin and the skin would bulge. The winged knights remained expressionless. He was used to it. They had scars from their training, so they didn't need Li Yi to remove them. Just keep them, it wasn't embarrassing. Anyway, a person with scars was more intimidating than a person with tattoos. Later on, the people in the county saw another group of people wearing khaki-colored official robes. They held tongs in their hands and were writing and drawing. "Father, why are you here?" "This is the new county magistrate, Li Mingfu." There are also the county deputy, county lieutenant, and secretary. They are all from the Li family Zhuangzi. "Father, you can rest." "I can't leave." A person wielding a pickaxe stopped and wiped the sweat off his face. He greeted an old man from the group of people and picked up the pickaxe again. "Didn't we agree to work but not put in any effort? Do you think you can eat your fill if you risk your life?" The old man stared at him and told him his plan. "Uncle Chen, don't scold him. We have to do it. The new officials are from the Chang and Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. They will cook for us when they arrive. Li Mingfu is good at making pies." A woman beside the pickaxe spoke up. She was standing beside the man wielding the pickaxe. This man was the old man's youngest son. He had just turned 20 years old and was single. The woman was 1 year older than him. She had a husband's family before. Her husband's family despised her for being poor. It was mainly because she was pretty and there were rumors about her. With this man, the 2 of them hit it off. The old man was shrewd and understood at a glance. He stared at her and said, "Why are your clothes so small? Where does the heat go?" "Understood, Uncle Chen." The woman quickly put on her coat. "Later, ask Zi's mother to make a fitting undergarment for you," the old man said and looked at Li Feng. "My daughter's clothes are small but her breasts are big." "Old man Chen, why do you care?" A woman in her 50s came over. "Why are you talking about this?" The old man stared at her. He couldn't bear the murderous look in her eyes and spoke to Li Feng. "You'll pay." The old man knew that he didn't get paid before. "No." Yan Jia and the others agreed to pay. Zhang Gong's Department of Shipping will not pay. "My Li family Zhuangzi has money, but we can't spend it like this." Li Feng shook his head and explained the situation clearly. He then said, "You need to wear clothes and shoes to work. We will make 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for you. You need to eat. There will be meat for every meal." "Okay." The old man understood. They didn't pay directly but gave benefits. It was a rule. But Li Feng had something else to say: provide the approximate location of the beasts and help to gather herbs. We will pay for it. Another villager added, now we need grass curtains to block the gaps in the shacks to prevent mosquitoes from entering. You can go back and do it. We will pay for it. When the roads are repaired, the curtains will be given to the workers. Everyone, including the workers, understood. They wouldn't be paid and would be compensated elsewhere. It was equivalent to weaving curtains for one's own family. The imperial court would pay for it. The old man's fingers moved as he prepared to weave the curtains. At the same time, he reminded, I heard that someone from the Yen family has been promoted. It won't be easy for you to do things in the county office. There are other people from the Yen family here. My family's Dongzhu is a high-ranking official. Why would he care about a small county like yours? Li Feng was firm and gave the people confidence. Good, good. The old man was happy. Now that he had someone to rely on, the situation had changed. They took out the food they brought and gave it to Li Feng and the rest. They could eat for the night. When the sky turned dark, the people who came back went back. They prepared to start making curtains for their own families to block mosquitoes and earn money. The people who had eaten continued to work. They said that when they were tired, they would sleep until the sun rose. The children of the villagers couldn't take it anymore. After eating, they went to bed early. Li Feng and the rest brought 100 winged knights and rushed to the county to collect the accounts. They believed that the accounts were messy now. Many of the accounts weren't recorded. At this time, the accounts were the most authentic. The people of the Yen family had probably been promoted and weren't afraid of people checking the accounts. Will there be a fire? Burn it all, including the accounts and the storehouse. A villager thought of a possibility. Afraid that people would check the accounts, they might as well burn it. There were no accounts to check, so the items in the storehouse were also burned. Such things happened in any era, especially when it came to grain management. This included replacing old rice with new rice. Chapter 1164. The storehouse is empty. All the storehouses are empty. Li Feng and the others arrived at the county government office. The door of the county government office was wide open. It was empty inside. The tables, chairs, and doors were all gone. They looked at the storehouse. The door was still there, but it was rotten. The silk and food inside were gone. However, no one touched the room with the accounts and records. They probably thought that the things inside were worthless. Looking at the traces of the door lock and the dust on the door, they knew that no one had entered this room for a long time. It meant that the entire Ziyuan county didn't need accounts. Everything was under the control of the Yen family. There probably aren't any records. The Yen family bullied the local people. It doesn't matter whether there are records or not. Li Feng was sad and angry. How did the people live in Ziyuan County? How could the Huang family of provincial governor Huang and not know? The emperor was far away. Ziyuan County isn't registered. There are only 13 registered counties in Guangzhou. The villager understood the reason. If it wasn't registered, the imperial court wouldn't check it. The local people wouldn't record it. When it was time to collect rent, they would collect it from Ziyuan County. The rent collected would be paid for 20 days a year. The benefits would be divided among everyone. The people in the county didn't know about it. They thought that they had given something to the imperial court. They thought that the county was supposed to pay for the land, but they were asked to find a way to get it. They thought that they had given it to the emperor. There should be many similar places in the Tang dynasty. If the world is in turmoil, the people will know about it. With someone leading the way, how can they not rebel? Li Feng clenched his fist and slowly loosened it. He smiled. Everyone, we are officials now. Let the world see the abilities of the Li family Zhuangzi and their slaves. Even if we only stay here for a few months, we will develop Ziyuan County. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. The others formed a circle and put their hands together. They looked at each other and shouted. There are no difficulties in the world. Take the stars and the moon, Baishui army. Okay, let's not care about the past. From now on, we will revive Ziyuan County. Come on. Check the accounts. Li Feng said as he stepped to the side. The winged knights behind him came up and kicked the door. With a clang, the door opened. The lock was not opened, hanging alone on the door pin. Everyone went in and took out the account books that had been there for who knew how long. They lit the lamps and began to organize them. As long as there were accounts, even if they were from a few years ago, they believed that they could find the problem. The Yen family had existed for a long time. If they found a mistake, they could arrest them. Once they caught the person and interrogated him, they would definitely be able to find something new and record it again. The winged knights helped to draw the forms and input the data. The sky brightened again. Li Feng and the others did not rest and continued to tidy up. They were all in a state of excitement. The people who woke up in the morning realized that there was someone in the yamen. The Li family Zhuangzi from yesterday. A new county magistrate. Grandfather, there's someone at the county yamen. There's someone standing at the door with a stick and a knife at his waist. Old Man Chen's eldest grandson ran into the house and shouted. Old Man Chen slept well last night. His fourth son was going to have a wife. The girl was a year older than him. It was fine. Rumors were not a problem. He knew the inside story. The girl's father was sick in the past. The girl went up the mountain to look for things to sell. One day, she came back with her clothes in tatters. At that time, someone said that there were bandits in the mountain and thought that the girl was bullied. In reality, the girl came back with her clothes in disarray and immediately brought her family into the mountain. They carried out a big wild boar. The girl hunted a big wild boar by herself. The wild boar chased her and she climbed up a tree. The wild boar hit the tree and stabbed its tusk into the tree. The girl picked up the tree and stabbed it with a fork. The wild boar died just like that. Others did not know that they liked to put unrelated things together. In reality, even if she met bandits and was bullied, what could she do? The girl went into the mountain to save her father. Other people's gossip was hurtful. Old Man Chen approved of this girl. She was beautiful. When she gave birth to children in the future, whether it was a boy or a girl, they would be good-looking. When his eldest grandson shouted, he woke up and looked at his wife sitting in front of the window. His wife was holding a small garment in her hand and looking at it with a smile. You're not asleep yet? The old man felt sorry for his wife. That girl is not bad. I'll send her over today. She's our daughter-in-law. We can't let others take advantage of her. The old lady was happy. In one night, she destroyed her fourth son's somewhat tattered clothes and changed them into a small garment. She used to think about that girl. If others did not want her, she would like her. But the girl was beautiful. She was afraid that she could not afford the betrothal gift money. She was even more worried that she would not like her children. Since they liked each other, she quickly made clothes for them. They could talk about the future in the future. It would be best if the two of them did something at night in the shack. You're too good to your daughter-in-law. You're all unfilial. The old man shouted. Father, the meal is ready. The eldest daughter-in-law's voice immediately sounded. Father, Gangzi went to work. I cooked 3 goose eggs. I left one for you and mother, one for the child, and I want to send the other one to Gangzi. The second daughter-in-law said. Father, I'm pregnant. I can't do heavy work. Don't be picky. The third daughter-in-law was reasonable. Don't listen to this old man. He's spoiled. Third wife, take care of the baby. The old lady said. Understood, mother. The three women's voices sounded at the same time. Then, they laughed and disappeared. I have to go and take a look. They're coming. The Yen family's people might cause trouble. Old man Chen enjoyed the treatment of an elder and felt the viciousness of his wife. He was worried about the yamen. He put on his shoes and clothes and hurried to the yamen. When he arrived, many people from the county came over. Some carried baskets with steamed rice balls in them. There were also boiled duck and goose eggs. There was a lot of water here. It was suitable for raising ducks and geese. When it was eaten, it was boiled. It was indeed smellier than eggs, but they could not be pickled. Old man Chen looked around. There were no people from the Yen family. No, there were. There were a few people hiding in the distance and looking around. The door of the prison opened. A group of people walked out in a daze. His Majesty has pardoned the world. Since you were not hanged or beheaded, you are among the pardoned. Go home. In the future, wait and see. Li Feng had checked the case. As long as most of the people were harmed, they were locked up. The other few crimes were not serious. His Majesty had pardoned them, but not here. The entire prison was emptied. Li Feng personally went to the notice wall outside and posted a notice. It was a letter he wrote to persuade the people. Some people couldn't write when Li Longji was taking the county magistrate exam. As a slave of the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Feng could write. Of course, what he wrote was not literary. If Li Yi wrote it at this time, he also couldn't write. When he wrote a poem, the people couldn't understand it, let alone read it. Some of the people found their relatives who were released and cried together. Some stood in front of the notice and waited for the literate to read it. The Tang dynasty was like this. When the government posted a notice, a group of people who were illiterate would watch and wait. Chapter 1165. From now on, if anyone in your family is sick, bring them to the government office. The government office will find a doctor to treat them. It's free. The government office has changed today. The new official is rich and won't ask for money. If your family is not good at farming and doesn't have good tools, go to the government office and ask the county magistrate for help. If you can't find anything to do, go to the county magistrate for help. If you were wronged by the previous county magistrate, go to the government office and tell the officials secretly when you go home in a few days. I'm the new county magistrate. I have a big backer. Even Zaifu has drunk with me. We'll bring the winged knights here. No one can stop the winged knights from killing people. Only His Majesty can. The officials of the Li family Zhuangzi have seen His Majesty for a few years. His Majesty even patted us on the shoulder. Someone read a letter to persuade the people to rest assured and let the people know how powerful they were. Other than the patting on the shoulder, they were not wrong about other things. For example, they had eaten with Zaifu and met Li Longji. They had met more than a few times. They could see each other almost every day. Most of what Li Feng said was true. Even if he asked His Majesty to pat him on the shoulder, if he made this request, Li Longji would really pat him on the shoulder or rub his head. He was more practical, unlike some religious people who bragged. For example, a certain senior monk. Let me tell you, he was walking on the road that day and suddenly encountered a tornado. At that time, he fell to the ground and silently recited some scriptures. The wind couldn't get close to him. There was no video. Just listen and don't say anything wrong. If you say it's impossible, this religious propaganda will tell you. If it's wrong, the senior monk will bear the responsibility. You can't say it. If you say it, it's your fault. You have to bear the responsibility. This kind of situation happened in Li Yi's country when there was a legal system. It was very interesting. Now in the Tang dynasty, the people were more easily fooled. Li Feng was not fooling. He was practical. If you have any problems, come to me. I'll deal with it for you. Several chickens in my family have been eaten by yellow skins for many years. It's useless for me to report it to the government. Are you going to do something about it? Someone shouted loudly after he finished reading. Yes. Li Feng stood at the side, holding a booklet. He did not follow the bureaucratic procedures. For example, who to look for first, then go back and wait for the news, file a case, provide evidence, and then do what you want to do. All the procedures had been bypassed. This was just a small county. Was it really to maintain the law that they had to go through so many procedures? Dogmatic procedural justice was a problem in itself because it was enforced by people. The original intention of the program was to prevent people from getting hurt. It was to prevent problems from occurring when the law enforcers targeted people. But most of the time, it was used to target everything, including situations that had nothing to do with people committing crimes. Didn't the law enforcers know? Of course he knew. Why not take the initiative? Hee hee. Are there any additional benefits? If not, why should I help you? If something were to happen and someone were to use this as an excuse, I would be in trouble. Li Feng was not afraid. Other than Dongzhu, no one else could deal with him. He was a slave of the Li family Zhuangzi. 4 days ago, a chicken was eaten by a weasel. What should we do? This person's body was trembling slightly. He was afraid to face the officials. Send 10 people to help him find the weasel's family. Don't kill the young ones. Raise them and bring them back to Dongzhu. Kill the adult ones. See how much the skin can be sold for as compensation to his family. See if there are any traces in the nest. Li Feng looked at the winged knights. 10 people stood out. Ming residence. My family lives on the mountain. Now that the place is about to collapse, my family has moved elsewhere. But the house is still there. We don't have a house. Are you going to do something about it? Another person said his family's situation. The house was fine before, but after the rain, the hillside below was damaged. The house was obviously uninhabitable. Now that there was a lot of rain, they wanted to tear down the house, but they were afraid that they would be buried. They would not talk about such things in the past. According to their stupid ideals, what did it have to do with the yamen? Have you planted vegetables and beans around the house? Li Feng came to the person. We don't dare to. We planted them last year. We can't do it this year. A lot of the wood on the house is valuable. We don't dare to tear it down. The person's legs were trembling. He felt that his request was too much. How many rooms? How big are the beams? We will use the same amount to exchange for another house for you. Your house will belong to us, okay? Li Feng was a slave himself. He had experienced many things and understood what the people were thinking. They wanted to pass on the loss. It would be best if the yamen could bear the loss. Li Feng decided to let the yamen bear the loss because the loss of the people was a loss of life, not a loss of business. That house was the home of the people. It was a necessity. If it was a tourist, the house was for business. If it was damaged, so be it. Would you not want to live without a house? Dongzhu said before that the houses of the people should be saved. If a business house was damaged, so be it. But if it was used for business house construction, in order to gain benefits, additional loans should be given according to the situation. This meant that the houses of the people could be repaired for free if they were damaged. If a business house was damaged, then according to business rules, it would be another matter to continue the loan or support. Now this house belonged to them. It was raining heavily. The house was on the mountain and the surroundings were empty. They did not dare to live there anymore. In the past, the yamen would not care. You came to me for your own house. If Li Feng wanted to care, the people could not do anything. Today, the people asked the imperial court for help for survival and not for additional benefits. The imperial court did not care. Then tomorrow, when the people betrayed the imperial court, what right did the imperial court have to criticize them? Righteousness? This was like a father carrying a starving child to the yamen and begging for some food to save the child. Not only did the yamen refuse, but they also criticized the father for not even providing food for the child. Then the child starved to death. The yamen did not care. It was not their child. When the enemy country attacked, the child's father helped the enemy country lead the way. The yamen criticized the child's father for not being righteous. No, how could you do this? You would bear infamy for eternity. And the child's father only had to bear the soul of a child who had starved to death. This was what Li Yi had told Li Feng and the others. Do not let the people lose trust in the government. Human nature was that if you were good to me, I would be good to you. It was not that you bullied me, I still had to love you. Because of righteousness. How could I be so cheap? Don't talk to me about righteousness. What was righteousness when the regime changed? Strength was the right thing to do. Li Feng followed Li Yi's teachings completely. If you were good to the people, even if it was a small matter, the people would believe you. If you played Tai Chi and thought that you were good, you would fool the people. The credibility of the imperial court that you represented would be gone. The people were not fools. They just did not have a choice. They could not beat you. When there was unrest one day, would you still expect the people to support you and support you with the righteousness you promoted? It was like this between friends, let alone the world. You will really give me a house? The person who asked this was still trembling. He was afraid that the imperial court would lie to him. Is your house worth 10 taels? Li Feng asked. Not so much. 5 taels. The person thought about it and gave an uncertain price. I will give you 10 taels. Take it. If I don't build a new house for you, these 10 taels will be yours. Li Feng took out the money directly. Chapter 1166. No, I'll trust you this once. I'm a little scared. I just want my home. The person who saw the coupon did not extend his hand. He was not asking for money. He just felt that his house was not good enough. Then the new county magistrate said that he could help with anything. He said it out loud. Unexpectedly, it really worked. The new county magistrate paid for it as a guarantee. Go to the hill where his house is and see what's going on. Li Feng directly ordered the winged knights. He did not have the authority. He was pretending. Fortunately, the winged knights gave him face. Everyone had the same goal. To make the local people trust the imperial court more. The winged knights represented His Majesty. Yes. Send 20 riders to check. The winged knights rode 20 riders out. The people were watching. Some people went to the road construction site yesterday and found that the situation had changed. Today, the new county magistrate came. Even if there was no handover, the administration seemed to be more powerful. Since everyone is here, let's have lunch together. I'll cook a few dishes for you. Li Feng sent the winged knights out and said to the people who came over with a smile. Li Mingfu, they said that the pies you make are delicious. Is it true? An 8 or 9-year-old boy held his 5-year-old sister's hand and shouted to Li Feng. There's no filling. We checked the old accounts last night and did not have time to make the filling. But today, the mountain people said that they brought wild animals here. I believe them before noon. When they come, I'll make a dish for you. Is that okay? This is your sister. Little sister, what do you want to eat? Fat or thin? Li Feng walked a few steps closer to the boy and said to the brother and sister. Red braised pork. The little girl heard from the merchants that red braised pork was delicious, but she had never seen it before. Then let's kill a pig now. I'll make it for you. Whoever has a pig will buy it at a high price. Li Feng agreed. Soon, a pig was rushed over. Li Feng personally butchered it. The blood was left to make blood tofu. He specially chose good streaky pork and set it up in a pot to cook. One time, he stir-fried it with a spade. The main thing was to stir-fry sugar and seasonings. After stir-frying, he stewed the meat, removed the foam, and added the seasonings. Slowly, the red braised pork was ready. There were several ways to cook braised pork with soy sauce, and the current one required a high degree of heat. Li Feng's method was the best method in the absence of soy sauce. Before the meal, the dilapidated house was torn down and the wood was sent back. In addition, the weasel's family was unlucky. At the same time, the other wild animals were also unlucky. It was impossible for the feathered forest flying cavalry to deal with the yellow-skinned man. The weasels were skinned on the spot. There were 9 of them in total. The little ones had grown up and no longer needed to drink milk. The 2 big ones had already died and were going to be processed later. The 7 small ones were locked in cages and were going to be sent back to Li Yi. Are 2 pieces of skin enough? Li Feng looked at the bloody weasel skin and asked the person whose chicken was eaten by the weasel skin. Enough, hee hee. Did I take it? The person who threw the chicken didn't care if the yellow skin was the one who stole his chicken. He didn't mind it being dirty. He picked it up and placed it by his feet. Then, he looked around and rubbed his hands on it. When the people who lived in the dilapidated houses saw the main beam and the horizontal beam on the ground, they were also delighted. The most difficult thing to find when building a house was the beam. With the beam, the other things were easy. Tell me where it belongs to you. We'll build a new house for you, Li Feng said to the person. There's a place. My family has a place. We live in a shack. The empty space next to the shack is where we plan to tear down the house and build a new one. The people in the dilapidated house squatted down to look at the beam. If the horizontal beam was bad, they could change it. The main beam seemed fine. It would take many years of savings to get such a large main beam. They were going deep into the mountains. The big trees outside were not allowed to be cut down. They hired people to go into the mountains and find the trees to chop them down. They were peeled and dried. If they didn't crack or change shape, they were good beams. If they cracked or changed shape too much, they had to find them again. Usually, when they went into the mountains, there would be people who were familiar with them to see which trees were good. Everyone, wash your hands and eat, Li Feng called out again. The people were already waiting with their cutlery. The little girl stood beside the big pot and kept swallowing her saliva. She had only heard of the dish red braised pork from others. She had never eaten it. Now that she smelled it, it smelled so good. There were 2 big pots of red braised pork. After it was done, it was put together with the taro to stew. The top was rolled into a pancake and covered with flour. It was a type of pancake. The main dish was made together with the main dish. This dish was not called one pot from the farmer's house. One pot from the farmer's house was corn pancakes. The pancakes were placed around the big stove. In the pot, there were beans, potatoes, corn, meat, noodles, cabbage, and so on. They were placed randomly. It was different from a random stew. Li Feng first served the children in the county. He mainly served meat and put a big pancake. Beside it, there were some salted vegetables made temporarily. With pork bone soup and various pig organs, everyone started to eat. Li Feng and the others ate together. The winged knights did not touch the meat. They tried their best to drink the soup, pancakes, and salted vegetables. One mouthful of pig was not enough for the winged knights. They had a big appetite and just some soup was enough. The people ate and stopped. The children noticed the situation and looked up. You guys eat. Take out the ribs from the pot and eat the meat. If you don't eat, how can we eat? Old Chen shouted. Yes, take them out and let you guys eat the bones. We have some vegetable soup to eat. Another person supported and got up to think of a way to take the bones. After 15 minutes, the winged knights nibbled on the bones and ate with the people again. The people had smiles on their faces. A meal was not important to them. They did not lack these few mouthfuls of meat. They knew how good the new county magistrate and His Majesty's private army were. The county magistrate also knew how to cook delicious food. When he said he would help catch the weasel, he caught the weasel. When he said he would tear down the house, he went up and pulled down the beam. Following such an official would lead a good life in the future. I want to report the Yen family. One person could not help but start to say how many bad things the Yen family had done. Others added. Even if the Yen family's people were not far away, they did not care. The weather will gradually turn cold. The Tang dynasty's territory is too big and the situation is different from place to place. Therefore, the Kong bed will be promoted. I will take out a few more coal mines that are easier to mine. The Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi spoke to Li Longji and the three chancellors. Many people came today, mainly to ask about the Yellow River. Li Yi did not want to say that the Yellow River had been arranged. His gaze was on the Jiangnan area in winter. It was cold here in winter. He had a question at that time. Where were the cardiovascular diseases the most? Of course, it was the Jiangnan area in winter. There was no heating or air conditioning, so the temperature was low. The human body lost a lot of heat, and the body's functions would decline quickly. Write in the newspaper that children under 5 years old should be held more during the day and placed next to the wife when sleeping at night. Li Yi started to give orders again. This time, it was aimed at the problem of infants. What about the Yellow River? The most important thing in war is victory, not time. You have to rush to attack. More than 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers are trapped there. Song Jing found a chance and quickly criticized Li Yi. Chapter 1167. Li Yi stared at Song Jing, and Song Jing stared back. Both of them looked at each other for a while, and Li Yi laughed. Isn't this the time of war? The place is occupied. Does it mean that you don't need to guard it? Song Jing asked. Long you didn't guard it before. Hashi Jadushi didn't guard it. What's the difference? Li Yi reasoned. Of course it's different. The distance is long, and it's difficult for us to transport baggage. Song Jing found the key problem. Is the transportation in the past better than now? Is it faster, or more things are transported? Li Yi asked with a smile. Isn't that because of you? Without you, how can they supply? Song Jing said confidently. Oh. Li Yi nodded and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. The others looked at Song Jing and did not say anything. Song Jing smacked his lips, the source of the Yellow River needs to be warm in winter. How can there be coal mines? Li Yi took out a map from beside him, spread it out, and pointed to a few places. There are coal mines here. He then pointed to a place beside him. The distance from here to Sister Lake is 600 miles. There is a large open-pit coal mine occupied by Tubo. Li Yi was referring to the open-pit coal mine in Haishi province, which was north of Sister Lake. Currently, the Tibetan army and tribes were still there, but they did not attack the south. The other places were controlled by the Tang dynasty. Longyu was a little further west, and there was a small coal mine there, which was not easy to mine. The coal mine reserves were small, but it was not a problem. It was enough to dig a few hundred meters deep. There are also gold mines and other minerals here, such as antimony and tungsten. I don't know what they are, right? They are good stuff. I can use them to make alloys and safety matches. I haven't taken out matches. If I produce matches, it will make people sick. If you don't want to get poisoned, you can only continue to increase the production process. The fire sickles we are using now are not bad. Li Yi felt that it would be better to use the technology on something else than the match production line. The fire sickles of the people of the Tang dynasty were very useful. They skillfully ignited the fire. Flint was generally a white stone. When Li Yi was young, there was a white stone ditch near his home. There were many such stones inside. The main ingredient is silica, which can be used to ignite a fire by rubbing it. There were also some in the matches, but they weren't worth much. Red phosphorus was needed to make matches. It wasn't easy to get red phosphorus, so why make matches? Looking at the picture and listening to Li Yi speak, the three prime ministers fell silent. They felt like they had been bullied. Yes, they admitted that they did not know what Li Yi was talking about. The only thing he knew was that there were mines, coal mines and gold mines. Let's not talk about the gold mines for now, as there was no need to use them for now. The coal mines would be used to keep the soldiers warm during the winter. Are ordinary people allowed to dig coal mines? Bai Gu didn't want to see Song Jing suffer. Now, the people dig at the places where the cement is burned. They keep part of it for themselves and give the rest to the cement factory as coal mining money. Li Yi drew a few small areas on the map where the cement factory was located. He didn't draw any other places because there were no stones to burn cement. Sui thought for a moment and said, "There are not many people there. The coal sent to the front should be washed coal. There are captives. We don't plan to release them now. Quickly send them to Longyu." Li Yi reminded. Don't always think about making the people do the hard work. The people still need to farm and breed animals. After capturing tens of thousands of captives and exchanging them with the people of the Tang dynasty, the rest will be used to wash coal and burn cement. They can't just eat and not work. They have the right to work. Transfer the captives. Give money to Anshi Jidushi. Brother Yi, you buy the captives. Li Longji knew what Anshi Jidushi was waiting for. They were waiting for money. There were also medicine and tools for treating injuries, gauze, scissors, alcohol, etc. Li Yi agreed without thinking, I'll pay. Send people to send the exchange coupons and supplies. The loss will be deducted from the tax. Deduct it next year. We have to gather 30 million this year. It wasn't easy for you to sell things and pay a lot of tax. Bai Gu discussed in a low voice. He wanted to see that there was enough money on the books. He couldn't spend much on other things like building ships and getting railroad tracks. It was not like he had to take out 10 million to build a ship. He had to buy things, hire servants, and allocate money in batches. He knew where Li Yi lost the money. He spent money to buy the captives. Who would give Li Yi money to wash coal and burn cement? Li Yi also had to pay for the food of the captives. It was another burden. Xiao Yi, I know it's not easy for you. Bai Gu comforted him again. Li Yi blinked, how is it not easy? You're talking about money for food? I told the captives to use coal to make coal and shake briquettes. Are the people willing to buy 100 pieces of coal for a coin? If not, they can go back and make coal themselves. If they buy it, they can go and make coal directly. A captive can make 3,000 pieces of coal a day. 5,000 pieces. Once you get used to it, it will be fast. Li Yi wasn't worried. He had to wash coal. A captive had to wash a ton of coal a day. 2 people in a group. If they produced 5 tons of coal a day, they would be rewarded with meat soup to drink and 3 tons of meat to eat. If they didn't produce 2 tons, their meals would be halved. If they didn't produce 1 ton, they would have to dig a hole and bury it. Even if there were 150,000 frontline soldiers, how much coal could they use in a day? Even if each person had 10 caddies of coal, they wouldn't be able to burn it. The furnace wouldn't stop burning all day long. It would burn 24 hours a day. 8 people in a room. 80 caddies of coal. No one could sit on the stove. It was too hot. Not to mention the stove, they couldn't stay in the room. On average, a captive washed a ton of coal a day. 30,000 captives would be 30,000 tons. The other 40 to 50,000 people would dig coal. A month of work was enough for the soldiers in front. If they were in a hurry to burn cement, 10,000 people could wash coal, 20,000 people could dig coal, and the rest could grind cement. After washing for 2 to 3 months, there would be enough space for them. After a few days, when the weather turned cold, it would be difficult to wash coal. The water would be cold. Normally, Li Yi's coal washers would stop working. The captives didn't need to consider whether it was cold or not. They could wash coal in winter. They could dig holes in the ice and take out water to wash coal. Xiao Yi, according to this, should we pay some taxes? Bai Gu pondered for a moment. The captives would dig coal, wash coal, and make coal blocks. After they finished supplying the front line, they could be sold. Each captive could provide Li Yi with 30 to 40 coins a day. There were more than 80,000 captives in the 2 places. Li Yi earned 3,000 coins a day. 10 days 30,000, 100 days 300,000, isn't it money to buy captives? It needs to be paid in batches. 1 captive is 50 coins. More than 80,000, you only earn 1 million a year. Li Yi felt wronged. He couldn't give in anymore. He now had more than 12,000 captives. They were basically working for free. They didn't ask the imperial court for money. Bai Gu nodded and suddenly shook his head. You think 25% a year is too little? Let me pay. I have money in the Ministry of Revenue. Okay, I'll give it to you. Li Yi readily agreed. If you have the ability, you can earn money. I don't want it. Then you can give me ideas. I can guess that you will use them to earn back your capital faster. Bai Gu couldn't think of how to earn money. Digging coal and washing coal was definitely not the way. Li Yi looked at him. Do I owe you? Okay. Bai Gu nodded. If there was money to be made, what was there to be ashamed of? Chapter 1168. Stone, put the stones and stir with all your strength. Tie up the bamboo tendons and build the city before it snows. Otherwise, it can only be frozen into a city. Beside the Yellow River, the Tang dynasty soldiers were mixing concrete in the city. The city wall was rising bit by bit. They didn't have any vibrating equipment, so they relied on people to shake it with a stake. If there was a word to describe it, it would be called tamping. The highland barley had been harvested. A water wheel was set up on the Yellow River to shuck the barley and grind it into flour. The Tubo tribe traded things for highland barley noodles, steamed highland barley rice, and braised meat. Now they were paid to build the city for the Tang dynasty. They transported, quarried, and mixed the materials. The women helped to cook, and the children delivered food and water. They were also paid. They discovered the magic of concrete and decided that they wouldn't do anything if someone asked them to attack the city later. The city wall couldn't be destroyed. How could they climb up? They said that the city wall was several feet high. Recently, ships came and went. The explosives transported here were like mountains. There were also skyscraping monkeys, arrows, cotton-padded clothes and mattresses to prepare for winter, bags of rice, flour, oil, alcohol, diesel, kerosene. Could they shoot it down? Send themselves to death? The Tubo people didn't want to die like this. It was meaningless. It was still useless to build catapults and arrow towers. The enemy had skyscraping monkeys. They flew far away, and before the catapults entered the range, they would be blown to pieces. The arrow towers were slowly pushed over. When the catapults on the city wall threw out a bag of explosives, the towers collapsed. The wind was good. The hot air balloons of the Tang army guarding the city were thrown forward with ropes. No, why did the Tang army defend? Why didn't they attack? They were living a good life now. If they needed anything, they would exchange it with the Tang army. Next year, they would change their farming tools and farm and raise livestock. If they wanted to fight, they would have to wait until the population of the tribe multiplied several times. They wouldn't fight a war that they had no chance of winning. The temperature at Sister Lake has dropped. When the sun rose in the morning, there was frost on the surrounding grass. Zhang Xiaosong led the team and didn't go back. They went to various places and talked about the temperature of Xiaoling Lake and Erling Lake. The altitude there was high, and the temperature was low. As the short summer passed, in more than a month, the lake shore will freeze. Then the two lakes will be frozen. We can travel on the ice. Qin Li did not care about winter. Winter had its ways. Since the Yellow River was completely sealed, they could transport goods on ice. Hopefully, this year's winter would be colder. Otherwise, some places would not be frozen. You're not going back in the winter? Zhang Zhongliang hoped that the winged knights would be there, and the 16 guards would come to replace them, but they had never fought in a war before. I don't think I'll be able to go back. I'll stay behind to take charge. The others will go back and send a new team to adapt to the climate. Qin Li was not very sure. If he was transferred, he had to go. He was willing to spend the winter there. He was more familiar with the situation and didn't act rashly. If it were someone else who liked to play with tactics, who knew what they would do? If things went wrong, they might take advantage of the ice and snow to sneak into the enemy's rear and launch a surprise attack, then run away after the attack. If by any chance the horses couldn't withstand the cold winter and were delayed somewhere, Tubo's army would encircle and annihilate them. Their brothers would suffer heavy casualties. He was sent here because no one who played with tactics would be able to take advantage of him. In a sand table battle, even if he lost a small area or dozens or hundreds of people, his strategic position would not change. Moreover, it wasn't as if he didn't know how to launch surprise attacks. He had tricked his opponents many times. Just like Sima Yi in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, no matter how Zhuge Liang was transferred, he would defend his position. What could he do? Of course, if Officer Guo was sent to replace him, Tubo would be the one to worry. Are you going back? Zhang Zhongliang looked at Hao Lingquan. I can't go back. Li Dongzhu told me when he called me here that I'll learn from you guys. I'm afraid something will happen when I become a general. Hao Lingquan shook his head. He still hadn't completely adapted to his own feelings. Recently, he had gone to negotiate with 3 unstable Tubo tribes. The 3 tribes were convinced by him and were willing to help build the city. This was his greatest ability. He was sent out to contact the other party and deceive them. Previously, he had made great contributions like this. It was very thrilling and he had almost let the enemy escape. Zhang Zhongliang didn't think that Hao Lingquan was bad. At least, everyone had seen the change in attitude of the 3 tribes. Hao Lingquan dared to say that he had succeeded 3 times in a row. What was more interesting was that he had become sworn brothers with Fu Qian of the 3 tribes. They had agreed that the tribes would not take the initiative to attack the Tang dynasty. As long as he was here, he would not let the Tang army hurt the people of the tribes. He had promised the 3 sworn brothers that no one would die from cold or hunger in winter. The 3 tribes believed him and came to work for free. Zhang Zhongliang had always thought that Hao Lingquan was a waste of talent to be a general. He should be the prime minister and be in charge of foreign affairs. General Hao, are you on the Kong bed? Wang Juankue also thought of Hao Lingquan's promise to the other tribes. I'm on the Kong bed. There are no bricks. If we use mud bricks, it will collapse easily. They said that there's no need to be afraid of collapsing. I discussed with them. They will exchange cow dung, horse dung, and sheep dung with us for coal. Li Dongzhu said that he wants to plant medicinal herbs or find good medicinal herbs. He wants to fertilize them and leave a mark. Hao Lingquan was very respectful to the provincial governor and deputy provincial governor who could command the war. I'll write a letter to Li Yi and tell him about your situation. Guo Zhiyun also thought that Hao Lingquan was not suitable to be a general. There was a bigger stage. I'll also write a letter to see if we can get medical personnel. No, we need doctors. There are 90 people in Li family Zhuangzi. The winged knights know a little. There's also medicine and equipment. Guan Lin's family needs them. Guan Lin's 2 children are smart. Hao Lingquan didn't care. He was a general anyway. Living and studying in Li family Zhuangzi, he had a peaceful mind. He knew that his achievements were nothing in front of Li Yi. Everyone wrote letters according to their own ideas. There was no need to communicate with others. The letters were sent out before dinner. According to the current distance and delivery method, the letters would reach Chang'an tomorrow midnight. What? You dare to investigate my Yan family? I'll talk to Zhang Jiuling and Huang Yan Jia, who had just taken office in Guangzhou, received information from Kaiyuan County. He was furious. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Zhang Jiuling and the others were eating steamed rice noodle rolls. The recipe given by Li Yi was a famous snack in Guangzhou during Li Yi's time. They were eating steamed rice noodle rolls filled with beef and water buffalo. Tan Shui's water buffalo was rammed to death by a ship. The water buffalo was at the beach. A barbarian merchant's ship sailed ashore and killed Tan Shui's water buffalo. The barbarian merchant paid the price of 100 water buffaloes before Tan Shui sold her nyonyo. She said the water buffalo was the nyonyo that had accompanied her since she was young. The barbarian merchant chose to believe her when he saw a large group of armed mountain villagers. Then, the nyonyo was rolled into the rice noodle rolls and steamed. It was indeed very valuable. Tan Shui's family was in Luzhou's Guangxi. The Guangxi water buffaloes were used to grow terraced fields. They were usually reluctant to kill them. She brought them here to breed. There were 20 buffaloes in total. There were 4 males and 16 females. Now that the male was dead, it would be difficult to distribute them. Chapter 1169. Li Dongzhu is always able to think of strange ways to cook. First, he makes the noodles, then he wraps the noodles and steams them. Tan Shui was in a very good mood. She earned back all the money she spent on the 20 water buffaloes, and it was 5 times the amount. When she went back, she would tell the others about her ability to earn money. When you eat well, you will be in a good mood. Dong Zhu always said that the same ingredients, but different cooking methods, when you eat some, you will feel uncomfortable, and some can eat a few more bites. Pang Kuang ate a mouthful of green onion dipping sauce and another mouthful of rice noodle rolls. He combined the styles of the distant coastal areas together. Actually, he could also eat the rice noodle rolls in pancakes. The texture should be good. You just don't feel hungry. Tan Shui followed and dipped the green onion in sauce. After eating a mouthful, she closed her mouth and exhaled through her nose. Her tears flowed out. She chewed and swallowed, took a deep breath, and wiped her tears. This nose is good when it is cold and blocked. Green onion dipped in mustard is better, but don't eat garlic. Garlic is spicy. If you eat it for a long time, you won't be able to stand it. Especially if you eat too much raw garlic, your stomach will feel spicy. At this time, you can only drink more soup and eat more sweet things. Jian Qing didn't eat green onion dipping sauce. He got wild vegetables himself. He washed them clean and dipped them in sauce. He didn't touch the green onions. He brought 1,000 winged knights over. There were maras in the team. When they were resting at night, they got together with a male horse. The maras strangely hated the smell of green onions. He distributed the goods on the maras to the other horses and took care of them alone. They were all military horses. If 2 military horses gave birth to a pony, the possibility of it being a military horse was very high. At night, he had to add night grass for the horses. He was afraid that the smell would be too strong and affect the maras' health. How much was a military horse worth? Ordinary people couldn't afford it anyway. The key was not the price of the horses, but the attitude of the cavalry towards the horses. Let me go over, let me go over. I want to ask, what does Zhang Jiuling mean? When everyone was eating happily, there was a shout from 10 steps away. Mr. Zhang, Yan Jia is here. He looks very angry. Someone came over to explain the situation. Ask. Huang'an said as he picked up a piece of rice noodle rolls. The rice noodle rolls was like the dough rolled out of the intestines. It had nothing to do with the intestines. The rice noodle roll without stuffing was just like the dough skin. The rice noodle roll with stuffing would change according to the shape of the stuffing during steaming, just like the large intestine. Let him come over and talk. Qin Shui was particularly disgusted with Yan Shi. She always wanted to find an opportunity to beat her up. She had more people. The Yan family was located in a small county, and there were only about 300 people in the family. In her eyes, she didn't care about them at all. The best family in her heart belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. There was a group of captives outside the camp, surrounded by 16 guards. After crossing the bridge, there was a settlement of more than 100,000 people, and the winged knights were overseeing it. Zhuangzi was filled with flowing water and children were running around. The canteen was so big that there was food at all times. His own village had to learn from them. As for the Yan family, humph. You should be glad that you are from a small family in Guangzhou. If you're in Lu Zhou's shoes, I'll show you what the rules are. As for the Huang family in Guangzhou, this was still okay. He did not dare to casually dig into their roots. A short while later, the person returned. He said that Li Feng and the others are investigating the Yan family and driving Yuan County. Tell him not to make a fuss. I want to ask him about the barbarian merchants. Tell him to think about it before he comes to me. Zhang Jiuling instructed without even looking at the person. Eunuch Zhang, what else is there to say? Just investigate his family. Qin Shui was anxious. How could things be like this? Zhang Jiuling gave Qin Shui a look that told her to calm down and said to Huang An, "You should calm down and give Yanshi some peace of mind." Of course. Huang An smiled in response. Qin Shui wanted to say something, but Jian Qing lowered her voice and said, "Little Miss Qin, learn more." Learn what? Qin Shui looked over. Learn how to deal with it. Eunuch Zhang's words were oppressive. He asked Yan Jia to consider it. If Yan Jia considered it, he would be at a disadvantage. At the same time, he wasn't in a hurry to call Yan Jia over. He wanted to analyze the reason and think of a solution. For now, he was only delaying it for a short while. When it was truly troublesome, it would drag on for a long time. For example, a few days or a few months. One is to see the other party's tenacity. The other is to deal with them indirectly. It's like this between people and countries. In war, there are more negotiations, more considerations, and more probing. Jian Qing knew that Dongzhu valued the Tan family's stronghold. That was why she patiently explained the strategy. Delaying was also a method. Qin Shui frowned when he heard this. What's the use of delaying? Build up the spirit in one go, weaken in the second, and exhaust in the third. For example, your father, brother, and daughter went to Chang'an. You're lucky you met Zhang Sun Xian first. Zhang Sun Xian wants to throw such a big problem on Dongzhu and make things difficult for Dongzhu. That's why he sent someone to send you to the Li family Zhuangzi. He doesn't have good intentions. Dongzhu doesn't care. When he knows about your situation, he immediately welcomed you and helped you think of a solution. Dongzhu is looking for peace in Luzhou and the surrounding provinces. He's focused on the Tang dynasty. You have to thank Zhang Sun Xian. He arranged the right place for you. If you change the place, you can just wait to be delayed. Jian Qing revealed the truth. That was all there was to it. Huh? Qin Shui was slightly stunned. Why? Li Dongzhu didn't delay. If the 3 prime ministers didn't go to Zhuangzi, he would have sent someone to bring us to the government affairs hall. There's no need. Would Dongzhu consider others? Dongzhu is very domineering in his actions. Only those who are not confident enough would use such a method. Jian Qing glanced at Zhang Jiuling as she spoke. I'm not confident enough. So what? I'm overseeing a region. Shouldn't I consider the local clans? The Yan family is easy to deal with, but what about the others? Zhang Jiuling did not think it was embarrassing to play tricks. He had no choice. Then, he said, it's easy for Li Yi to come here. The Yan family is nothing. Even if it's the Huang family. Bian Gu, what do you think? Zhang Jiuling addressed Huang An by his courtesy name. He meant that he was not targeting the Huang family. It's better if he doesn't come. Don't worry, Duke Zhang. The Huang family won't make any mistakes. Huang An was very honest now. He analyzed the wisdom of the Winged Knight's leader and the ability of the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers. He knew Li Yi was no match for him. There was also Zaifu Song Jing. Song Jing mentioned Li Yi again and again in his letters. When Li Yi was overseeing Chang'an, he was able to arrange everything around him clearly and clearly. The barbarians in the southwest were well behaved, the Bohai Sea did not dare to move, the Khitans were trading, and the Tiela 10 families had surrendered. He supported Zhang Shaosong from so far away. Then, he tricked Su Lu's Ranger Shur, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the Tibetan army. The Turks were in chaos. Tubo was manipulated by Li Yi, and they lost control of the Yellow River. He had arranged for a trading company here. The mountain people around Luzhou listened to him. He was in Chang'an and did not leave. If he came to Guangzhou, there would be a storm of blood. There was no problem in Guangzhou. Everything was under the control of the imperial court. The Huang family could not bear it. He had to deal with the clan's problems. Guangzhou was no longer a remote place. Li Yi was keeping an eye on it. Whoever made a mistake in the clan had to quickly make up for it and show Li Yi their attitude. Chapter 1170. Hearing their words, Qin Shui pursed his lips. Owner Li, you understand, right? It's a routine operation, Jian Qing answered. Does that mean he's good at scheming? Qin Shui was disheartened. The owner doesn't scheme against his own people. In the owner's heart, you mountain people are his own people. Jian Qing understood. That's right. We're his people. Li Dongzhu is always thinking of ways for us. Let that person come over. If it doesn't work, I'll send troops to destroy the Yan family. Qin Shui was happy again. She thought about it and realized she was not being schemed against. Li Yi did not ask for money from her. He even gave her tools, money, the location of the mine, and the method to protect the terraced fields. Who was it again? What's Provincial Governor Lu Zhou's name? In any case, that person brought them back. Yes, that person. When Qin Shui was happy again, Yan Jia walked over angrily. He was about to throw a tantrum when Wei Yifeng, who was sitting there, suddenly coughed. Yan Jia instantly recalled that night. Someone wanted to burn him alive. This was it. Eunuch Zhang, I've been wronged. Yan Jia changed his attitude. I know. Zhang Jiuling nodded slightly. He looked at Huang An. What did Biangu say? Sit down and talk, Huang An said to Yan Jia to appease him. This was all a trick. Some played the good cop, some played the bad cop, and some tried to smooth things over. Jian Qing gave Qin Shui a look. Her meaning was, learn from them. Qin Shui, who was in a good mood, nodded lightly. She just realized Eunuch Zhang was not so righteous. He knew how to scheme. How would she know that Zhang Jiuling's successor would be the Grand Chancellor? How could he become the Grand Chancellor if he was not capable? The Yan family has been working hard in Ziyuan County. Now that we're here to manage the border trade for the Tang dynasty, they're investigating us behind our backs. Eunuch Zhang, Provincial Governor Huang, please help the Yan family. Yan Jia sat down and began to explain the situation. The backyard was on fire. Someone was stirring up trouble. Zhang Jiuling lowered his head. Yan Jia looked up angrily. How can this be? Men, bring a brush and ink. Understood. A servant replied and went to fetch the items. Give me one too. I've been watching the Yan family do things. The people in Guangzhou are living a good life. Roads are also being repaired in Driving County. Huang An added, looking as if he wanted to seek justice for the Yan family. However, he didn't say that the people in Ziyuan County were living a good life, nor did he say anything about the rest of Ziyuan County. He said that he was repairing the road, but he didn't mention what kind of road he was repairing, and he didn't mention how he was repairing it. Before long, the 4 treasures of the study were placed on the table. Zhang Jiuling wrote first, I trust the county magistrate of Driving Yuan County and the others. The investigation of the Yan family's corruption and crimes is not true. It was just this one sentence. There was no beginning, and no one knew who it was addressed to. There was no signature, and no one knew who it was. However, he had stamped it with his own seal. Huang An looked at what Zhang Jiuling had written and narrowed his eyes. He also wrote, there are many inaccuracies in the investigation of Yan Jia and his family in Zhangyuan County. I hope you can investigate in detail. Then, he also stamped the letter. When the ink was dry, he folded the letter, put it in the envelope, and sealed it with lacquer. Zhang Jiuling did the same, and there was no problem at all. The two of them handed the letter to Yan Jie, asking him to help deliver it. Yan Jie didn't delay at all. He thanked them and ran off to deliver the letter. "Mr. Zhang, why are you helping him?" "Believe it or not, I will also write a new letter to Li Dongzhu. I will tell him that you have betrayed him and that you will burn sky lanterns." Qin Shui was about to cry. She couldn't understand poems, but she could understand the contents of the two letters. She looked at Zhang Jiuling with red eyes, and then sneered at Huang An. Don't. "Miss Qin, listen to my explanation. Don't attack my Huang family." Huang An was also about to cry. "What do you mean? You want to lead troops to attack me? Tell me." Qin Shui clenched her fist. Okay. I will tell you. The most important part of what I wrote is not true. Mr. Zhang also wrote the same thing. Not true. What do you mean by not true? Huang An's desire to live was very strong. He quickly said. You mean not true? Qin Shui was still clenching her fist. How is that not true? For example, if you send 10,000 soldiers to attack my Guangzhou, my military officer will say that you sent 3,000 soldiers. If I say not true, does that mean that you didn't send any soldiers to attack me? Huang An gave an example. If there were 10,000 soldiers, he would say 3,000, and then he would give a false statement. It can be more or less false, right? You all didn't tell the truth about the Yan family's matter. In fact, what you want to say is more serious. Qin Shui instantly understood. There was an example. Zhang Jiuling and Huang An nodded. That's right, that's it. This saying was more common during Li Yi's time. Once something was said, the official reply was not true. Why would they say that? There were several reasons. They really didn't understand, but they couldn't not respond. They knew that the problem was serious, but they thought that the local government could solve it. If they were afraid that the local government couldn't solve it, they would cover it up. If the local government couldn't solve it, they would investigate further. They would see if there were any problems with the person who exposed the matter. If there were no administrative problems, then were there any moral problems? Could they guide them and lead them astray? For example, so-and-so reported the chief of the Transportation Bureau for drunk driving and it was confirmed. Then what? Check the surveillance cameras. This so-and-so didn't use the crosswalk when he crossed the road. Did everyone see that? He didn't use the crosswalk when he crossed the road. Instead, he directly crossed the road with double yellow lines. How dangerous was that? It was easy to cause a traffic accident when the driver tried to avoid him. If you don't believe me, take a look. How many times were there records of cars avoiding pedestrians who illegally crossed the road? So-and-so crossed the road. Come and take a look. Where are the ghostwriters? Where are the hired ghostwriters? Hurry up. Therefore, what they said was not true. They would retaliate against the whistleblower in other ways. They were waiting for the government to take action. They were serious. When the local government saw that they couldn't cover it up, they quickly said that the chief actually had other problems. Therefore, they said that it was not true. Not true was a word that could be used to attack and defend, advance and retreat. Otherwise, why didn't they say, not true? The difference was huge. If something really happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Zhang Jiuling and Huang An used it quite well. If they said that it was not true, they would tell the Yan family to continue. They would support you. Just wait and see. When you have a problem with your current position, they will find more problems. They didn't say who it was written to. Tan Shui discovered the situation again. They didn't say who it was written to. Naturally, it was written to the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments is Song Jing. Jian Qing smiled and said. The letter was not an official document. It was a private letter. Therefore, there was no title. When it was sent out, others would know what it meant. This was the normal rule of the imperial court. Did you think that what you saw in the Li family Zhuangzi was the real Tang dynasty? Your family was just lucky. I'm angry. Are you bullying me because I don't understand? I want to write a letter to Li Dongzhu. I represent my Tan family. Tan Shui was angry. Don't. Isn't your purpose to deal with the Yan family? Do you think Dongzhu doesn't understand? In this world, how can there be only black and white? Is your Tan family's stockade really all open and above board? Isn't it what we should be doing to give hope to the weak, to give help to those who wish to survive? At least our winged knights are working hard. At least the Li family Zhuangzi is working hard. You are a strong person. Lead your stockade to live a good life. Jian Qing shook his head. He tried hard to squeeze out a smile. Then what about Li Yi? Tan Shui seemed to be unable to bear this kind of reality. His heart is the Tang dynasty. Jian Qing, Zhang Jiuling, and Huang An said together. Chapter 1171. Yan Jia, who relied on his family to become the county magistrate, did not know that he had been cheated. While he was sending someone to deliver the letter to the relay station, he also sent someone back to Ziyuan County to tell the clan that everything was fine. He kept an eye on the people of Ziyuan County. If anyone dared to make a report, he would write it down in a small notebook. Once he made a contribution, he would deal with them. Turning around, he took the people from the yamen with him and continued to extort the barbarian merchants. At the moment, he was rather timid. He worked hard to inspect the goods and extorted them sporadically. Usually, it was items worth a few $100s. The others had even less. They grabbed a handful of pepper and put it in their pockets, feeling that they had profited. Barbarian merchants used ships as a unit of transportation and did not care about the slightest thing. When they saw people stealing, other than feeling unhappy, they did not show any other expression. Yan Jia and the others were more serious when inspecting the goods and tried to be fair. There was no need to discuss the price. As long as the merchants of the Tang dynasty brought the goods over, they must set the price uniformly. According to the specifications and quality of the goods, they would be able to exchange them for goods of different categories, and then pay taxes. The other party offered 10 hawksbill turtles in exchange for 1 jean of Hangzhou silk. After the exchange, the barbarian merchants had to pay an additional 2 taels of Hangzhou silk worth of tortoiseshell, while the merchants of the Tang dynasty had to pay a tortoiseshell. If the barbarian merchants sent grain, medicinal herbs, or crops that were not available in the Tang dynasty, they would not be taxed and could even offset part of the tax. Crops could even be rewarded handsomely. Even if there were no crops, live animals that had never been seen in the Tang dynasty would also be rewarded. Yan Jia drove away with ease. In the county, Li Feng had turned over many cases. According to the Amnesty for the World, even if they really did something wrong, as long as it wasn't serious, they would still be released. Some of the others were in charge of supervising the construction of the roads, while others led the people into the mountains to search for medicinal herbs. The commoners didn't know much about medicinal herbs, only a dozen or so simple ones. If they had a headache or fever, they would use them for themselves. For example, the roots of dandelions were known by the common people to be able to extinguish fire and boil water to drink. The farmers came with diagrams to teach the commoners how to recognize medicinal herbs, including insects. Then, he taught her a simple concoction method and gathered a batch for the yamen to accept. The price was not low either. There were no middlemen. The Li family Zhuangzi's people received the goods and directly transported them back. After deducting the transportation cost, it was still cheaper than the goods sent by the merchants. The commoners also received more. He then taught the people how to use local herbs to make simple medicines, such as snake medicine. Of course, now that they were bitten, the commoners did not have to deal with it themselves. They quickly went to the yamen, which had the antidote. The commoners learned seriously. No one had taught them how to earn money and save lives before. The other farmers took a book and pen and went from house to house in the county, looking at the houses, the terrain, and the surrounding ditches. The winged knights protected her from being harmed by the Yen family. At night, the people of all ages who had not gone to repair the roads in the county gathered again. Today, when they went up the mountain, they found a group of wild boars. The winged knights killed 5 of them and released a female wild boar and a group of piglets. The wild boars that were killed by the muskets weighed more than 100 pounds. After they were processed and eaten, 3 of them were sent to the road workers. The wild boar meat was still stewing. It would take a while. Li Feng spoke to the people. We have a few problems in Zhangyuan County. One is that we don't have enough livestock to work. When we wander around the county, other than the Yen family, we only have 2 donkeys and a water buffalo. Secondly, there were very few pigs and poultry. Many families didn't even have a chicken, let alone ducks and geese. Thirdly, the houses were small and old. Most of them were built with mud mixed with grass. There were no big beams on them. Instead, they used small wood to support the grass curtains and mud. Fourthly, there were very few tools for work. The imperial court has already issued maps, including many types of plows. He said one, and the commoners nodded. Yes, these were the problems we were facing now. Then, you saw the problem. What do you think we should do? I've thought about it. The main reason is that we don't have money. I'm not talking about everyone's savings, but everyone can't find a way to earn money. Li Feng concluded. If there was no money, there would be everything. Li Mingfu, tell us. How do we get money? Who do we rob? Is it the Yen family? Some of the commoners thought they were going to fight. He expressed his support. Today, he saw the muskets kill the wild boars. Amazing. It was easier to kill the Yen family than the wild boars. The country has its laws. Whether the Yen family has a problem or not, we have to deal with it according to the law. Li Feng glanced at that person. He continued, now, there are 2 ways. First, I'll help you find work that can earn money. When I leave, your money will be enough for you to buy livestock and poultry to raise. Second, I'll pay to buy livestock and poultry first. You can consider it as borrowing. First, you can borrow to go home to work and lay eggs. In addition to other work, after a while, you will have money to pay me back. Li Feng stretched out 2 fingers. The second method was faster than the first. There were livestock to work, and the speed was faster. The poultry were reproduced. After dozens of days, the chicks, ducks, and geese would come out. By the new year, they had already grown a few rounds. How high is the interest? Old Man Chen asked loudly. The commoners looked at each other and finally stared at Li Feng. I don't want interest, and buy in bulk. It's cheaper to bargain with others. Li Feng shook his head and refused interest. Now, even if he wanted a millimeter interest, his nature had changed. He wasn't a gold and silver shop. He didn't lend money. He was a government office. The government office now had the capital to lend money, but the interest was very low. They didn't force people. If they were willing to lend, then lend. If they weren't, then forget it. If they borrowed, they couldn't lend it out. The local government wasn't very strict. This money was more harmful to the people. The imperial court took out the money and threw it to the state government, asking the state government to pay a certain amount of interest every month. At the highest, the interest for a year was equivalent to the capital, doubling it. The state government could only arrange for people to lend money. If it didn't work, then they could force people to lend it. However, under normal circumstances, it was the commoners who borrowed as the interest of others was higher. The commoners couldn't afford to eat. They borrowed some money to eat for 2 days and thought of a way to pay it back at the end of the month. Usually, the interest was 2.7 millimeters, calculated based on days. 1 millimeter was 1,000th of a millimeter. Daily interest was 2.7 thousandths of a millimeter. A month was 30 days, 8%. If they borrowed 100, they would pay 108 with interest. In a year, they would pay 196. If they didn't pay it back at the end of the month, compound interest would be calculated. If they borrowed it for a year, they would have to pay 518 times, 252. If they couldn't pay it back, they would have to take something or be thrown into jail. The current interest of the capital was 8% a year, not compound interest. It was calculated based on years. The commoners were willing to borrow. The state government was ordered not to raise the interest privately, and they couldn't lend a lot of money to one household at a time. Li Feng didn't have the capital to lend money. He didn't want to do a good thing for the government to let the commoners borrow money. It wasn't a loan now, it was a loan. There was no interest. Li Mingfu, if you don't collect interest, how will you explain to Li Dongzhu when you go back? Someone among the commoners asked. It's Dongzhu who told me not to collect interest. My family's Dongzhu earns a few thousand a day. He doesn't lack this little bit. Li Feng flaunted his wealth for Li Yi. The commoners widened their eyes and considered how much money a few thousand a day was. 1,000 a day, 1,000 a day. Why was it so much? 10,000 a day was 10,000 a day, 100 a day. It seems like everyone chose the second option. I'll call someone to negotiate the price. When the time comes, everyone can take the livestock and poultry home. Li Feng could see from the commoners' expressions that he had decided. Chapter 1172. If the county magistrate asked them to lend it to him, they would lend it to him. If they could buy a water buffalo for next year's crop, they would soak it in water and plow it again. Ming residents, do you know how to hatch chickens and ducks with the Kong bed? The young man asked expectantly. My Dongzhu taught me this method. I must know how to do it. Li Feng puffed out his chest. Do you know how to compost? Another person asked. Yes, I also brought a test paper. I know what the soil looks like and what kind of fertilizer to use. Li Feng lifted his chin slightly. The people started to ask questions one after another. Every time Li Feng said he knew how to do it, their smiles would increase by a little. Okay, the meal is ready. Let's eat. Li Feng tried his best to make himself look trustworthy. He learned this from Li Yi. When the people decided to believe you, you could not have any hesitation or retreat. This was because the people did not need the truth at this time. They only thought that you were right and then sketched out a more perfect result in their hearts. There was only one thing you needed to do. That was to strengthen the people's confidence and make them follow you. Sure enough, the spirits of the people in Kaiyuan County were different. It was as if their dreams had come true. They ate the meat in big mouthfuls. It was fragrant. They drank the soup in big mouthfuls. It was fragrant. They accidentally bit their cheeks and vomited blood. It did not hurt. Children were the most sensitive. When they saw the adults happy, they found that they were inexplicably happy. Ming residents, can we read the newspaper? They said that we can learn to read from the newspaper. When the newspaper is turned over, the back is empty. It's for people to practice writing. An older child carried a bowl in front of Li Feng and asked with yearning. Yes, I brought the tools to print the newspaper. I will carve the waxed paper for you and engrave the contents of the Chang and newspaper. Then, I will teach you. Li Feng still said loudly to tell the people that there was nothing they could not do. He did bring a lot of paper used for trade. He was going to use some of it to print the newspaper in the county. Nowadays, many places were using leaves to write. The Buddhist scriptures in India were written on leaves. The long leaves were called palm leaf scriptures. They were very similar to the leaves of palm trees. The leaves were shaped like palm leaf fans. They used a stylus to write. If they didn't have a stylus, they would use a needle. It was not only used in India. The southwest of the Tang dynasty also used leaves as paper. The people of the Tang dynasty, on the other hand, used good paper in many places. Paper that was easier to write on than rice paper was invented by Li Yi. Xian paper was also used. Xian paper had its own advantages when making ink paintings and calligraphy. If these papers were to be exported, the price would not be low. There was already a method to make paper. Others did not know how to do it now, and even if they knew, they would not. Li Feng brought two types of waxed paper, steel waxed paper and handwritten waxed paper. The same type of waxed paper could be used on mimeograph machines. Handwritten wax paper could even be used to draw on it. Steel plates were more troublesome, and the bottom was covered with steel plates to carve. In the cheers of the children, Li Feng bowed in the direction of Chang and he was thanking Li Yi. Li Yi had sold him to Zhuangzi as a slave. He had never lived the life of a slave before. Li Yi did not beat or scold him. He only said that he had made a mistake once. If he was banished a second time, he would be sold. Until now, he had made many small mistakes. No one sold him. If he was sold, he would die. He was older than Li Yi, but he regarded Li Yi as his father. Godfather. When many people were at a loss, as a slave, he could manage a county. Countless students studied hard, but they could not become a county magistrate. He was leading the people of Jiayuan County to a better life. In terms of literary talent, he was not good. In terms of governance, those students were not good. He did not need to memorize scriptures. He only needed to know how to lead the people and find things to do. Write a letter back and tell Dong Zhu about the situation, the farmer next to him said to Li Feng. Okay, write our methods and future plans. I guess we won't be able to go back this year. Li Feng also thought so. He wanted to turn Jiayuan County into a rich county and support Dongzhu's reputation. He wanted to tell the world what a random slave of Li family Zhuangzi could do. Other officials should be careful. If Dongzhu is angry, he will send all the farmers to replace your position. If you don't know what's good for you, Dongzhu will personally go and you will be finished. The people who were eating did not care if Li Feng wrote a letter or not. When they heard Li Feng's words, they were even more excited. Yes, we will listen to you during the new year in our county. Our winter here is warmer than Chang'an. You only need to wear 2 layers of clothes. How do you spend the winter in Chang'an? Just thinking about it makes me scared. I heard that the water freezes into ice. Can people freeze to death in the house? Some people say that in the north, you have to take a stick to pee in the winter and knock it while peeing. The people of Jiayuan County felt close to the county magistrate and asked about everything. Li Feng swallowed a mouthful of meat. Our Zhuangzi has heating. We can be naked in the house. Other people have heated Kong beds. Dongzhu figured it out. Is that so? What is heating? The children did not understand. Cut a piece of wild boar meat and leave it outside in the winter. Take it out overnight and it will be as hard as a rock. In our house, put a piece of ice in it and it will melt in a short time. There is heating. This winter, we can only heat Kong beds. I will teach you how to make a fire Kong bed. Dongzhu said that the winter in Guangzhou is wet and cold. It is just like the beginning of spring in our place. It is very uncomfortable. There are many rivers there. Li Feng could not describe it and could only say it simply. The weather now was humid and hot. When he woke up, he felt pain in his bones. Fortunately, he brought chili powder and a lot of ginger. He could adjust his body. What is a heated Kong bed? A plate? The children had many questions. A board is like a maze. 1. When I build your house, you'll know. You can light a fire during the day and don't need to do it at night. It depends on the situation. As long as the overall temperature is high, there will be less humidity. Especially after it rains in Guangzhou in winter. Dongzhu said that it rains here in winter. Li Feng said to himself. He wanted to go back and did not want to stay here. He knew about temperature. Dongzhu said that it was 4 or 5 degrees above zero. When it rained, it was cold and gloomy. It was the feeling when it started to rain after late autumn in Chang'an. The ground was wet and the house was moist. They had to make a Kong bed. Who said that they could not heat a Kong bed if it was not frozen? The people still did not understand. They had never seen it before. They always thought that the winter in Chang'an was hard to endure. There was not enough information. In the past winter, there would always be dead people carried out of Chang'an the next morning. They had frozen to death, indirectly or directly. Now, there was no such thing. Every house burned a Kong bed. At night, the nose was cold, but the body was not cold. The place where the road was being repaired also ate stewed meat. They were not picky. It was good enough to have something to eat. The people of the Tang dynasty ate pork. Otherwise, why did they raise pigs? It was just that the rich did not like to eat it. There were fewer seasonings and fewer ways to deal with it. After the road is repaired, we will go back and start to repair the houses. We will tear down the original houses and build new ones. Everyone will help. We will repair our own houses and other people's houses. There is a salary. It is the money that the county government subsidizes to the people. There is a stone mountain next to it. We will use the stone to build the houses. The villager in charge of this place shouted to the people who were eating. They would definitely not give the money to repair the road. It was agreed that the Yen family would provide it. There was no problem for them to repair the houses for the people as long as they paid. Chapter 1173. Z, try to shoot it and feel it. The heavy machine gun was sent back carefully. Li Yi found Guozi to practice shooting. He believed that Guozi would be able to shoot with the same accuracy and effective range as a sniper rifle. Li Yi was no longer jealous. Some people were good at sports. How could you compete with them? Li Yi had a rack when he used the heavy machine gun. He could hold it and shoot, but he did not know where the bullets would hit. He needed a rack to be stable. Guozi's muscle structure was different from normal people. He had endurance and explosive power. Guozi reached out and touched the heavy machine gun. In an instant, he had fallen in love with this big guy. There was a scope on the heavy machine gun. He followed the instructions and fixed it on his stomach. Then, he shot 2 bullets. One shot flew out of the 100-meter target. The other shot hit the 4th ring. 500 meters. Guozi counted and adjusted the target. Bang! It was still 2 consecutive shots. One shot hit the 7th ring and the other hit the 8th ring. 1,000 meters. Guozi continued counting. Bang! One shot hit the 9th ring and the other hit the 10th ring. 2,000 meters. Bang! 7 and 9 rings. Then, 3,000 meters. He fired 10 consecutive shots. The target had the 8th ring, the 7th ring, the 9th ring, the 9th ring, and the rest were all the 10th ring. Okay, that's it. I can't waste any more bullets. With 18 bullets, Guozi got the hang of it. Who the fuck said that the effective range of this heavy machine gun is 1,800 meters? Li Yi muttered. Li Yi knew that there was wind. You can ignore the wind for 100 meters. But 1,000 meters? 3,000 meters? You have to hit a moving target. For example, tie an egg to it and swing it. Li Yi increased the difficulty. For example, no one was willing to watch the international sniper competition at a distance of 300 meters. Generally, there were only 2 types of targets at 300 meters. One was to shoot with a knife. A knife stood there with the blade facing the shooter. The other was to shoot an egg. The egg was tied and moved like a pendulum. The first type was static. It had to be accurate. The second type of dynamic analysis was to determine the bullet's flying speed and distance, the direction of the wind, and the trajectory of the egg. This bullet. Guozi couldn't bear it. He knew that the bullet was exchanged with Li Yi's life. You can still practice with more than 100 shots. I'll give you 1,000 shots for the remaining 500 shots. You're the last trump card, the kind that we play cards with. Li Yi was generous. Go ahead, bullets weren't worth much. Oh, they weren't worth much lifespan. The next time he killed a pack of wolves, he would ask Guozi to go and save his lifespan. Guozi refused, there's no need. I'll shoot a few more times. I have 600 bullets left. That's enough. This gun is good. It can kill a few people with one shot. Guozi discovered a secret. The bullets of this gun could fly very far. 3,000 meters was not the limit. He personally went over to take a look and found the bullet that had hit the paper target. It had flown more than 6,000 meters away. How much force would it take to make such a large bullet fly 100 meters? The bullet flew 6,500 meters and landed on the ground. At 6,400 meters, what would happen if the bullet hit a person? In that case, if the enemy was in a dense formation, how much force would the bullet have after hitting a person's body? What was the difference between hitting the chest, neck, and head? Thinking of this, Guozi worked hard to practice. He had used a gun many times before. After the gun was made, he used it every day. He was a talented person, but he was still so hard-working. Z, do you want to be the emperor? Li Yi suddenly asked. You want to kill me? Guozi's forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't dare to move. He was afraid that he had just shot a 1,500-meter moving target with a heavy machine gun in one hand. 10 points. He felt that if he moved, Li Yi would be able to kill him. Even if Li Yi was empty-handed. No, I just feel that you are very strong. Li Yi shook his head. He knew that Guozi had many opportunities to be the emperor in history but didn't do it. Li Dongzhu, don't joke around. You don't want to be the emperor. Why are you asking me? Guozi was angry. It's not easy to be the emperor. So some situations that can easily affect His Majesty must be resolutely dealt with. Li Yi pointed out. Those big clans? I will go and kill them. Okay. Guozi thought for a while and gave an answer. You don't need to do anything to them. I will slowly suppress them. They won't be angry. At the beginning, they didn't do anything to me. It was a mistake. Now it's too late. What I mean is, try to let His Majesty know about the current situation of the people in the Tang dynasty. Don't think that just because the people in the capital have a good life, the people in other places have a good life. Li Yi didn't care about the big clans at the moment. It was too late. Those people were saving time for him. If they want to cause trouble now, he can make an IFV to attack their clans. He can also drive a helicopter. He hasn't actually operated the armed helicopter, but he has played with it on the training equipment. Brother Yi, come and eat. Today, I personally made wontons. Do you like the taste? Li Longji came to Li Yi with an apron. He made wontons. He didn't roll the wonton skin, nor did he mix the wonton stuffing. He just made the wonton wrapping. Does the taste of the wonton have anything to do with the bag? Only the taste is related. Otherwise, if you don't put the stuffing, you can just drink noodle soup and lump soup. Let's go and eat. You have to pay attention to who has been in contact with you recently. Li Yi glanced at Guozi and went to eat wontons. In the cafeteria, a group of people was there, including Bao Er, who had already opened his eyes. The baby drank milk and changed his diaper. He lay there with his eyes open and didn't sleep. His little mouth was moving, and I could see him breathing hard through his nose. The little guy looked at his little brother curiously and thought it was fun. Li Yi naturally had to see the baby first. He took out a stethoscope from his pocket and listened to the baby's eyes. Then he went out. When he came back, he pushed a baby carriage. It was Bao Er's baby carriage. He carried Bao Er and put him in Shang Er's carriage. Then he pulled up the carriage, and the translucent shed covered Bao Er's head and upper body. Wu Jieyu looked at the two carriages and instantly noticed the difference. Shang Er's carriage seemed to have more functions, and she didn't seem to have seen the material before. I made it alone in the laboratory. It can't be made with the current technology. I used to give it to Shang Er, and it's the only one. Shang Er doesn't use it anymore, and no one else dares to use it. It's better to give it to Bao Er. He can't see clearly even when he opens his eyes. If you want him to see something, try to hold him at eye level. Don't lie down and look up. He's now at the stage where he's sensitive to light. Try to get natural light, but don't let the sun shine on him. Light can be changed from natural to artificial, but the temperature can't be changed. Even if the temperature is changed by 1 degree, it can make the child sick. Li Yi explained to Wu Jieyu very patiently that babies were easy to get sick because of the temperature. How many parents would maintain a constant temperature for their babies? They all thought that their children were the same according to their own body feeling. It should be colder in the winter and hotter in the summer. It was hard for them to bear the heat. They adjusted the temperature according to their own feelings. Newborns couldn't do it, so more than 95% of children under 1 year old would get sick. This was the reason why newborns got sick. The other reason was the weaning period. The birth rate of babies who were fed formula was higher than those who were breastfed. When breastfed to the weaning period, the child's antibody instantly changed. Li Yi was adjusting. He couldn't care about other people, but he cared about Zhuangzi. Chapter 1174. After last night's heat, it didn't seem so hot in the morning. Instead, it felt a little cooler. Today was the beginning of autumn, the 9th day of the 8th lunar month and the 22nd day of the 9th lunar month. The commoners who owned land in the capital went to the fields to adjust the planting and harvesting of vegetables, and the greenhouses were built. The planted cotton began to be harvested. The Ministry of Revenue sent people to keep an eye on it, not allowing the people to take it away themselves. A small portion of this batch of cotton would be made into absorbent cotton, while the rest would be made into military coats and bedding for the soldiers at the front line. The extra money would be sent over to the Tubo tribe to exchange for things to influence the Tubo tribe. At the same time, he sent seeds to the Anshi Jidushi and the Karluk division led by Ashina Sien, telling them to start planting cotton next year. That place belonged to Xinjiang during Li Yi's time. Along with the blueprints and assembled seed-shedding machines and spinning frames were sent. Next year, they would be able to plant them in large quantities. If they wanted to use it for themselves, they could use it for themselves. If they had excess, they could sell it to other places. This year, the governor's mansions in the northeast didn't give them to us. No, they didn't go to war. Li Yi had started drinking mutton soup early in the morning. In the beginning of autumn, one had to put on autumn fat. Even if there was no shortage of food in the past, according to custom, one had to eat more meat. The price of meat was very high today. Early in the morning, the price of pork had increased by more than 10%, and the price of mutton had increased by nearly 20%. By the time Li Yi had breakfast, the price of pork had dropped by 5%, and the price of lamb had dropped by 12%. The people selling meat in the eastern and western markets had no choice. Someone had spread the news that the price of pork in the southern city meat market had only increased by 3% and that of lamb by 5%. Everyone paid for their tickets and took the bus to South City. The common people knew the reason. It was said that Li Dongzhu had written a letter to Yu Huaid and the others, saying that on the beginning of autumn, the meat price would be increased by 2 to 3%. Then, a large amount of meat was released, and the price was fixed. The other places that provided live pigs were very proactive, and Li Yi was one of them. Dr. Li, if you don't give benefits to the pig and goat farmers, don't you know how sad they are? Wu Jieyu looked at her son and said. Bao was 1 month old a few days ago and had grown up. His mother was good-looking and was now fair and plump. It was cold in the morning, so there was an extra hot water pipe in the canteen to raise the temperature. Bao was still sleeping soundly without a care in the world. We have a bumper harvest this year. 2 seasons of indica rice have been successfully planted, and we can add another season of vegetables. The vegetables in the water net grew well and were used to feed livestock, especially pigs, saving food. Good news came from the Western Agricultural Temple. They had found rice that could increase production, but they still had to study the rest. There are a lot of foreigners, so there are a lot of poultry rearing, especially ducks. The cost of rearing livestock is lower, so they can't earn more. As Li Yi explained the overall situation, he suddenly noticed that Bao raised her eyebrows. She called out, Tao Hong, change over to the side. Tao Hong put down her chopsticks and ran over. She pushed the trolley to a corner and brought out a clean diaper. Bao Bao opened his mouth and was about to cry, but he suddenly stopped. Tao Hong was done with her work and took the things out. How much? Empress Wang looked at her son. After the little guy finished a fried egg, he grabbed a lamb chop with both hands and ate it. His face was covered in oil. They say it's double, but I estimate it to be 50%. They like to exaggerate the numbers. It was estimated that the yield would stabilize at 3 dan per mu. With sufficient fertilizer, the original yield of rice would be 2 dan per mu. If it's less, it would be 4 dan per mu. That's impossible. The highest yield I know is 13 dan per mu. Double season rice only produces 6 dan per mu. Li Yi didn't believe the data given by the Western Agricultural Temple. If it was bragging, the yield of 10,000 caddies per mu was considered less. Only 6 dan. Double season rice? What rice? Empress Wang was already satisfied with 50%. Super rice. It's better to plant the current new rice and indica rice. The yield is 13 dan per mu. We have to wait for the Western Agricultural Temple and also wait for the fertilizer industrialization. Li Yi didn't expect super rice to appear in the Tang dynasty in a short period of time, because he lacked a person. Now, the capital government was using a lot of farm manure and mineral fertilizer, so the yield of the land was high. In other places in the Tang dynasty, in the south, where double-season rice and wheat could be planted, the yield was maintained at 3 dan per year. The capital government had 2 dan per year of rice. The water net and fertilizer were very useful. Not to mention increasing the yield of grain by 50%, even if it was more than 20%, the people who planted crops would no longer need to borrow money in a year. The extra grain was more than 2 months of rice. How many months had it been? It's been a few years. When I think of the past, it feels like it was yesterday. Empress Wang sighed. She saw how Li Yi improved the lives of the people in the capital government and then expanded to further places. Little by little, it seemed that the increase was not much, but when it was added up, she found that the income of the people had increased several times. On the other side, Wu Jieyu didn't come back. She sat by the side of the carriage and breastfed her child. The baby didn't have time to cry to remind people during the whole process. Wu Jieyu fed her son and said, "In a few years, the capital government will be everywhere in the Tang dynasty." Impossible. The ability of officials is different. Some officials don't have the heart of the people. The officials in remote places are more willing to be local emperors. Li Yi poured cold water on her. How could officials be the same? Kill. Send out your students in Zhuangzi to be provincial governors. At this moment, Wu Jieyu felt more like Empress Wang than Empress Wang. They are His Majesty's subjects, not the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi explained the matter clearly. The Li family Zhuangzi students? If they were sent out, wouldn't the whole world belong to the Li family Zhuangzi? Send them to the county next year. The students in the county will be sent to the provincial government. Li Dan, who had been eating silently, gave an idea. I still have to teach them other things. Originally, I wanted to continue teaching the 90 nurses, but in the end, Guo Zhiyun asked for 30 of them to teach the doctors who followed the army. Li Yi mentioned the request of the source of the Yellow River. He sent out 30 people. There were 10 women and 10 men in Zhuangzi, and 10 imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department. They brought a lot of things out. They had been there for a few days. Noble consort Lu put down her chopsticks. She was full. She ate a bowl of steamed egg soup and 6 steamed dumplings. The difference between steamed dumplings and steamed buns was that the steamed dumplings were made with flour. After eating, one would feel hungry quickly. She picked up a piece of watermelon. If the students were sent out and were caught, wouldn't their knowledge be leaked? How can it be so easy? My knowledge is high enough, right? I can't even bring it up. I need time. They have only learned a little. There is no information to check. If others want to learn, it will be useless even if they have more than 10 years. Give me more than 10 years, and I will destroy the country of whoever catches the students. No one will be able to overtake me. Li Yi was full of confidence. It was already so difficult for him to develop bit by bit, let alone other countries. Who could overtake him on a curve? It was impossible not to take the wrong path. He was developing according to the technology tree and the social system. All the mistakes that were made in the development of society in history were corrected by him. Even so, he still felt that it was slow. When would the rocket artillery be able to fire a few hundred kilometers away? Xiao Yi, do you think my body is okay? When Li Dan heard Li Yi say that it would take more than 10 years, she became worried and afraid of dying. No problem. You can go back to your house once in a while to see your family for a meeting. Most of the time, you will live in Zhuangzi. Remember to give me cows. Give me 1 cow a month. Li Yi joked. He knew that Li Dan's heart died first in history. Now, she did not want to die. She could see that the lives of the people were better. She wanted to see more. Chapter 1175. It was snowing at the source of the Yellow River. Autumn rain fell in Chang'an, but it was snowing here. The city was still under repair, and it seemed like it would not be repaired in a month. The teams delivering cement, bamboo, and supplies formed a line. The Shu people did not stop transporting baggage to the front. 500,000 yuan was enough to buy a lot of things. They even brought things back from here, saying that they would earn the difference in price and keep half of it. They would then buy more things and send them back. The Shu people were waiting for the military forces of the Tang dynasty to take control of Tubo and deal with Su Lu's cavalry. Then, they would fight until the Arabs did not dare to move. That way, they could continue on the Silk Road to sell things elsewhere. The tea leaves of Shu were considered good goods on the Silk Road. Those who had horses organized themselves into groups called horse gangs. Those who did not have horses walked in groups, carrying more than 100 caddies of tea leaves and holding crutches. Under normal circumstances, after the tea leaves were picked, they would be pressed and dried. They would not be stir-fried and would just be placed in baskets. They would also bring food, water bottles, bedding, and other things and walk slowly. When they were tired, they would use crutches to rest. This was called walking. They would walk 20 to 30 li a day, and if the road was good, they could walk 40 li. When it rained, the rain would fall on the tea leaves, and the tea leaves would continue to ferment. They would only walk once a year. When they reached the place, the tea leaves would be completely fermented and would be black tea. Of course, there would also be black tea. Every time they worked, they would be able to earn 10 years' worth of income in Shu. However, some people would fall on the road. They would fall sick, meet bad people, mudslides, rise in water when crossing a river, wild beasts. High risk came with high profits. It was hard work, but people had to give it their all to not live in vain. However, this kind of situation was rare. The Shu people traveled in groups and were loyal to each other. They were like this to outsiders, let alone people in their own village. Moreover, the Shu people were very good at fighting against outsiders and were not afraid at all. The most interesting thing about the Shu people was that they were good at fighting against outsiders, but always cowardly against their own people. They were experts in external battles and outsiders in internal battles. Now that the Shu people needed the Silk Road, and the soldiers at the border were fighting fiercely, he had to support them and earn some money at the same time. The main thing was Chinese herbs. Now that he had the snow lotus, he could bring it back and sell it to the medicine shop. The new medical book listed all the herbs from the source of the Yellow River. There were animals, plants, and even minerals. When the people from Shu County took the money away, they would write down the name of the item and how much it cost, leave a fingerprint, and leave without paying a single cent. When they returned to the Shu lands, they would sell them and buy some things before sending them over. Up until now, there had not been a single case of a Shu person taking away something and disappearing. Since the Shu people on land gave them gifts, there were even more boats on the water route. There were also some rich families who bought things and then went to the relay station to spend money to deliver them to the soldiers on the front lines. For example, a birthday, the birth of a child, a full moon, an anniversary, or a marriage. There would be people who would fork out money to buy things for the soldiers, even if it was 10 caddies of yam or 5 caddies of raisins. They gave their own money to the couriers at the relay stations for good luck and to send things to the soldiers for safety. The couriers would gather a batch and send them over, one station after another. There were no fresh fruits or pigs, nor were there any live chickens or fish. Most of the time, it was rice. When a wealthy family married a wife, they would directly put 1,000 caddies of rice in a sack and send it to the relay station. When the courier encountered such a situation, they would look for animals to transport the goods. This was the current trend. It was better to help others than to worship God. The more the front line was pushed forward, the more stable the rear. The soldiers guarding the banks of the Yellow River felt this powerful force. Baggage never stopped. A ship stopped. Everyone helped to carry the things on the ship and loaded the local products that they had obtained. There are words on the sacks. Who can read? Look. The soldier carrying the bags saw the words, like. Documents, documents. Why are you shouting for documents? It's too old. Just tell the bookkeeper over there. Hence, a ship full of sacks was carried away to the place where the military records were kept. There were clerks weighing and recording. They had to remember everything carefully every time to prevent people from being greedy. Old Lou, look at what's written. Other people add a note inside, but this is written on the sacks. The person carrying the sacks asked. The Lu family village of Wugong County, each family donated 10 coins. Li Dongzhu only allowed ordinary people to donate this much. The 26 villages of Wugong County donated a total of 137,100 coins. The clerk read it out loud and took a deep breath. Where is Wugong County? The soldier carrying the sacks asked after a few breaths. The capital office. The clerk raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. Changfen. The soldier turned his head and looked to the east. What about this? Is this canned meat? Another soldier ran over and carried the sacks. Obviously, the contents inside were not neat and it was uncomfortable to carry. The clerk looked again and read, the Chang and Pig Rearing Alliance donated 12,000 canned luncheon meat on the 1004th ship. What kind of meat is luncheon meat? Can you open it and take a look? Open one. It's all for us anyway. Open it, I'll open it. This is luncheon meat. You can see meat inside. There's a lot of meat inside. Old Lou. The clerk took one and read, it contains 90% meat. The rest is starch, spices, salt. It can be eaten directly, fried, roasted, stewed, steamed, quick, take a pair of chopsticks and eat one. It's all open. Try it. It's delicious. It's better than canned meat. How is this made? It's all meat in one bite. I've never heard of the Chang and Pig Rearing Alliance. They're rich. 12,000 coins worth of food. There's more here. The people from other counties also donated. What's Changfen? I only know the word fu. It's for the princess. It's for Princess Jin Xian. She said she donated 1,000 coins worth of food. This is part of it. Who is Princess Yongmu? 80,000 coins worth of food. This is part of it. I know. Princess Jin Xian is Princess Yongmu's aunt. Then why does her aunt only have 1,000 coins and her niece has 80,000 coins? Where did Princess Yongmu get so much money? Qinli, what's going on with Princess Yongmu? In the main tent, Guo Zhiyun also received the gifts and realized that Princess Yongmu was too rich. She's the owner of Wentian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Any handkerchief she sells is worth more than 1 coin. Qin Li told the people around him who were qualified to know. What kind of handkerchief is so valuable? Zhang Zhongliang knew what a handkerchief was. He also had one. The handkerchief designed and made by the owner, as well as other things, including the fragrant orchid pavilion, were all built by the owner. Princess Yongmu probably took out all the money she earned. As a woman, life is not easy. She has to look at her husband's eyes. Qinli said with a look that said, if you don't guard this place well, you'll be sorry for a weak woman. Where does Princess Yongmu usually live? Wang Juankui couldn't bear it. A woman took out all her money. Of course she lives in Li family Zhuangzi. Dongzhu always cooks for Princess Yongmu and takes Princess Yongmu to play. Qinli said matter-of-factly. Qinli, you've changed. You've become bad. Just say that Princess Yongmu is Li Yi's future. Ha! Wang Juankui stopped talking. She didn't dare to speak blindly. Zhang Shaosong was curious. He ignored everything else and asked, is Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion very profitable? When I came out, the profit was estimated to be more than 200,000 coins. It doesn't matter if I take 80,000 coins. It's open for business for 2 days every 10 days. Qinli looked at Wang Juankui and said. Just now, Wang Juankui was pitying Princess Yongmu and thought that the money was gone. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.